We're live. Yes, we are live.
Yo, yo,
2 minutes
yo.
late, but that's okay.
Yeah. Things happen. Hope everyone's having a good day
Yeah.
so far, a good Sunday. And yeah, man, I'm
Yep.
excited. We have a lot of interesting things to talk about, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yep. Yep. Should be good.
Yeah, for sure, man. Especially a lot of things have been happening lately. I might add in something later on if there's time, just because I want to hear people's thoughts on it, because it's more of a recent thing, but I think it'll be interesting.
Okay.
But
All
that's
right.
if we have the time, because I know we have quite a few things to talk about, and I want to make sure we keep things a bit more streamlined
Yeah. Then
for this
last
one.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah. That was more my fault than anything.
no,
Could have.
no, it's not your fault. It's. I mean,
I.
we're it's a. I mean, it's no one's fault. It's just a circumstance, you know. That's all.
Right. Right. Yeah. So what's up, guys? Whoa. There's a lot of people. Well, I mean, a lot of comments. I should say, not a lot of people.
Oh yeah, comments. Yeah, feed me them comments. Feed them to me.
Yeah. What's up, guys? How you guys
Yo,
doing?
reborn.
Hope. Yeah. Reborn. Royce, Neozoic, Burv, Prime. Anyone else?
Let's
Let me
go.
see. Let me keep
Saying let's
scrolling.
go.
Let's go. All right. True to the
Rolls
name.
Royce. The cream always rises to the top. Um, Neozoic. Yeah, we have the usual Burv, the Burvinator himself. Prime. I wish Prime could be here longer. He says he has to go, but it's cool, man. We
Yeah. Well.
appreciate you while you're here, bro. While you're here, we
Yeah.
appreciate you.
Yeah. Yeah. Appreciate it either way.
Yeah, man.
So.
Everyone's in here. Looks like it's great, man. It's gonna be a good podcast.
Yep. Okay. So, what you been up to, Jinpachi?
Um, well, like as far as like gaming or just in general. In general,
Uh, I guess
in general, I've
But-
just been like, working on a few projects. I've been engaged in language learning a lot as well with a lot of my free time as well now. So just a
Nice.
combination of the two. Everything else is pretty standard, it's usual routine. As far as gaming goes, I was like replaying Stellar Blade a bit.
Mm.
I was playing Yakuza Zero and like some older. I was playing some older games. I actually re-downloaded Dino Crisis on the PS5,
Ooh.
but I might just finish it on the Vita first because I'm like halfway through the game on there or
Yeah, it
something
makes
like that.
sense.
So
That's kind of what I did with Final Fantasy IX when I had gotten the HD version on PS4 a few years
yeah,
ago, but I was already like progressing in it, and I was already farther in on PS2. The only thing that was beneficial with the PS4 version is that obviously like everything's like cleared up and
yeah, it looks
all
it looks
like
it looks it looks better resolution.
yeah,
It
yeah,
has the thing that you could speed up time because like that's really fucking handy. The little
especially
time.
if when you're grinding, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I love those games. That's what happened with Final Fantasy VIII, where I was like, I love that game to death, but that three times speed option is really like truly magnificent.
Yeah. Yeah, I was doing that when I was playing Final Fantasy 12. With the
Yeah.
dungeons and shit because they can be pretty long and kind of
Oh wait,
if you
in
get a
the
maze
12
on you.
hold on, in the 12 remaster, you can speed up time.
Yeah, even when you're yeah, and when you obviously when you're moving around, you get into real time
Yeah.
battle, so it
Yeah,
basically
I
the
know, but
same
that's
thing. So
awesome. I wasn't aware
yeah,
that because the last time I played the game was like the PS2 version.
yeah. Also,
So
you can pull up the mini map like where it's like on the screen, like it's like right like in the middle of the screen. It's like pretty big. So if you want to like get a better idea where you're going, especially if you're trying to get like all like the before you progress on, like if you want to like open up any chests or things like that.
well, that's how
So
I
it's
am,
it's
man.
definitely very useful.
You
And
know me,
they also have like invisible walls and shit where it takes you into places.
Yeah, like
So
hidden areas. Yeah, like
yeah,
you know how I am, bro. You know I'm like ADHD with those games. So like if I'm playing them, I'm all in a lot of times.
yeah.
Like I'm doing everything. Like my last Final Fantasy VIII playthrough, I like literally did everything. I did all the optional bosses. I did the secret
Did you upload a
stuff.
video from it
Yeah, because
a
I
while ago?
basically one shot. It was a while back. I one shotted the final boss because I used Selfie's ability to end, and it's kind of like random. Like you can stack odds in your favor, but it's pretty much random. And if you do it, you can one shot the final boss of the game. You can no, I'm sorry. I one shotted the optional final boss, like the optional super boss. I think it was Omega Weapon or Ultimate Weapon. I don't remember. One of the two.
Okay.
I don't remember which one was like the actual because you fight two of them. One of them is like the real the actual secret final boss is hard as shit, and then the other one is like normal. Like it's powerful, but not as powerful.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to finish Dino Crisis on the Vita, then I'll probably stream it on the PS5 after. That's probably pretty much my goal with that game.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Sounds
yeah.
good.
So moving on. I talked a lot about. We talked. We're off to a good start, right? Rambling
Yeah,
about these
yes.
games.
Neo Zoe had a question. Remnant and Japachi, fun question. How would you handle DCU if both of you were in charge instead of James Gunn? I would
Well,
scrap whatever the hell they have planned.
I don't
That's
really
number one.
trust James Gunn as well.
Yeah, definitely
Um,
not.
I would 100%. I would first off, I would start from a fresh beginning. I would just undo everything. Like nothing's canon, no shows are canon, none of it. It's everything will be a fresh start. Um, the show, the Creature Commandos would be like the furthest things from what I would prioritize first. With Batman, I would definitely have it cast a new guy to play Batman for the main, which I think he's gonna do. But I would probably skip out on his origin, and I will just have his origin be a flashback. I think people say they're tired of origins. I don't mind if it's there. Like with Batman, I feel like you can tell all you need to in like a quick 1 minute flashback. Like it's not the end of
Yeah.
the world. So I would just redo everything. I would not have made Superman look the way that he looks in the way Superman looks in that fucking that new Superman. I hate the costume so much. I don't mind the actor so much, but the costume's awful. Like I would just
I don't
I
think
would
I've
just
seen it.
to me it looks terrible. It looks like a janitor's suit to me. But I would just do everything from the like I would restart everything, and I would try to be more
Yeah.
comic accurate because remember most people that are not.
I would get rid of any DEI hires as well.
Oh yeah, I mean of course that goes
Yeah.
without saying because remember that most of your average people they don't read comics anyway, so anything that you do is going to be new to them anyway. So
Yeah, exactly.
like that modern audience bullshit? Like oh they're not going to understand it unless you streamlined it. Like I'm not going to treat the fans as if they're stupid. I'm going to treat them with respect,
Mm-hmm.
and that's would
Yeah.
be my
And,
that would be my philosophy going into it.
yeah, that's a good way to go about it. Um, Prime, as someone who despises what Mortal Kombat has become, I couldn't be happier to see MK1 completely fail. Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, man.
yeah,
Oh yeah, man. All those remember Revenant that video. All
yeah,
those people
yeah.
that were talking shit. Oh, we're wrong. We're crazy. It's gonna be
How
a
is it
big
woke?
success.
Oh,
How
it's good.
how is it woke?
Whatever.
Where's it woke? All right, well, there you go. Go woke, go broke. Never fails.
Right. All that DLC, right?
Well, that DLC
Gender
canceled.
swap sector and shit for fucking Erika Ishii.
Yeah, like oh, it's not woke, but then they're gender swapping and race swapping. Like honestly, man, people are gonna. It's sad, but all these people are gonna dick suck for whatever game or
Whatever it is, yeah.
whatever it is. They just can't accept it. I'd rather like honestly, even though it's a shitty thing to do, I'd rather them be honest and say I'm gonna play it or buy it anyway because I love MK than pretending
Hmm.
that it's not woke.
Yeah. Just be honest
Like
about it.
just be honest. At least you're still
Instead
a
of trying to like tell people, oh, you're wrong or whatever, when it's clearly there. It's obvious. The dude did some bullshit MCU crap. I mean, we were even
yeah
saying it before with the writing, and then it's like it turns out in the story, they got some multiverse shit going on as well. Obviously, hinting at the next game if that ever will be. But that
yeah.
WB is gonna put a lot of that on hold or at least on hiatus while they'll focus on other games for now.
That game
I,
is not gonna get a DLC anytime soon, bro. People might as well
no,
forget it.
it's pretty much done.
Yeah, yeah,
They'll probably just support it with like maintenance or shit like that or whatever else they may want to do, like maybe balance the game or some shit. But as far as DLC, that's it. They're gonna move on to Injustice 3, and that's just gonna be as shitty as Mortal Kombat 1 anyway. So, and people are gonna be
yeah,
like, "Oh, I'm," then it's gonna be the next thing people are gonna be excited for anyway. So,
yeah. No, you're right. Like I just feel like it's kind of funny how everything came full circle, and like people like you might be, even though I probably still wouldn't respect you, I would respect you more if you just admit that you're gonna play woke shit no matter what because you have no self control. Because that's really what it comes down to. Like, I don't know how you could call yourself an MK fan and like Mortal Kombat One. I don't get it. Like knowing what it was before, like even pre MK11, right? Like MKX wasn't that bad. MK9 was fine, even though it was flawed. Like I just find it like crazy that you can like all that MCU bullshit, all the race, the gender swaps, the way the females look in that game. Like it's laughable. It's just laughable to me that people can pretend that that's good and then claim to be longtime fans of the series.
Yeah, no, I agree. Burv, did Xbox get its only W this year with Indiana Jones? Kind of. Uh, Not
Uh,
really, to be honest. I mean, the game looks pretty mediocre, to be honest. Nothing about it looks special. Um, you got developers there looking fucking like Antifa members and shit. Uh, what else? Look like they got some girl bosses in there. I mean, the movies are pretty much shit anyway, so I don't expect the game to be any better.
yeah, well,
But
the last movie was like fucking woke as hell. Like,
yeah,
what was it? The last one with they had that woman in it. I forgot her name, that actress, but I mean, anything she's in, assume that it's woke. I haven't seen her in anything that wasn't like woke BS.
who's this
Melina,
woman?
what's up? How's it going? The woman that was in Indiana Jones, I forgot her name. It's like an English actress. I don't quite remember exactly what it was, but
Okay.
she everything I see her in or hear that she's in is like some woke project. Like that game, honestly, man, looking at the devs of that game that we've seen, I wouldn't be surprised if they go like far like woke. Like we have to wait to see more. And even then, even if it wasn't woke, I'm gonna be honest with you, the gameplay that we did see looks really mid to me. I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
it really
frank with
does.
you.
Yeah.
And why would I want to play an Indiana Jones game in first person? Like you're playing
Yeah,
as an
right.
established character. I'd rather see Indiana. I'd rather see. I'd rather see him like flying around using the whip, like running away from. I'd rather see the 3D model do that. That's a personal preference,
Well, actually, if I'm not mistaken, I believe when you're using
Okay.
when you are like traversing like on his fucking whip, uh it
Yeah.
is in third person.
Phoebe
Yeah, while
Waller
he's doing.
Bridge. Phoebe Waller Bridge. Yeah. Yeah. Continue, Revenant. Sorry. That's
Oh,
the woman's name.
okay. Well, I never heard of her before, to be honest. Maybe
Good.
I've probably seen her before, but
Good.
the name doesn't the name doesn't ring a bell. Uh
So,
what's up, Melina Chan? But yeah, I believe when you're using the rope, whip, whatever the fuck, same thing. Uh, it's in third person. Other than that, I believe
the whole
everything
game
else
should
is
be
in
third
first
person.
person.
But the whole
Yeah,
game should be third person because remember that would be kind of like that would be a really unique kind of throwback experience for a game like that. I'm convinced that these devs don't want. I just think they don't want money. Like I would never think like Indiana Jones and then think like, oh yeah, I want to play. I want to be first person Indiana Jones. Like it sounds so lame to me. You know,
yeah, right.
it just sounds ass. Like if people like it, it's fine. The game's not out yet. I believe it's in isn't it in like open beta or something like that?
No, I think it came out.
Did it?
I
I'm
think
not
the
sure.
full game came out.
I could have sworn it was like an early access, I believe is what it was, right?
Is it?
I think so. But regardless, until I see more of it,
I don't know.
I'm gonna assume it's woke until further notice, especially given that dev that we saw in that trailer.
Oh yeah.
Early access 3 days, that's what it is.
Okay, so you just all right. So it's pretty much out anyway. Same thing.
Crap, misspelled Indiana.
Hold on. Hold on. There's some comments. Let me get some.
Yeah, I have no faith in that game, and I'm sure there's gonna be woke shit in it. I don't know like the severity of it, because
Yeah.
it might just be a thing where like there's some pro feminist bullshit like the last movie, um, or something like that.
Mhm.
It might not be like fully like blatant like pulling a bird levels of woke, but it's probably gonna have like some weird like de- emasculation of
Indie.
all the of indie of all the main characters like
Yeah, of course. Anyone who's a man will be
yeah
demasculated.
I'm highly skeptical.
Yeah,
And who's the company that made it again? It's not Machine Games, is it?
it is them. Yep.
And yeah, and Machine Games made fucking Wolfenstein the New Colossus, and people think this is not gonna be fucking woke. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, give me a break. Like, you know, I'm gonna go back to MK for a second because you made me think of it. It's like people fought so hard to try to scream, basically, so you know the term screaming at us in comments because we're calling out MK for what it clearly is gonna be, and then like surprise Pikachu face, that's exactly what the fuck it is, and then like you know, it's like that's why you can't turn off your like. You can't turn off your pattern recognition. You can't turn off your ability to like discern things because people always try to gaslight you into thinking these things aren't ass, and then inevitably
Mhm.
they always end up turning out exactly how you thought. You know, the only thing is that if you listen to those people, you let some dickhead convince you to spending money on a game, and you're basically supporting woke shit. Like,
I mean, that's a lot of them.
yeah, like if you listen to them and then are proven wrong, now you congratulations, you spent money. You know, you're paying for the propaganda.
Hmm.
Literally, so it's like Spider-Man
Yeah.
2. I felt the same way. Like I saw that game and people try to defend it. I'm like, come on, man. Like, give me a break. A
Yeah.
company doing so well, they lay off a shit ton of employees, huh?
Yeah. A few months after.
You made 300 million on a 200 million game. I think 300 million is probably generous, right? I don't even think it made that much, but whatever.
No,
Point is,
that's how much it costs to
that's how
make.
much it cost, and then you think about
Yeah.
what it made. Like, all right, I'll put it this way:
That's why
if
people
you
were saying like, with Dragon Age, Veilguard, like, oh, it's doing so well, whatever. Oh no, I'm sorry. Was it Drag? It was no, some dumbass, of course. The last video I did, I know it's been a while. Um, what the fuck? He was like saying like he brought up Spider-Man, 2. I don't remember. I don't think he mentioned Alan Wake 2. I know he mentioned God of War Ragnarok, and I'm like, "M- the budgets for these games are like fucking like hundreds of millions of dollars, where
yeah,
what they're getting out of it in sales is not even close to that, which is why they were laying people off. They were laying people off, I believe, from Sony Santa Monica. I know from Insomniac.
exactly.
I think maybe also. I don't think from Sucker Punch. It was some other
It
studio, or
was
maybe
Insomniac. I know for sure it was Insomniac.
yeah, and some people I believe from Naughty Dog. So, but either way, I mean, they're laying these people off because they have these insane budgets for these games, and they don't even look like they would cost that much money. I'm like,
Well,
you know,
well,
you hear about how much they cost, and I'm like with Spider-Man 2, I'm like, this looks like an upgraded version of Spider-Man 1 on PS4. It doesn't look like anything like mind
but
blowing in
it's
like
not even that.
every way or
It's
anything
like
like that at
why
all.
take the risk? Like why take so much? Why take such a gamble putting in
Mhm.
shit people don't want when the game costs that much money?
Yeah, they're
Like
putting all these like all
because
this focus on MJ, and then you got the black blind girl. I'm sorry, blind.
no doubt,
Deaf girlfriend and shit like that. It's like no one
no
cares about that.
no doubt when you're actually playing as Spider-Man, I'm sure like the game is like really like fun when you're playing as Spider-Man fighting goons and stuff, but how much of that is the total of the game, you know? And even then that doesn't redeem the other negative factors about it. Like again, like if you make an investment, right? Like if you like you know you spend all this money to make a game, right? Like let's all right, I'm gonna use a hyperbolic example. Let's say I get like 100, I spend 100 million to make a game, and the game makes 100 million in $5. Yeah, I made profit, but is that shit worth the effort and time that went into it? How like the return on my investment was dog shit, right? Like
Yeah,
all
exactly.
right, you made 100, you made what you made back plus $5. Congratulations, you spent years making that game. Like you barely made any money. So even if the game slightly made more money than what they spent on it, it's not worth the investment cost, you know, and the time that it takes to develop it. So
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah,
like
that's something a
that's
lot of
what it
people don't
is.
understand. They see like, oh, it sold like 50 million or some shit like that. Like they think that's great, but then
Then you find out they made
look how
60
much
million.
it costs.
Then you find out they made
Yeah,
60 million. It's like, all right, so congratulations, you spent a year making a game to make $10,000 profit. Like, you know,
pretty much.
it's funny to me. I do find it hilarious.
It really is. Well, and you're gonna see more ass kissing. What is it? Next week at the Game Awards, I think.
Insomniac. Yeah, they're always nagging at you. Insomniac. All right, so yeah, so yeah, that's basically. I'm just looking through the comment. Yeah,
Are you
nah,
catching up?
boys, nah, boys. Woke games are most successful. Just look at Star Wars Outlaws and Dragon Age and so on. The cream always rises to the top. Yeah, like come on,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, but you know what? I actually liked Wolfenstein, the first Machine Games one. Like I don't remember what year it came out. I actually enjoyed that game.
Didn't it
Um,
come out like 2014?
something like that. New Colossus was fucking dog shit. Like the gameplay was more of the same, but I could not tolerate the wokeness of that game. Like that was shit was intense, man. Like that was like honestly, like I still think that's probably one like second top three most woke games of all time. I'd put that on there, like no doubt.
Oh
Which is
yeah.
crazy. That's a true feat. But yeah, I guess we can move on now, right? I looked at the comments. I don't think I
Yeah,
think
I
you might
think
have.
so.
Yeah.
So should I send a link out?
Yeah. Yeah, send out the links, man.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, and also, while you send out
So
the
I'll
links, I'm
send it to
just
a
gonna.
few people on X.
Yeah, for sure,
Okay.
bro.
There's a little bit of delay, I
I'll.
think.
There is a bit of a delay, but it's not as bad as it usually is. Um, the thing with Spider-Man is right. Like if you slap the name Spider-Man on a game, people are gonna support it. It's kind of like you're gonna have a section of people that are gonna support it just because they see that. Excuse me, just because they see that name on there. Like they see the name Spider-Man, like so inevitably that brand recognition will carry them a little bit. I think if they actually had smaller budgets, they might actually get away with some of the woke shit because people are willing to buy the game, and if it costs shit to make and it has the name Spider-Man on it, that might actually like that's why like they don't even help their own cause because if they like if the woke people really wanted to make money, they would cut the budgets of these games in half and rely on brand recognition, and even if it fails, it won't be as massive, and they'll still probably make a profit. But yeah, like, and honestly, I'm gonna also be honest. I don't give a like. I know some people may disagree with this, but I don't give a fuck if a game is a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. If it has woke shit in it, they're not gonna get my money. You know, like it can be like fun. It can be fun gameplay, right, or whatever. Good graphics, but if the game is full of woke propaganda, it's like, what is the line that you draw? Is the line that you draw that the game's kind of fun? Is that worth like fucking letting these people poison your mind? Like, again, I'm not trying to preach to anybody, but it's something that I personally like just can't do. I just won't do it. I refuse to. Like The Last of Us 2 is a great example, right? I'm sure the gameplay is serviceable, right? Like I've seen it or whatever, but I'll be damned if I give them my money. You have peak graphics, as far as like actual graphics engine. You have like pretty gory gameplay or whatever, but like again, like look at the shit they're pushing in there, so I'm not gonna buy that crap. You know, I can live without one. I can live without a game, without a video game. I have many other hobbies. I train. I create my digital art. I love to compete in jiu-jitsu. Like I don't really like. I'm not attached to the point where like if gaming goes bad you know that I'm desperate to play the new thing, that I have to play it no matter what. I agree. David Francisco, I 100% agree. Graphics are worthless if the characters are hideous, and I agree. And I think that defines that game perfectly. You have a game with elite graphics, but the characters look like fucking abomination troons. Yeah, Peter Cucker, Peter Cucked Parker, exactly. Spider-Man 2 is actually Spider-Man Miles Morales 2. I agree, man. What they did to Peter was like yo, it's crazy because before the game came out, I told Revenant, like, I mean it was kind of obvious, but I told him like full on exactly what was going to happen in the game. I'm like, this is it almost happened verbatim. Like almost verbatim it happened. And I'm like, wow, like they really they really lived up to the low expectations. Peter Epstein. I agree. MJ, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am a white male, MJ. Please forgive me for holding you back for so long. As she stands over him with her man jaw, hand on his shoulder. Yeah. Well, to be fair, but I still think it's possibly I think that could be because you're saying making Ellie a lesbian is a woke-driven retcon. Um, I agree with that only because when they fully said she was a lesbian, it was in the DLC of the first game. But again, that was post-release DLC, so I'm inclined to believe that is a retcon, you know. But I would argue they started pushing that as early as the first game with the DLC. Yeah, the soy is strong with them. Soiderman. Soiderman, plight plight of Peter Cucker. The man Joel Watson experience. I mean, they lost the plot when you saw Black Lives Matter symbolism in Miles Morales DLC, which is another thing that I didn't buy. The only one that I bought was the first Spider-Man game, the base PS4 Insomniac Spider-Man. And even then, I was highly critical of a lot of the parts of the game. Like the MJ parts made no sense. Miles Morales parts were boring as shit. And once I saw him, I knew what was up. What was up. So
Yeah.
I knew what was gonna happen. When I saw the parts with MJ, I was like, all right, I know what they're doing, and I thankfully checked out of the series then. Does the gameplay good? Yeah, the first game is fine. I would argue it's like far less egregious than this, obviously, than the second one, but I would still like never give them. I would never buy another one of those games ever again.
That ticket look like dog shit.
Let alone the Miles Morales DLC.
Yeah.
Apollo Patriot, the Burv.
What's up, guys?
When I saw Spider-Man, I thought I was like, man, it doesn't look as good as Batman. It doesn't look as good as Arkham, and then that was it for me.
You know what it lacks? It lacks the connectivity Arkham does. When you do things in Arkham, it feels almost like there's so much impact and so much connection between you and the enemies that it feels like you're like really laying into them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're like really fucking smashing their faces in. So I agree with you. Man.
Let me quickly address something real quick.
Okay, sure.
I know me and you had talked about it before we went live. Andreas, you're not coming on. Due to the fact that what you had explained to me and Jim Pachi on X about the woke stuff, we should avoid it and not talk about it. So I don't understand why you want to come on if you were telling us that we should avoid it and not talk about it. So I don't understand. I don't understand what input you would want to provide if that's your mindset on it. So because I'd rather bring people on who have solutions or actually want to talk about this stuff and not encourage other people to not talk about it.
Well, especially given that that's what the podcast mainly talks about, you know. So
yeah, which is pretty obvious when you can see the titles of the topics, and also if you even look at my videos that are obviously not live podcasts.
I think the line was something like, "You guys sure talk about something that you hate a lot, and or whatever." It's like, dude, if you feel that way, you don't need to come on here and talk about it. You should take your own advice. Like I told you this on X, bro. Take your own advice.
Yeah. So, and the only thing gay as fuck is you wanting us to not talk about it. Yeah. When that's clearly what we're talking about. What we've been talking about. You were on here before. That's what we were talking about. So I don't understand. So, and that goes for anyone. Like if your solution to this is not talk about it, ignore it, then you don't need to come on here and talk about it.
Especially when that's what the podcast is basically mostly exclusively talking about.
Yeah.
Exposing
the more,
everything.
Yeah, exactly. The more people exposing it, talking about it, the better, because that's how you get these. I'll use this as an example. Look what happened this year alone. Look at all these games that failed miserably. You think that would have happened if people weren't talking about it? Yeah. Whether if it was larger channels, smaller channels, even if it was people on like X that don't have.
Look at David Jaffe. David Jaffe's blaming Vara Dark for the failure of Veilguard and other YouTubers.
So he made like a video saying like, "Oh, YouTubers, or the reason why Veilguard failed."
Exactly. So if you have David Jaffe, a former industry person, saying this, it's a clear sign that it's having an effect. And I think that it's blatant. And like again, if you feel like we're wasting time talking about it, then why waste time joining a podcast that talks about it? That shit makes its ass backwards. It makes no sense, bro. So no hard feelings, but yeah, you're not coming on here, bro.
Yeah. Sorry, but that's how it's gonna be. But anyway, so hold on.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's people that have like a deep-seated passion for this hobby. It's probably gonna be.
What's up, guys? How you guys been?
Yo, Rolls, the Rolls
Oh,
Meister himself.
yeah, what's up, guys? I heard about what's been going on with that Andrea piece of shit. He needs to shut the fuck up, man. Seriously. Like, he doesn't understand what's going on. He doesn't understand how the game is fucked up because of DEI shit. Give me a break.
Look, I'm not.
I mean,
I'm not gonna.
it's weird because he knows what's going on. So I was kind of like surprised that he was like suggesting that we not bother talking about it and saying
Shit.
that
It's
he was
it's
going
okay
back
to
and forth
disagree.
that Concord, Concord and what was the other game? I'm sorry, Star Wars. The
Star
other Ubisoft
Wars.
shit.
Star
Star
Wars
Wars
Outlaws,
did it both those games didn't fail because they were woke or whatever, because they just were bad games. I'm like, what?
pretty
Mhm.
much. Yeah, it's like
Why do you
yeah,
why do you think Star Wars in general is just doing terribly?
yeah, because they fucking made
Well,
it.
Like, it's pretty
They made it.
obvious, and I'm going back
They
and
made it.
forth with him
They
about
made
it, and
it
he still
woke.
doesn't get it. I'm like, it's like I don't get it.
If
Weird
they've
to me.
been woke
Weird.
for a long fucking time, and it killed their brand, and now they're suffering the consequences for it.
And now
So it's not just because it's a bad game. Being a bad game doesn't help it, but there are
Exactly.
plenty of bad games that do well because they don't fucking enforce bullshit. So
yup,
like,
that's
it
true.
doesn't make sense. But look, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
look. The point is that it's okay to disagree. If he disagreed, it's fine. I think the moment you say like, "Oh, why are you talking
Yeah,
about
that's
it?"
fine.
It's why you're talking about things that you hate, and then saying that basically there's no point. Why do you want to join a podcast where that's what's exclusively talked about? That's the part to
Facts.
me that makes me say that like, no, bro, like come on.
Exactly
Yeah,
the point.
it just sounds weird. It's like some op shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it sounds
exactly. Like,
yeah.
for
Some option.
example, why is Kathleen Kennedy not fucking fired? And
She
I
should
hope
be.
Gina Carano sue the living hell out of these motherfuckers and take all their money.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
look,
Yeah.
good.
like it's like Melina said, staying silent is what they want you to do. Look, but you can do multiple things at once, and I'm gonna explain it right now because like people get into the trap of thinking one thing is exclusively true. You can
Right.
not support the woke shit, right? Not buy those games and still talk negatively about them. You can support
Exactly.
indie devs but still want the mainline industry to be better. You can do all those things with minimal effort. So I don't understand like this thing of like, oh, just shut up, buy indie games, stay silent. Why complain about it? Just buy the indie games. Just don't buy them. It's like, yeah, you do that and you talk about them and you support indie and you do all of that, like all the above. Like I don't understand being locked into one particular option when most
Mm-hmm.
solutions are a cumulative of multiple different things working in tandem, and that's one of them.
Yes.
That's how
Yeah.
that's really how you make a change. It's like I was talking about language learning with somebody, and I was saying, you don't learn a language just by listening or just by talking. It's like a combination of reading in the language, watching movies, talking to people, engaging with the culture. That's how you learn. It's a cumulative of multiple things.
Yup, exactly
Yeah.
right.
And
100% right.
it's the same thing with the woke shit. It's the same thing with anything. It's like there are multiple
Yup.
solutions, and they usually work better all at the same time.
Shit.
Take it easy, Prime. Thanks for
All right, Prime.
stopping by.
Catch you later, bro. Yeah, he said he had limited time, so
Yup.
Okay,
What a
Bev is the name.
Uh,
I was
What do you
born
think
in
about all
Bev,
this?
raised in it.
Huh. What do you think about all of this, Apollo Patriot? What's been going on with Gina Carano? All this shit.
The situation, it's great that Elon Musk is helping with the situation.
Thank
It's
God.
weakening Disney, and Disney's in deep crap. So I mean, let them hurt each other. Let them you know, it's Hollywood and all that stuff. And Disney is failing horribly, quick and fast when Elon Musk and Trump gets in the office.
Oh yeah.
It's all companies in Hollywood and even AAA game companies. There is, I would say, like word for word, hell to pay because Elon Musk is getting involved with government spending, and it's true.
Yup.
Government
It's
spending.
called Doge.
They're scared, yes,
Dogecoin.
and they're
Yup.
pretty scared. And there's going to be extreme, massive layoffs in the gaming world and the movie world as well. So,
Oh, I can't wait for that. It's called Rude Awakening. Whoop their ass.
Well, let them cannibalize each other, right? Like,
yes,
Yup.
yes.
if they want to destroy each other, let them. I say, there's the old
Yup.
Sun Tzu, the art of war. When your enemies are fighting, don't interrupt them.
Oh yeah, I have another great quote. Why interfere? Let the enemy destroy themselves. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's basically like a similar concept, right? It's like when your enemies are
Mhm.
when your enemies are fighting, you don't interrupt them. That's it. Just
Nope.
let them go at it. That's the first. That's
Yep.
the first lesson of Doom, right? The old Dooms. When the enemies are smacking each other, just let them.
Yeah,
Yup.
if they're infighting, just yeah, exactly. Just
Let
let
them
them
fight.
let
Yeah.
let them infight with the cyber demon in particular.
It's-
That's always the best
it's
thing.
kinda It's
Good
kind of
one.
like the aliens fighting against like these futuristic creatures from the Space Marine 40K. If you played the campaign series,
Oh yeah.
the time space marines, like from a
All right, I'll
different
say
timeline, and fighting
Yup.
against the alien little creatures. I forgot what they're called in the Space Marine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they're killing each other, and so you have to kill like in that game like two of them. Like, yeah, it's kind of
Exactly.
yeah,
I get what you mean. I get what you mean,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
the flood versus the covenant. Let them kill each other.
Yes.
that's
Yeah, man.
probably
Like,
like
Yup.
when it comes to video games, that's probably the best infighting in any video game is when
Yes.
things in Halo start beating the shit out of
Yup.
each other.
Yes.
oh yeah, it's hilarious, man. And
Yup.
you know the little guys. I forgot what they're called. The
Grunts.
grunts. Oh man, the
Grunts?
grunts are funny as shit. They're so like nasty. Like their voice
Yup.
like mask how brutal what they're saying is. Like
Exactly.
Here's a funny
Jackals.
question for you. Halo question: who misses the Australian? The one
Yes,
random
Halo
Australian.
3 Australian is
Yeah, he was both Marine and the grunts as well. He was some of the grunts.
yeah,
Yup.
yeah,
I like
yeah.
the part when you're in Africa, the Africa mission, like mission 3, where you're driving around the Warhog and crap like that, and you have Australians.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Oh,
Yup.
yeah.
You know
Yup.
what I miss about those games particularly though. I'm gonna talk about gameplay. I love how like the campaign missions were so open feeling that even though you were doing a
Yup.
specific thing, it felt like you were still in a sandbox in some weird way.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys got that vibe
Yup.
from the older Halos,
Always.
and I
The
really
Yup.
miss that. Like
The sandbox was king.
like you remember that part where you're
Yup.
like in that basic you're basically like in a corridor, but it's basically you're like out in like a field, right? Like a battlefield, but it almost feels like a corridor, and they just give you a warthog and say, "Hey, complete the mission." I'm like, I love that about those games.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
kind of wish that
Yup.
that Hitman had that as well, where it's like Hitman throws you in the world, and it's like, all right, this is the guy you got to kill. Figure it out, motherfucker.
You know
Exactly.
what? You know it's a good game for infighting?
Sure.
Age of Empire.
Oh,
you
Age
have-
Age of
Empire.
Empires.
Ooh.
When you
Yeah.
have 3 to 4 enemies, right? So let's say what I like to use is cavalry archers because they're fast and they have the distance. So I would send like a covert team of about 3 of them, and I will have them like approach one camp. I'll have them shoot on the outside, and then I'll wait for them to show up and try and chase me. And the next thing, I just said, okay, let me go and bring these guys to the other guy's camp and watch them fight each other. And they have their own Game of Thrones drama. It's the best thing.
You know what you
That's-
can do too,
yeah.
with infighting in GTA. If you're fighting like people, if you just like let them attack you and run to cops in GTA 4, the cops will start to chase down the criminals that are fighting you.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know if people
Okay.
know that. It's really funny. It's like if
I
you
noticed it. Yeah.
yeah. So if you get into like a hand-to-hand fight or like a shootout with like a
Yeah.
criminal, and,
Yup.
and there's no cops around, if you just run from them and they're like trying to pursue you and kill you, the
Yeah.
cops will arrest
Yup.
them or like shoot
Done
them. It's
that
really
on
crazy.
GTA San
Yup.
Andreas.
Yeah, guess what? Rockstar not the same anymore because they went woke now.
Yeah,
Shit.
but we're gonna talk about that subject. I want to like let's keep things a little streamlined because we are gonna
Yeah.
get to that. We are gonna get to
Yup.
that subject.
Yup.
Yeah, and the
didn't someone-
other
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
is a
Hold on
tiny,
a second,
let me
Octo.
quickly,
Neozoic has a question.
answer.
Oh,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
About Star Wars. Did you think that Star Wars will be either sold or go to public
Well,
domain
let's
in
read
the
the question.
future?
no,
since-
no, 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 no,
That's what I
no.
was
There's
doing.
Let's read the
too many
question first. Hold on,
regulations.
because for people watching, let's read the question. Revenant Jimpachi, new question. Do you think Star Wars will be will be either sold or go to public domain in the future since the franchise under Disney has been a failure? I think that eventually it could, but that's not happening any fucking time soon. It has to be. Like by the time it becomes public domain, we're gonna be like old ass men or possibly dead. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't hold my breath, to be honest. I
Yup.
think that I'm gonna be honest about Star Wars. There's actually, believe it or not, there's really good fan fiction. Like most fan fiction, I think is dog shit. But like there are some hardcore fans that have really made great fan fiction for Star Wars, and it's
Yeah.
absolutely free. It's unofficial. I mean, they're not making money, but if you like Star Wars, that might be a good option. Why wait
Yeah.
for it to go public domain when there's a bunch of people that are passionate about it that are making content? I mean, I'm not like the biggest Star Wars guy, but I recognize that Star Wars fan base is a cut above like the general like some other fan bases, kind of like Lord of the Rings, right? To like a
Yeah.
lesser degree, where Lord of the Rings fan base is pretty hardcore, So
I don't know much
But-
about Star Wars, but I'll say one thing. Kyle
Right.
Katarn found the plans for the Death Star. That's who found them.
Cal Katarn, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, why did Lego Star Wars did not make that character in a video game? That's crazy. You know?
the worst thing that Star Wars
Really
did
is.
was make the EU non-canon.
Yeah,
By doing
absolutely.
that, they ruined like
Mhm.
they fucked
ruined it.
themselves. They ruined it
just ruined
because
it.
most of the best things in Star Wars came like a lot of the best things came from the creativity of people in the EU because they weren't restricted by film budget,
Yeah.
so they were able to really expand the lore with their imagination. Because drawing a picture can be anything. That's way different than having a movie budget where you have limited special effects and whatnot. So
Give me
I
the
know.
extended universe any day over the Disneyverse.
Yeah.
Any day.
But I
Yeah.
will admit though, I'm not gonna pretend I'm like the biggest Star Wars guy because I'm really not. But I do like it. I like it. I'm a fan of it. The older stuff, but I'm not a huge fan.
I'm
not
not a huge fan, but Kyle
I'm a
Katarn's my
huge
boy.
fan. Old
Yeah.
Republic.
Yeah,
old-
I like Mace. Look, I'm one of those Mace Windu guys. Like I
Well-
thought he was fucking cool, but I mean, whatever, man.
My
I think he was
character is
he was the only on film person to reflect Force lightning, right? I don't know if Ray did that in the newer ones, but I know like at the time he was the only person to ever like counter it in any way.
I'm sure she did it with a tampon or something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, she spread her butt cheeks and her flaps just deflected the lightning.
Oh my god. Dude,
Then she flew off.
Pause.
She flew off into the sky on her giant
Oh
labia.
my god.
Like
Like
an
Dumbo.
aircraft.
You know
with
what
her
character I
flaps.
like? I like
Yeah.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, man. He's the
Yeah.
greatest Jedi of all time, and he didn't turn to the dark side. He stopped Anakin from being a Darth Vader. Was chop off his legs.
Kenobi is my favorite, like main line. Him and Mace Windu are my favorites.
Yup.
They're like my favorites. My favorite Jedi. Because I
Yeah,
like
they
the
are.
idea that
TV show.
Kenobi kind of sucked, but like he made up for it by like working hard and being diligent and being smart. It made up for his lack of like natural ability. Because like in the lore, if I'm
And-
not mistaken, Obi-Wan's kind of like mid as a Jedi overall, but he has experience and like he's a patient person. You know what I mean? Like I like that. That like
Yup.
skill beats out like the sheer like a power difference between him and Anakin.
He reminds me
Yeah,
of Joseph
exactly.
Joestar.
Like oh yeah.
Yeah.
Not the
kinda
most
like-
powerful, but always 3 steps ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. It made him
because,
cool. It made him cool. He had wisdom. He had a lot of wisdom, which I thought was awesome.
He was training Luke Skywalker. Duh. Obi-Wan was-
Well, before the shows ruined him, because that Kenobi show like
Yeah.
took a massive dump on him. But that's a whole different thing.
I
That's
listened
Yeah,
to
I know
Lawler's
that.
video about that. And
That's
that
a
was
fan fiction.
that was
That's fan
interesting.
fiction.
That don't count. Yeah,
No.
we don't count that show. We don't count that. We
No.
don't count the Acolyte. People like the Mandalorian, but like I don't care. If it's Disney, I don't
Nah.
count it. I don't
Those
care
are
if it's good or not.
parodies.
Hell no.
Those are
Acolyte,
parodies.
all the other shows, lame, don't belong in dumpster trash. Don't
Pretty
belong in
much.
They're
dumpsters.
parodies. They're the knockoffs, the bootlegs, whatever you want to call it. We won't acknowledge them.
We call it troglodyte turd fodder.
Right. So
Funny.
Have you seen
yeah.
those? Have you seen those knockoff Disney like movies that are made by like Phoenix Games?
No, I haven't. I haven't.
Really bad, really
But like,
terrible.
just the description you gave, it's like I immediately just thought of like massive ass cheeks taking a dump. I'm like, that's probably what the equivalent is.
It's like English dub on top of German dub on top of Dutch dub.
Oh, damn.
It's terrible.
You know what I saw? I saw a bootleg Power Rangers movie on YouTube. I don't remember what it was called. I'm like, this has to be the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, it was really that bad.
Yeah.
They
Power
were
Rangers
dumb,
was
though.
like,
In the 90s. There was
They were-
after Power Rangers showed up, there was a whole bunch of them, even though there were Sentai shows in Japan.
Well, Sentai is cool. Sentai is actually cool. Like these fan
Yeah.
fiction shows were ass, bro. They literally were literally horrible.
Yeah, they didn't know what they were doing with those things. They were just trying to be like, oh, hey, it's like that meme, but what's up, my fellow kids?
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And,
they had this armor. They had this armor of like this like generic like hockey pad armor, but they put the classic. It was literally like a knockoff power. Like I just watched it for shits and giggles, right? Like I'm not I'm not hugely into Power Rangers, but I just watched it because I thought it was funny. And like he literally had a Red Ranger helmet from the classic, but like with hockey pad armor, and everything was filmed on a green screen. Like I really wish you guys could see how fucking ridiculous it looked.
yeah.
enter it in the chat if you remember the name, so we can see this wonderful catastrophe.
You know what I'll do? I'll tag it on X or something, because like for me to find it and then like post it in there is like honestly it's gonna be like quite difficult. So
I think the
Make
worst
it happen.
thing I saw was like it was one of those cartoons I'm talking about. Like it gets bundled with a PS2 game, right? So you get that movie and you get like little puzzles and stuff, little coloring in the picture, that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
Shovelware shite. It was based off the Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, where they're playing football with each other.
okay.
And it's one guy doing the voice for the audience, for everybody playing, everybody kicking the ball, for the commentator, for the ambulance coming to help them off the field. I don't know how to describe it.
The definition
Chaos.
of a passion project.
Just chaos.
With a big disparity between the passion and the budget.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I hope this guy got paid. I hope he got paid.
Yeah.
Did he voice the female cheerleaders too? You know what? Let's not
did.
even go there. Oh, he did.
He did. They were like pigs that were in like BDSM gear. It was crazy.
Man.
This sounds self-aware. Yo, looking at the comments, Mermac, what's up, man?
No.
Old Republic greater than New Republic. I agree with that.
Yeah. Older
Yeah,
games
yeah.
of Star Wars were fun.
So
Yes.
All right, let me get this thing
I
off my
agree.
chest. Sorry. You were going to say something?
no, well, yeah, I figured we should get to the topics.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
Yeah. The proverb is do not chase a fleeing enemy. So, that's one of those Chinese military
Proverbs.
commentary. Yeah. So I can't remember it's Sun Tzu or it was probably one of those other
It wasn't Art of War. Okay.
Sun Tzu said that.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sun Tzu's greatest message: whoever smelt it, dealt it. And also, go woke, go broke. Those are
Yes.
like his greatest hits, if you will.
Yes.
When there's lots of men together in one place, it's called a zoo. Unless it's a farm.
Funny. Oh my god.
Let's
Yeah.
let's get to the topics now because we've been rambling on a bit. And
Yes.
so, Revenant, what's the first topic on the menu? Serve that dish up, baby. Oh yeah, the cream rises
Okay,
to the top.
The cream rises.
Enough, Macho Man. Oh my God. Yeah, Macho Man Randy Savage now. Huh.
I can only do
So
Triple
we got
H.
They call me Macho Man Pachi Savage. There you go.
so we got oh my god. Anyway, we got a steaming
bad for each
pile
other.
of racist piece of shit art director
Oh,
at Obsidian.
bad.
He goes by the name of Matt Hansen. I'm sure people have seen him. His picture floating around. He's like some white guy with a bald head, beard.
A man
He looks
Karen.
like he'll probably hang out in a Starbucks all day or
Yes.
something. He
Oh,
wants
that
to
motherfucking retard.
get rid of all the crusty white dudes.
Hangs out in his
gaming.
gated.
I believe he
hangs
also
out
has
in
a
his gated
self-inserted
society.
character. Yeah, right. Yeah, somewhere in California or something.
So is
I
that
think
the
he has
man
like a
who want to?
self-inserted character because the character. I don't know how important this character is. I just saw a screenshot of it.
So
Was
that bald dude that you mentioned, is he the one who attacking Elon Musk? I know that fucker.
Yeah. I mean, I'll let you guys give your opinions first on it. Go ahead. Octo,
Okay,
why don't you
anyway.
go first, bro?
Oh
Continue, Revenant. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. What
Also
what
has
were you
that,
gonna say, Reverend?
in real life.
It's a delay, yeah.
Okay. When it comes to
Is there a delay?
him,
Am I going in and out?
okay. So what was going on was there's
God.
a good amount
All
of
right,
stories
so
about
let me
him.
just repeat myself again, the best I can.
Go ahead, Revenant.
Yeah, I'm a really bad delay on my part. I think I'm
Yeah,
good
I
now,
think
right?
there's a delay. Yeah, that's what it is. That's why it seems like he's interrupting, but he's not. It's just because he's talking and there's like a massive delay.
That's what I figured. Yeah,
Right. I think
no
it
problem.
actually is better now because
all
you
right, so
responded instantly.
All right.
Okay, good.
When it comes to him,
so
he has
Hold
a
on, Octo, because Revenant was gonna finish what he was saying, and then you can go. My bad. I didn't know he was still talking. That's why.
Let me try some here. Just give me a sec. All right. Is there a delay? Revenant. How copy?
Revenant.
Call sign Revenant. How copy?
I thought you were talking now.
All right. Okay. So
I thought OC was gonna talk. So I don't know. It's weird, terrible delay today.
Okay. When it comes to him, he has a reputation for being overbearing. He is like, for example, they were making changes about the internal communications with the emails and like.
Yeah, I was gonna get into
people.
that too. There was more information that came out about that.
Oh, okay. All right. So the internal emails.
But you can explain it, so it's no big deal. As long as people know what's going on, that's what really matters.
Yeah, so there was this thing about like the emails talking about they want people to be referred to as their pronouns and all this kind of stuff. And when it comes down to it, he's like Neil Druckmann with less talent. Yeah. So in terms of me looking into what he was up to, it's a little blurry because there's a lot of things happened over this week, and just having so many things going on, it's kind of blurry. So in terms of anything else, I really can't put any input into it. Does he have a wife's boyfriend? That's if he has a wife. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Does his cat count as a wife?
Oh no. Oh, we're not going there. You are not going there. No. No, you're not going there. We're not putting no dirty pictures in our heads. Get your head out the gutter. No, sir. No. We are not doing that.
He's a cat man. He's a cat enthusiast. That's what it
Right,
is.
right. All right. So if anybody else want to chime in, they can, because right now like I said, my recollection of his
Well,
history is blurry.
he basically said that he wants to get rid of crusty white people in the industry, and if there's any minorities that want to like be, that want a job in the game industry, to contact him. Like, the guy is like literally a self-hating like white cuck, and I just find it funny that I feel like it's just kind of symbolic of where like not just gaming is, but where culture is, where this kind of like self-hatred and kind of blatant racism toward white people has become so widely accepted by these people that they can just blurt it out with no consequences, right? Like,
Yeah.
And again, I'm not one of those people that believes that you should censor people, but like, it used to be like, if I go into like a movie theater and I scream whatever racial obscenity about black people or whatever, that's my right to do so. But it's not my right to not get jumped by 30 people in there, because, that's the consequence of that action, right? So I think that it's kind of a thing where a lot of these like liberals and like, basically spineless people have made it okay to be racist and to be blatantly discriminatory toward white people, right? Because racism is racism, discrimination is discrimination, no matter who it's directed at. And I just find him to be just a example of like where we're at today, especially in entertainment. Basically, and his wife,
Go on.
and his wife's boyfriend, that's definitely like a wife, that's a destiny, a destiny type of person, right? Like that's what that is. So
Yeah. Well, when it comes to that kind of quote unquote self-hatred, it's almost as if they're trying to do some mass reverse psychology to get white people to feel uncomfortable when they go out, and they feel like, oh, these people are gonna hate me. I don't hate them, but they're probably gonna hate me.
well, that's white guilt, right?
Yeah, but it's like they're trying to make.
Fuck. Fucking racism shit. Shut the fuck up. Shit.
Yeah, it's almost like they're trying to like I said, they're trying to make white people defensive or uncomfortable, and they show those little ticks, those unconscious ticks, and then all of a sudden there's a negative feedback within the milieu or whatever. They just the multicultural milieu, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, this white person was racist to me because they looked at me funny. Like,
Well, it's creating that culture, right? Where like you're a perpetual victim, right? The second it's like to create a situation where no matter how successful you are as a person who's like, black, Hispanic, or whatever, like, or Asian, no matter how successful you are, there's some form of racism holding you back, which is absolute bullshit. Because here's the thing, right? Like, the fact that somebody, LeBron James, who's a millionaire, can sit there and preach about these social injustices as a black man who's a multimillionaire living in an elite lifestyle in America is laughable. There's a guy in a trailer park right now just as poor as any person in the hood, right? Like, it's the divide between people is mainly like monetary, and the fact that people, right now there's this push to create this. It's basically they're trying to create a narrative to be not just like it is to be a perpetual victim, but the reason why is to just create like it's just another system in place to hold people down, right? It's like another thing in place to make people to divide the gap between the elites and the middle class to poor people. That's all it exists for. That's what the whole narrative is. It's like you make white people hate themselves. You create this narrative. It's gonna just allow people that are trying to gain more power to manipulate that and manipulate people into voting a certain way, to behaving a certain way. It's like, again, I'm not gonna go into too deep into it, but it's basically like to push globalist bullshit. And the
Yeah.
more you can make somebody hate themselves, the easier it is to do it. And it's not just white people; it's also black people. You know, they're conditioned to hate themselves as well. It's just done in a more subversive way.
Yeah, they have their own psychological template for
Yeah.
each racial groups based on the history and
Exactly.
culture.
Yeah.
And,
Exactly. It's a psyop. It's a psyop. That's what it is. It's the definition of a psyop.
yeah, but at least this election showed that these people they're not in control. They're learning the lesson.
Yeah.
So
Well, they're not only are they not in control, but it shows you that
Mhm.
people are still willing or still have a brain and they still can think for themselves. Because the thing about power, right? Back in the old days, you had like a Genghis Khan. It's like you do what I say or you die, right? But because we've created the society we live in today, everything has to be done in a more subversive way, right? It has to be done in a way that's like, you're trying to manipulate people into doing what you want rather than through sheer brute force. It's information warfare rather than physical warfare. Information dominance rather than physical dominance. And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing, these institutions be manipulated, and that's what they're for, right? Because like if you play video games and everything is talking about like pulling a burv, this minority group, this black that, it's gonna eventually condition people to normalize that behavior. And then when it comes time to vote, and the guys that they want to lobby into those positions so that they can make money or usurp power or whatever, then now those people will be conditioned to vote for their feelings and those issues rather than the objective facts of the country. So I know that's a mouthful, but like it really does. To me, that's how it all connects. And I think that this guy, like the way it connects to him is that he's an example of that. He's an unwitting pawn in a system that was created. He's just like a symptom of a disease that's infected like our culture.
Hmm.
right on point.
Yup.
Yep. Yeah. All right. So who's gonna say something about this exceptional human being on being sarcastic?
Well, look, I'll make things easy. Burv, why don't you talk about it? Then Apollo, Patriot, then Rolls. If you guys have anything to say
Yeah,
in
sure.
that order.
Sure.
So I don't know much about the guy. I mean, obviously, you just take one look at him and you kind of realize which side which side of the bread his is buttered on. But at the same time, I'm going to go more into the fact that the press, the games journalists have been running damage control for him and his, and the company. Basically, I believe there was a article that came out saying something like, "Look at these people who are attacking me. These people are evil and bigoted, but me and the thing that I put down on my." On my profile, that was just me being sarcastic. That was me just being like funny, man. Funny, man.
Good old
And it's like,
gaslighting.
yeah, good old gaslighting. And it's like, I think it's time
Yeah.
to stop giving these. Damn it! I almost said a bad word. These people the benefit of the doubt, and really
Say a bad word, you got to do a burp.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pull a
exactly.
Burv.
I gotta pull both.
Yeah.
I really have to start seeing like actual like some sort of legislation, some kind of like investigation into them. Because I guarantee you, if they pull Discovery on their ass, they're going to find a lot of people who have been turned down because of these very hiring practices.
Oh, yeah.
And if that ever comes out in the wash, he's finished, and Obsidian is finished with him.
Well, think about this, right? In regards to what you're saying, if you hire somebody because you need more minorities and that was your criteria, that means that you actively discriminated against somebody else who doesn't fit that specific box you need to check. So in itself, DEI is racist. Like it as inherently it's racist. If you're saying, all right, if you're saying my school, for example, right? Because this is across the board in every institution. If you say the games development, or even like with colleges, right? Like to be in this college, you need a certain grade, but there's too many Asians and white people in here, so we have to lower the score so that people that are doing worse can get into school. But at the same time, take it to have them go into school, but then have somebody who earned their way, who studied hard, worked hard. Now they're missing their opportunity on behalf of this, like, unfortunately, DI or token person they're trying to get in there. You're actively discriminating. Same with the game development. If you're saying you need less white people, crusty white people, that in itself is fucked up to say. But you're saying you need less crusty white people, but then saying, hey, minorities, call me, message me, I'm going to get you in the industry. Like that shit is illegal. That's literally an illegal thing that is people are allowed to get away with nowadays. And again, it's like it's that culture where people are okay with blatant racism, blatant hatred now because it was allowed to be normalized, right? Back in the day, I'm just gonna say this and I'll say why.
Sure.
Back in the day, if you said something to somebody, if you called somebody if you called somebody a fucking monkey or something and they retaliated against you, that was the consequence.
Yeah.
If you went to a white dude and called him a crusty white dude or whatever, that guy might have punched you in the face or shot you. That was why people respected each other, because there was always an underlying threat of violence. But with Democrats and leftists, they're trying to remove that. They're trying to remove that layer, right? Like heavy gun control, heavy speech censorship, right? And that's why people can get away with saying things like, "Oh, I don't want to hire these crusty white people. I'm minorities." You know, they're only able to say that because the culture that has been created, and that's like kind of what I'm doubling down on here. But anyway, continue. I'm sorry, I know I went on for a bit.
I want to say something to that. Democrats fucking lost. They'll never win again. 28-28. Their party's fucking dead. It's over.
You know why, Royce? Because the cream always rises to the top. Anyway, so
yeah.
So, Burv, you have more to say about the subject, or?
I do. So, yeah, as you pointed out, yeah, they've been erroneously chipping away at pillars of, societal rule and norm for a very long time. This country, in particular, is the hotbed for it. I have seen this country turn from one of the greatest countries in the world into a fucking laughingstock in the space of about 4 years. It's insanity what I have seen.
You're talking about the UK, right?
I'm talking about the United Kingdom.
Yeah, the United Kingdom is really rough with that stuff. I mean, Australia is crazy.
Bad.
Australia, like, I feel bad for Australian men right now.
We are worse. We are worse. You saw
Bobby Robinson.
You saw the model that we picked, right? Like the most beautiful.
Oh yeah. I saw. Yeah,
dude. It's just a fucking dude, just packing fucking. A fucking dick in his. I fucking hate this shit. I cannot stand this shit because it's just, it's designed to make people like me who notice crazy.
It makes you look. They want to make you look crazy. They want to convince everyone else that you're crazy for living in reality.
Yeah, exactly.
Natural-minded person is deemed crazy. So we got a representative of the Manpower Party winning a model show. Okay, great job, guys. You let a man take a woman's job. Proud of you.
You ever seen Star Trek? You guys ever seen Star Trek: The Next Generation? Remember when I don't know if you guys know, there was an episode where Picard was being tortured, and it was basically and it was like with
how
the
many
lights.
fingers?
How many fingers? And after he was being tortured for so long, he started to finally see the finger that wasn't there. And then on principle alone, he, with like his willpower, he knows it's not there. And it's like he's denying and saying, no, there's only, I think it was only 2, right? And he was trying to say there's 3 fingers or whatever, something like that. And he was being tortured. And that's like an allegory for what they're doing, right? It's like Orwellian. Like they keep on trying to beat you down, weaponize idiots online to the point where you say, fine, I'm tired of getting ganged up online. I'm tired of saying the truth. I'm just going to stay shut and buy the new thing and smile and shut up. That's what they want. And, they want 2 + 2 = 5 to show the allegiance to the tribe. And
they want compliance.
They just want compliance
across the board. And that means compliance for just about everything. And that means that compliance for watching your daughters not being able to walk the streets safely anymore. Because that's what this country is now. Women can't walk the fucking streets.
Yeah.
No, they can't. They're not going to get it. It's not a guarantee that they're going to get attacked, but the chances just skyrocketed through the roof.
Well, isn't there like there's a large amount of like illegal immigrants in the UK right now? It's actually insane.
I don't want to talk about that because right now we've got the Lib Lab ping pong crew batting the blame back and forth because now we've got someone that's come up saying, oh, well, from the Conservative Party saying, oh, well, I supported that and stuff. And then you've got Keir Starmer, the devil, literally calling her out. And I swear to God, it's literally they're passing the buck between each other. Both of them. They're in it together. I'm not insane. I'm not crazy.
And that's why every person, that's why everyone watching this podcast, right? I'm not saying to be an extremist.
Take it easy, Neozo.
Yeah, bye, Neozo.
See you, Neozo. He always comes with some good questions.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he does.
If to all the people that watch this podcast, I would say every time somebody says some dumb shit online, every person that's like, "Oh, bro, you're just mad because of this. You're a porn addict, a corn addict. You're this, you're that." Every time somebody says something like that, if you can, don't be afraid to speak up and say and call them out, because every single one of those people are a foot soldier for that agenda, and they're not even. A lot of them are unwittingly foot soldiers for it. So anyway, circling back though to this guy, it's like, yeah, that's why it's happening. And again, like, there's not much to say about it other than it's just a symptom of a greater problem going on right now.
I mean, it's just racism. It's like, what's he gonna do? Is he gonna break out? Is he gonna start measuring craniums? The fuck?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Oh my god, that
Well,
was funny.
what he's trying to be is another white savior, which is what a lot of liberals try to be.
He says he's not trying
They,
to. He says he's not trying to apply for the Gestapo.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's
It really
crazy.
is,
It's like they call themselves progressive, and what they're saying is the most racist shit that
It is.
is insanely racist. Like, you're saying, like, you're literally saying, I don't want to hire white crusty people. I'm gonna discriminate and push to hire only minorities. Like, if that's not racism, then like nothing is.
It's literally, it's like, you're hiring white people and hiding them under the floorboards, are you not?
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
what the fuck? That would be that guy.
Yeah.
That would be that guy right now. Like, if I find out you're hiring white people, instead of black people, then I'm gonna arrest you.
But you know what the other thing is that there's and this is why parenting comes into play, because the feeling, from what I understand from people I've talked to about it, because like I said, I'm a New Yorker, I've talked to a lot of like people that you would consider woke and shit over the years, right? And like the feeling is that white people have been in certain powers for certain amount of time, that they deserve everything that's happening. So when people say things like that, that tells me that if they say, hey, in 2025, black people can own white slaves, that person would say, sign me up for a few, That's the mentality these people have, is that white people deserve it, not counting the fact that your average 30-year-old and 20-year-old now never owned a slave, is not even racist, wants nothing to do with it, and yet they're being demonized as if they're the same people from 200 years ago. Mind you, the irony is that people love to pick and select history when initially slaves were sold to Europeans by other Africans. So it's kind of the first slaves in the U.S. were sold to the Europeans, were sold to them by other Africans.
Oh yes, everybody knows this. Everybody knows the Africans were the ones that started the slave trade.
And don't forget the Germans and Irish. They were taken to northern parts of Africa as slaves too. So
and even in the U.S., the Irish and German immigrants early on within this country were treated basically like slaves. They were paid so little that it was basically slavery, like literally pennies. You have these people working in coal mines and shit. So it's like, again, I'm not trying to play the victim Olympics. I'm trying to say that we live in 2024 and society is generally more fair to anyone with the willpower to make something of themselves. So I don't subscribe to that idea. You can have LeBron James sit there and be a multimillionaire. You can have Colin Kaepernick make a political statement by taking a knee. Then that shows you that the country isn't as racist as you think, because I guarantee you 200 years ago that person was getting whipped or beaten. So, that's a big difference.
I mean, he didn't realize what he was doing. He was just doing what he normally does every night, so it's fine.
Oh yeah, kneeling
down and sucking someone. Anyways, in closing, I feel like these people, like, they need like, if you want to talk authoritarian, I think someone should hold a gun to their head and make them learn history. I think that would I think this would only help at this point.
Yeah, but that requires the ability to actually learn something, right?
It would require.
But so Apollo, did you get to speak on it yet?
No, I haven't even spoken on it.
Okay, so for sure, go
ahead.
I spoke for you. It's okay.
So I got some hardcore mic drops on the guy, but I'm like, I could totally see the guy wearing the German SA police forces, just like from World War II. And I mean, all these people are doing is repeating history. Like, literally, this guy might be like, oh yeah, I'm against like, you know, neo-Nazism and this and that. I'm like, you're basically repeating what the Germans are doing, because you want to hire a one color group, one master race group in your company. Plus, in America, it's very extreme illegal to hire one certain group of people. It's
Yep.
super extreme racism right there. People be like, "Oh, well, we just hire just one certain any color you if you say like, "Oh, I want to hire only Chinese people." Like that still makes you look like a doofus on steroids. And I'm like, the guy is a complete retard, and he is in a very extreme delusional mode, because Elon and Trump is going to get in office and teach him a lesson. Like, okay, how you like that now? No more BlackRock. Basically, at the end of the day, I think BlackRock is using this guy as a puppet, you know, on the lap. So like, imagine him sitting on BlackRock's lap and using him as a puppet.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he's a mouthpiece for them.
yes.
You know what he is?
Pretty much.
He's the kind of guy that likes when the toilet paper breaks when his finger pokes through. That's the kind of guy that says that.
Yeah, like he
Well, to add on to your point, Apollo, he definitely has a hate boner for Elon. He made
Yeah,
some posts.
so-
I don't remember if it was on X or I believe he's on Blue Sky, where you know, where a bunch of pedos are actually there. So maybe he's maybe he's one of
Chasers
them.
the young.
and
Yes,
just
he
tell
looks
you
like
what
one of them, but
I tell you with that, who knows? He might be on the Epstein list. That's why he's freaking out leaving X.
he might be on the Diddy list too.
Because when the Trump campaign comes in office, they're going to expose every names off the Epstein list, and
Hmm.
he might be on the list and whatever. But like, hey, you know, I mean, that's whatever. I guess that weakens him, and he gets out of the industry,
Well,
and Elon buys out the company. That would be very base of Elon. So that's
well,
what
Yeah,
I
it
can
would be.
say with that.
all they have to do to kill this shit is just make hefty fines, like insanely high fines for these
Yeah.
practices.
Like,
Once they
yeah.
like once they make insanely high fines for doing something, like for saying things like that, or like publicly operating in that way, doing internal investigations. I mean, doing investigations, but from an outside source
And-
rather, not internally. And they start finding these people. I
Yeah.
guarantee you that shit will
And-
stop.
and
They don't
it's
even they don't even need to go after BlackRock. That
Yeah,
alone will
yeah.
change things.
It's like the
Yup.
same situation with Call of Duty Activision. If you've seen their group picture, the Activision, I watch a lot of, like, I would say Ghost of 8 on YouTube. Like, he's a funny guy. If you ever watch Ghost of 8, literally, he shows a full picture of the company hirings, and you see a filled group of females in Activision, and I would say it's the same thing with the situation with that Matt guy or whatever. Like, it's so weird, and I don't know what to say. Is this? It's so pathetic and a laughing stock. You see,
Well,
It
Yeah.
really is.
you know what it is, man. It, like, people don't understand that there's always a balance to things, right? Like, it's
Mhm.
okay. Like I'll put it this way: you can have women in certain positions. It's fine. I think the key is the balance specifically,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you can't have
Yeah.
all women make something
Mhm.
that's products that your audience is generally men and think it's gonna work out. And it's the same way you can't have 100,000. You can't have a gaggle of men, a group of a bunch of men making like Barbie products and little, you know,
Yeah.
like you need a balance. You need both
Exactly.
input. And again, like, I'm not one of those people that think like, oh, women can't do it. Like, I'm not gonna go that far. I'm just saying that you need a balance. And if you have an all-female studio making a DC superhero game, you're probably gonna have a bad game. You know,
Yeah.
like,
Yup.
so that's an
And
example.
for example, like, did you guys hear about Diddy was you poisoned Jamie Foxx? Did you hear about that?
I didn't hear about that, but that
No, I
sounds
haven't
crazy, bro.
No,
But-
for
well,
real, because Jamie Foxx was the
We'll
one who
stick for a
called the
while, too,
FBI
right?
on Diddy.
yeah, he had like I heard it was because of like the
Wow.
COVID shots or something like that.
No, it's not the COVID
Wow.
shot. It's
He had
the
like a stroke or something, right? Like something like that.
yeah, because Diddy was poisoning him because Jamie Foxx called the FBI on Diddy. That's why
Oh,
Diddy
okay.
left the country.
If that's true, that's insane.
It
But that's
is.
crazy. But what are your thoughts on this guy specifically,
is.
Rolls? Because now we're on this. So now you're
Oh,
talking.
this guy? Well, he's retarded. He's out of touch. Severe racist. and an asshole. And I don't understand why Xbox not firing his ass out.
Would you
Well,
say that
I
would you
was-
say he's not the cream that rises to the top? He's not the cream. Like he's like the grinds that fall to the bottom.
He's like
Yup,
the nog.
exactly. How the mighty have fallen. Exactly, good word.
Well, I was gonna add to what Royce was saying about how Xbox should get rid of him. Apparently, he his position is safe over at Xbox because Xbox have been denying people review codes. There's this Spanish woman I forgot on X. I believe she has a YouTube channel as well. She didn't have anything nice to say about Dragon Age Veilguard, and
I
that's
know the
one
one
of the
you're
reasons.
talking about.
Yeah, I
Yup.
think her name is
Mhm.
Natalia or Natalie or
Noon.
something.
It's like noon or something
and,
like that. It's like a
No,
username.
no. This woman exclusively speaks Spanish.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, but I believe they also denied her as well. I forgot her name.
You know what it is,
You
man?
already mentioned her name, but yeah,
Latinas and Latinos are like some of the most traditionally like they have a lot of them have traditional values. Even like ones that are like, you know, I would say like more Americanized. It's like more like masculine and feminine roles are very stringent in like Hispanic cultures. You know what I mean? So
mhm.
it makes sense, right? Like if you like honestly, like that's why a lot of Latinos voted for Trump even the first time. If you
Yup.
didn't know,
Yeah,
it's
Yup.
because
Open their eyes.
because Latinos are like they're you know, their heritage is like strong with a lot of Latinos, and because of that, you know, even if you're raised by a single mom, a Latino man would probably still be likely to want to have like a wife and kids and like a family as opposed to like someone else. You know what I mean?
And
So they're
not only
pretty
that,
base.
Japanchi, not only that, they don't like the word Latinx, which is fucking racist by white liberals made out that stupid word.
Well, listen, as a person who speaks Spanish, if you use that kind of language, gender neutral language, it falls apart completely. You literally
No.
cannot sound like if you talk using that kind of gender neutral language in Spanish, you'll sound retarded because the entire language is built around
Exactly.
feminine and masculine. Like,
Yeah, I agree with you, Japanchi. I agree with you because these people, like the white liberals, made the stupid word made up, and I'm like, what the fuck? What is that? Fucking racist.
I mean, like a sentence can sound entire like the content of a sentence can be entirely different just based on making words feminine or masculine. Like the language is literally built to be spoken that way. So if you try to change that, it's like, well, not only is it racist, but it literally just doesn't work. Like you'll sound like a person who is not a native speaker just making a bunch of mistakes in the language. That's how you'll sound.
Exactly. Also, yeah, I agree. And also, they put Filipinx. I'm like, what the fuck is Filipinx? That's
Sounds like
fucking racist.
sounds like a pill you get over there.
Oh my god, these white liberals are pissing me off with stupid words.
So but moving on. So Revenant, you were saying something. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I kind of forgot where I was at.
Oh damn, my bad, bro. I'm a pull a burf, bro.
Okay, good. Her name is Nure. Nure.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, I actually like her too. She's good. She don't give a fuck.
I never
But,
see you.
yeah,
You gotta link me, Revenant. You gotta link me.
Okay.
Every
I'll
other
link
word
you.
is a swear
I'll
word.
Yeah. For real, right? White
So
liberals
she
are
was
real,
denied, you
but,
say?
yeah, her. I think a few other people because they were negative about Dragon Age Veilguard. The woman I'm referring to, I think her name is Natalie or something like that. The Spanish woman. She actually had I think shared her direct messages from someone at Xbox, and they specifically had mentioned that she was, I think, too mean about Dragon Age Veilguard or whatever. Like, but if you want to work with us in the future, you're gonna have to change how you act or some shit like that. Have a nice day or whatever, some bullshit, you know.
So,
So
fuck.
it's the typical thing. So if you're falling in line, like say like Mr. Matty plays or people like that, who are gonna simp for these, are gonna do what they got to do to get these review codes because
Angry Joes, the act
yeah,
bands.
yeah. Act Man, Act Ma'am, all these people that are gonna play nice for their masters, while they're getting whipped, so they can just get their sweet little review codes because they just have to no matter what. They can't take a stand on anything. Um,
Yeah.
they're getting the codes. They're gonna be able to say the nice things before the game comes out, and then when the game does come out, when they eventually in unison drop their reviews around the same time and the same day, basically when it's pretty much too late, then they'll probably have some actual criticism of the game. They won't be too harsh on it. They're not going to mention the pronouns or any obvious woke bullshit that's obviously going to be in the game. But same thing will happen with Veilguard. But
Speaking of
what else
which,
I was going to say, yeah.
well, speaking of which, we don't claim Angry Joe. Angry Joe's one of the bad ones. Just saying.
He's
Yeah,
a beta.
of course, yeah. Fuck
He's
him.
a he,
Oh,
he's, he's,
true,
he's,
damn.
he's one of the bad Hispanics that lost his mind.
He's a beta.
Soiny Joe.
He's Latinx. He's Latinx.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, yeah.
Funny.
He's he voted for Kamala.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Oh, fuck that shit.
Yeah, Revenant, continue, because I always derail.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
His name's Pissed Jose. Get it right.
yeah.
Man, fuck
And Pachi,
that,
weren't you
dude.
supposed to be pulling a burb or something?
I did it already, bro. I'm Giga Chad. I did it already. I did it while I was talking.
Okay. So you. Oh.
Pissed
all right.
Jose.
Anyway.
Pissed Jose.
So. Yeah. Apparently, this not Chris Hansen. I'm sorry. Well, at least you know what? Chris Avalon, who I believe he was one of the founders at Obsidian. He had mentioned that they can probably take it up. Actually, get sued for just hiring under basically hiring under DEI.
Yes.
And he doesn't like what they're doing over there. So which I'm glad he's actually talking out about it. And what else was it? Yeah, there was also information that came out about what was that?
So he's one of the main writers for New Vegas.
Yes, and I believe he
Him
also
and, Sawyer,
he worked
I
on
believe.
he worked on Outer Worlds. A bit,
No.
I think.
No, he did not.
No? Oh, okay.
No.
Okay, I thought they brought him back for that one.
They brought him back,
Okay.
and he was going to work on Dying Light 2, but then that thing happened where those two some women Me Too'd him essentially.
Yeah.
Oh my
Isn't it
God.
always funny
Oh.
how the people that scream the loudest about the progressive stuff have done the craziest shit?
Yeah, right.
I have another term for that. The most loudest are about to lose everything.
Oh yeah, they're already losing
Mhm.
anyway. So,
He is
but
like-
yeah, apparently
I
he's a pretty piece of shit at the studio. Incorporating, ensuring that the pronouns are still there and whatnot, and it's very tribalistic there, where you have a group of people who really believe in this shit, like their far left ideologies, and then you also have people who really just want to make a good game, who don't think like that, but they don't really have any real position of power to speak up, and also they know if they do speak up, this guy's gonna
Yeah.
they're
being
pretty much
bullied,
ridicule
basically.
them. Yeah,
They're being
because he kind of has like a bully mentality going on there as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
But,
say the narrative or lose your livelihood. 2
Yeah.
plus 2
Oh.
equals 2 plus 2 equals 5, or you're not part of the tribe.
Huh.
exactly.
Here's my pronouns
but,
for them. But sorry.
Non-binary. Yeah.
No,
Um,
non-binary. That's what
Yeah,
it
that's
means.
what it is, yeah.
Non-binary.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Run the
mine
hard
for
way.
them. And so I'm definitely not going to support. I mean, the game didn't look that great anyway, to be honest.
It looked but
It looked like a bargain bin Oblivion or something.
it looks like one of those forgettable 360 games. There was a shit ton of first person shooters that were not memorable really. That looks like it
Yeah.
falls right in line with that.
Mhm.
And plus machine games involved, that's an automatic no. After
No,
I
this
gave
is
it
Obsidian.
Obsidian, sorry. Well,
It's Avowed.
Obsidian. Yeah, Avowed. Yeah, same thing, bro. Look at Obsidian's antics, I'm
Yeah.
good. I'm
So
good.
they fell off. But
Like you said,
It's
Oblivion,
bargain bin Oblivion
bargain
or
bin
Oblivion on
Oblivion.
Wish.
Yeah,
Yup.
basically. Pretty much.
Disney Plus Oblivion.
And also, like, I'm even gonna offer some criticism straight up from a gameplay perspective. That HUD is cluttered as shit. It looks terrible. Like the icon, all the
does.
icons everywhere. Like it looks like a
Yeah, I
mess, man.
hated it. It looks boring too. Like the gameplay they were showing, like it's like everything's like fucking slow, and then
We can save
I
that
don't know.
money in Kingdom Come Deliverance too. I think that
Hell
would be a
yeah,
much better
yeah,
game.
yes. That also got pushed. The release they got pushed. Not back. Further. Well, up. I'm sorry. What the hell am I saying? It got pushed up to early February, I believe.
Yup.
So, which is a good thing, and it's
So
also looking good. So,
yeah.
we can
So
we can
yeah,
move on
let's move on. Yeah, I was gonna just
to
about to say let's move on. Yeah.
yeah.
Yup.
So Vera Dark versus David Jaffe, because David Jaffe, the creator of God of War and Twisted
Hypocrite.
Metal, and
Fucking hypocrite.
I don't know what else he did. He had some flop multiplayer game on PS4 years ago that was short lived. I don't know if any of you remember it. I didn't play it, but I definitely heard of it. It was called Drawn to Death.
No, I've never heard of it.
It's the same. It's like the same thing with what's the name? Cliff Lebinsky, some shit like that. He did Lawbreakers that failed.
Chris
also failed.
Blazinski. Isn't
Whatever the
Blazinski?
fuck. Whatever. He's the idiot.
Just call him
No.
Cliffy. He loves that.
Yeah, Cliffy B.
Cliffy D. Yeah.
Cliffy
He
B.
loves that.
D. But
Isn't it Cliffy B?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah,
Continue.
Cliffy B.
I thought you said D, bro. I thought you said D.
No,
like
no.
D's.
Well, I mean that could work too. But yeah. So he was saying that what we had mentioned this before a while ago, that he blames YouTubers. I'm sorry, the grifters on YouTube, for why Dragon Age Veilguard, the Veilguard failed, and he name dropped Vera Dark, Hypnotic, Asmongold, and I think maybe one or two other people I never heard of.
Surprised he didn't mention
So
Melanie Mac.
yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe he mentioned her, but he specifically was going after Vera Dark a lot. He also went into one of her streams, which because she streams games. He donated to, obviously, you donate, and your comment gets shown on the screen, or whatever the fuck, or it's just easier to acknowledge, especially if just the chat's going on like crazy.
He's projecting his love for Vera Dark.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
This fool. I got more riz than him. A large section want to talk to me than this fool. Get out of here.
All right, so Revenant, continue.
So he's doubling down, saying because he was like saying that she's only popular because of her gender, her hair, her face, and all that. And then he doubled down, saying, well, what I said about her wasn't sexist and all that shit. And it's weird because he's like singling her out for the most part, but he was championing for women and shit like that. I remember he was like saying trying to defend, I think, Brie Larson or Miss Marvel and the female Marvel like movies and shit like that, and whatnot. And so I mean, he's really all over the place. So, but it seems like he's just trying to be gain some relevancy, which is pretty pathetic. He's talking about people like, oh, you just sit on your chair, you put on your webcam, you just talk about games. If you go to his channel and watch any of his videos,
what he does.
That's what he exactly like. He does the exact same thing. That's like me saying like, you're talking about the woke stuff going on or whatever. I'm like, that's what I'm doing too. So why the fuck? That makes no sense.
That's like, you know what that is? That's like the Twitter argument, like, don't touch grass. Like, touch grass, but then you're on Twitter too, bitch. So why are you telling other people to touch grass if you're on Twitter?
Yeah.
It's the same argument.
Same thing. Yeah.
It's
So
called out of touch with reality. Facts. Yeah, man.
Exactly.
Tired of it.
David Jaffe, you have to understand something about David Jaffe. That guy has a lot of shit to hide, because you don't make something like God of War with the content that's in God of War and then try to pull all this bullshit. He's just trying to make up for the fact that he thinks a certain way, and now he's trying to play ball and show his allegiance. Because, bro, in God of War, Kratos bangs a bunch of women. He pushed for that game to have titties. He wanted, if you play the original and you go into the theater, like the treasure mode, you can see all the models. He wanted all the Cyclopses to have dicks. Like literally, it literally says that in the game that he wanted them to have penises. He said he got away with the tits, but not the penises. Like the guy clearly is the epitome of what like you know the kind of like male gamer that was before that was just trying to make something badass and crazy, and now he's like trying to like undo. He's trying to undo that image that he has for himself. But I would
Trying to
never
wash
take him
his hands of it.
Yeah, yeah. I would never take a guy who made God of War. I like the God of War 1 and 2 and 3. I love those games, but I would never take him seriously because you're talking about all this
Those are the
woke
best
shit.
ones.
You're talking all this woke shit, and in God of War 1, you literally have Kratos like womanizing. You literally have a bunch of titties everywhere. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, to me, that alone disqualifies him. And as a game developer, honestly, I won't even give him that much credit because we all played that part at the end with Kratos with his family, where you fight the fucking hundreds of Kratos. The fact that he let that slide in the game tells me that this guy is a fucking idiot. I love that game. I love that game, but the fact that got past like people, like that you had to. The fact that got made it into the game in the state it was in tells me like the kind of developer he is. Like he's a fucking idiot. Like anyone he wants, it's like you said, Revenue. He wants relevancy. And as far as Vera Dark goes, like honestly, like I'm gonna be real. I'm not trying to hate on Vera Dark. She seems like she has like a girl next door look, but she's not really like smoking hot, man. She's really not. Like, and people like she's all right looking. Like the thing is, I think two things are true at once, right? Like somebody could like her because of her looks, but also agree with what she's saying. Because how many like leftist Twitch dots are there that these same people don't watch, right? So maybe it's a thing where like, yeah, you can say, oh, she's attractive and she has good takes. That's why I like her. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, why do people watch David Jaffe? Who's David Jaffe? A guy who made a game. So someone can
Definitely
say, "Oh, so people can say, oh, people only watch David Jaffe because he worked on the original God of War," which is true, right? So how is that a gotcha?
He has that name recognition. He's a former game developer now making videos on YouTube. People gotta check it out. Especially it's a well-known game series that did very well, like the God of War series.
You milk your leverage for free. I mean, you milk your leverage to help boost you, but that can only carry you but so far. Like I said, there's a ton of Twitch dots that are high, smoking high, right on the surface, but they're so dumb, moronic, have such bad takes that they're just hated. Like they're just not respected. No one takes them seriously. So again, and even that being said, no offense to Vera Dark, but she's not like a supermodel. Like she kind of looks like the average cute girl you would see like in the street to me. That's how I look at her. Like, at least me personally. Like. So I don't know. Like for me, if I watch her,
I'm not subscribed to her for looks.
Yeah, like for me, when I watch her, it's only because of what she has to say on the subjects. Like she's not like, and then with Melanie Mac, you have like a similar situation where it's almost a little bit of the opposite, where Melanie Mac gets away with saying dumb shit because of like her looks or whatever. So
like the shit she was saying today.
Yeah, because I don't hate, like she has good. I'm not gonna drift. I'm not gonna stand this too long. Melanie Mac has some good takes. But she also says a lot of dumb shit, like a lot of fucking dumb shit, and she gets away with it. And that's something I kind of wanted to add later to the podcast. It wasn't a subject, but I do want to talk about it because I feel like it's relevant. But staying on Vera Dark, like again, like David Jaffe saying this is completely moronic. And if you think about the stuff that he said over the past 2 years, like it's very like he said a lot of dumb shit. Like I'm surprised. Like it's actually shocking to me.
Crazy.
And also I extend this to Cory Barlog as well. Cory Barlog is another hypocrite. You look at the God of War 2 and 3 making of. You listen to what the making of those games and then listen to him now, and you'll realize that he's just a shill that's talking shit to protect his ass from criticism for what he said in the past, because he said some crazy. If you watch the making of God of War 1 and 2, he said some crazy shit in that documentary. Like
that's a bit of a heartbreak.
Me too.
Do you know what he was? Do you know what else he was responsible for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Half-Life 2.
Wow.
You know what it is, man? These guys get old. They get old and their testosterone drops, right? And when your testosterone drops, you become a little more passive. And now that he's more in touch with his emotion. By the way, I'm not shitting on older guys. Like, it happens. It's a normal phenomenon. But these guys, now they become bleeding hearts because they have a family and they care. And it's like, bro, that's the cycle of life. You need those aggressive 20-year-olds going crazy. That's the cycle of life, baby. You need that. And then when they mellow out as they get older, then they raise the next generation with a firm and kind hand, right? because they
Yep.
have the experience of being a
Mhm.
badass, but then now they have the wisdom to
Yeah.
say, all right, maybe we should like tone it back a little. And like the fact that Corey Barlog has that change, it's fine, but don't try to sit here and act like everything you said retrospectively was bad, because in the end you're just trying to protect your own ass cheeks. Because like I'm telling you, like he was, if you watch those interviews, the documentaries, he was a sweat. He was literally like a sweaty, like spiked gelled hair, 2000s,
Nerdy
testosterone,
looking guy.
ner-
Yeah.
nerdy. I want everything to
Now
be
he all
violent.
preppy looking and shit.
Everything has to be violent and sexy now. That violent and sexy, that was him back then. He was the MK devs. He was the older generation, and now he wants to play these political
Yeah.
games.
Is this
Yeah,
Jaffe we're talking
and
about?
That's what
or
most
about
of them were like.
Barlog?
I'm talking about Barlog, but it applies to Jaffe
It
as
does
well.
apply to Jaffe.
It applies to both of them.
When he was talking about the design for Kratos, and he's just like, I want big, angry, pissed off, fucking, and it was just like, he sounded
Yeah.
he sounded like he had passion.
He said in the
Action.
I'll tell you, because I was playing the game recently. It said something like, we wanted Kratos to be brutal and primal, and we wanted him to, the more armor he had, the less brutal he looked. So we stripped away the armor. Like again, these guys knew what they made, and they made it because they wanted to, and they had a change of heart. And I think David Jaffe might have a trans kid, right? Allegedly, or something like that. I don't know.
Something like that.
Something
Though,
like that.
He does.
I don't
He
know.
does stand by. He
That's
still
actually
thinks
that's
his
what I heard.
Kratos.
People are thinking that's what it has to do with.
I don't know if
thinks
that's true. I'm saying allegedly because I don't
Oh
want to
my
be friends.
God.
He still
But-
thinks his Kratos is superior to the
I
new
actually
one.
heard
Which I
about
agree
that.
with him.
Something
I
agree with.
I agree. His Kratos was
It is-
better,
it is
and
actually.
Yeah.
look, Kratos went from being 7'8" canonically to being 6'4".
Yeah.
Like this motherfucker was a
Wow.
7'8" freak, son of a god,
He's
ripping
just an
through
inch
Olympus
taller
and
than
killing.
you.
Yeah, an inch taller. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Kratos now is like nowadays is an inch taller than me, and they did it to humanize him. It's like, you don't play Kratos because you want to be humanized. You want to rip a griffin in half. Like that's why you play those games. Like anyway,
They made God of War into The Last of Us, basically.
and even then, the older God of War,
in every way.
yeah, pretty much in every way, complete with the slow ass walking. And God of War back then. Even back then, there's a disingenuous argument. I'm just gonna say this because people, I want to play devil's advocate here. People always make the disingenuous argument like the older games were just brutal, like slash fest. They had a really deep heart to the stories. He killed his own family. He became corrupt with power. Like if you actually play those games and pay attention to the story, it's much richer than people try to give it credit for.
Ancient Greece. How do you not make it rich?
Yeah. Like the new God of War. Yeah, like it's more on the surface. Like, yeah, I talk slowly. I'm sorry, my son, or whatever. But back then, he was angry. He was killing things, but he also had regret. He had moments of weakness. He had moments of pain involving his family. And even like his relationship with Athena and like that whole thing. Like it's a really cool and a much richer story than what people say.
Yeah,
So,
especially when she turns her back on him.
yeah, she turns her back on it, and you find out that she became corrupt. Just like, I'm not going to go into the plot about the game, but like, point is the point is, God of War 2018 didn't suddenly make Kratos deep. Kratos always had depth to him, and people just want to play. They want to play what's the word? There's a word
Mental
for it.
gymnastics.
They want to play mental gymnastics about it and act like Kratos was never deep until now. It's like, get the fuck out of here. Play those games again. Pay attention.
Yeah, you know what the other thing is? It's like, okay, so you biophysically changed your biophysical makeup has changed due to age, and you feel some kind of regret for your past transactions, or how you deem it as something wrong, that the stuff you've done in the past. But what that comes off as, he doesn't want to own up, he doesn't want to take responsibility. He knows what he did, and he feels regret. Just own up and accept what you did and move on, and stop trying to shame people for feeling a certain way about something. You can't just go and have a different opinion about your whole perspective of existence, and all of a sudden put down the people that liked what you made. That's treachery in a way, because you presented the work, you took them on the journey, and then all of a sudden you're trying to shame the collective. And what's the other thing is,
Like virtue
Um,
signaling. That's what it is. Virtue signaling.
no, the other thing about him with especially targeting Vera. I think he really wants to sniff her hair.
He probably has a crush on her.
Fucking
Yeah,
freak.
that guy. He just. It's like, why did you think that we weren't going to see the signs, like, oh, talk about the hair and the face and stuff like that, and you want to slip in her DMs?
Slipper DMs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
what's up?
Probably,
Yeah,
yeah.
what's up? I'll be your Kratos. All right, what's up? How you
You know
doing,
what it
girl?
is? I think the subtext is because even though it's not a spoken thing, it's not a spoken dialogue that he says, but the subtext is that he's like ashamed of the gamers that were cultivated, like the gamers that were attracted to his work are the kind of same gamers that he's criticizing now. It's the same thing. It's basically the same people. Like, so I think that even though that's not ever, I don't think he's ever like verbally said this, but that's really what it is. It's like the people that were playing those games in the past represent the kind of person that love those games, like the older generations. They represent the kind of person that he's ashamed of being or ashamed to be associated with because of how far he's been indoctrinated by California. So that's what it is. Like, it's like he doesn't want to be associated with those people. He wants to play the good person. And in the end of the day, man, you made a game that attracted a certain kind of person. It was logical. It was supposed to be fun and entertaining and over the top and made for adults. Another key word is an adult game made for adults. And he just can't handle that. Like, he's like, I'm a left. He's basically, to long story short, he's like, I'm a leftist now. So now I have to take the approved stance, and the approved stance is in stark contrast to everything I've done in my entire career as a developer.
Yeah, he can have, like I said, he can have these new opinions about himself, but don't go and tell your customers that they're villains for feeling the way they felt. You tapped into those kind of feelings and gave them a moment of escape, and you told them, don't worry, your bad day is over when you turn on that PlayStation and play my game. And now all of a sudden he does this. Like I said, he can have these new feelings if he wants, but don't go and do that to your customers. That's not right. Come on now.
Yeah.
That's not right.
So next, let Apollo Patriot, why don't you give your thoughts, and then Burv, and then Rolls, you give your thoughts last, and then we'll move on from the subject. So everyone just try to remember that order, and say your piece.
So, wait, am I next? Oh, okay. Well,
Too slow. Okay, my turn.
okay. I mean, people are pathetic, like the Matt guy. Like, I mean, he's jealous that he doesn't even have a wife that looks like Vara Dark. I'm just saying, like, I think
Oh my god.
I think.
Oh my god.
I feel like behind the scenes, I feel like he straight up tells his wife,
Ouch.
I want you to get an orange wig and glasses and buy like balloon ball from Walmart and put it in your shirt and act like Vardark. There you go. I mean, the guy is a beta male, so I don't know. Like, he's a moron. So yeah, like that's what I really think. So.
Oh my god.
Yep, that's all I can say. So that's.
He's like when we're done, I want you to say, that's all we had time for today. No. He bought her a black turtleneck for Christmas. Burv, so
He's
go
like,
ahead. Why don't you give your
whisper in my ear? Time will tell.
There's not a genuine. There's not a single genuine bone in his like truthful bone in his body. He lives off of basically he pretends to be like this, I'm such a humble person. I have all these flaws, but I'm trying, guys. It sprinkles in little nuggets of self-deprecation, and then like he tries to come off like, but I'm like you, I'm like you guys, okay, but I mean, I'm not that kind of guy, and he talks like that, talks like in circles almost.
I'm like one of you, fellow kids, but also
yeah.
eat your vegetables, but
Yeah,
also do your
it's like-
homework.
It's like, how do you do, fellow kids? You
Yeah,
know,
how do you do, fellow kid? Exactly.
it's
Oh my ass.
it's basically that. But when you really get down to it, when you really sort of when the dust settles and you clear all the bullshit away, you'll find that really what he's saying is, I don't like the grifters that you people subscribe to. Please, I prefer the ones that I used to subscribe to. I prefer the ones that I used to listen to. Okay, that's
Rolls. Can you mute your mic?
It's not my mic. It's a stupid radio. All right.
Just mute it because it's bleeding through the thing. Yeah, thanks, bro.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you.
What was Burf saying? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, when else settled is basically he's angry that people are listening to quote unquote grifters that he doesn't agree with, but he was perfectly fine when you were listening to the people he did agree with.
Yeah, of course.
That's what bugs me.
Facts.
It's like, and when I say the people that he agrees with, I'm talking about the journalists. I'm talking about, obviously devs that he wants to be close with. He wants to be in that inner circle. They won't let him, of course. They hate his guts. They've never liked him. This is why I don't understand his current thought process. He's never been. Yeah, he's never been liked. He's always been a problem, right? Like they've always tried to turf him out in some way, shape, or form. Otherwise, he'd be on every project under the sun because he totes the right, totes the right talking points. You'd think he'd be a lot more involved with different projects, but like they don't want anything to do with him. Probably because he did something at some point. Maybe he said something, in the heat of the moment. Like, he's a bit of a hothead, isn't he? Let's be honest. He kind of has a bit of a temper on him at times, and I think maybe he said something to one of them. And he got carted out, let's just say like all the doors of opportunity, they all closed for him simultaneously.
Rocky reputation, and now he's trying to do right by it.
Yeah, exactly. And he thinks that he can use this vector of grifters to either get back in with these people in their good books, or he can get in with maybe some like-minded people who are still thinking that way. But the truth is, and this goes out to Mr. Jaffe, he'll never hear this, but the truth is, this shit's passed you way by. It's passed you way by. It's passed us way by. It's in a completely different place now. Even us on the podcast, the reason we're talking about it is we're still trying to catch up with it as well. And that's my thoughts on it.
Well, my thoughts with this God of War creator needs to shut up, leave Vara Dark alone. And I'm going to tell your wife you're cheating on her, what you're doing. And second, first of all, he needs to grow the fuck up and smell reality and stop attacking customers who support you for all these years. And all of a sudden now you want to go attack YouTubers for spilling out the truth? Give me a fucking break. Grow the fuck up. Get your big boy pants on and smell reality. People don't want to hear your bullshit.
Got some big pants.
Yeah, put a big boy pants on.
Yeah.
Shit, I can't stand that motherfucker,
put a belt on,
David. Yeah, and I talk to women who are sexy and hot. They like me over this David motherfucker. I'm the Riz God. He has no Riz.
Exactly.
Get the fuck out of here.
Where's his Riz at?
Exactly. I talk to two beautiful girls. They hug me all day. That's nothing.
I'm glad that his career is back on track though, because he's playing Steve, right?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Remlin.
What I think why he's doing this, why he's lashing out, is because he's saying that he looks at like, hey, I'm a former game developer. You should listen to me, not these other people who are, regular, everyday people who are just making YouTube videos. He thinks he's superior, like many other developers, whether they're still developing games or if they're, retired or moved on to something else. or even the journalists. They think they're superior based off of their status alone. That they feel like people like say like a Vera Dark or Asmongold or whoever else, they're like beneath them, and that they take great offense that there's people like us or whoever else that we listen to what they have to say and we agree with what they have to say. And
Right.
that bothers him. People like David Jaffe, it bothers him and others greatly because they look at it as we should be listening to them and taking like their advice or subscribing to well, not really like literally subscribing, but in some cases, yeah, like David Jaffe's like subscribe to whatever they are telling people in the public because they have like like a massive ego where it's like, oh well, I was a game developer, I'm a game journalist, I'm this person, you should listen to me no matter what dumb shit I say, no matter what, uh, no matter how crazy I act, how unhinged I behave online, like fucking what's her name, the dumb bitch, Alyssa McConte, like she's
You mean Alyssa
she probably
McConte
looks just
broke
like
bitch?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, where they look,
Mhm.
or she looks. Hold on, I think Jim Potts is back. Hold on.
Let me throw this one last thing at you. Right. So you're David Jaffe, right?
Oh, no,
And you have to make noise. You have to get the attention of guys like Asmongold. Yeah, it's gonna eat you. It's gonna eat you away inside. That you have to get guys like Asmongold, for you to have any kind of notoriety to pay attention to you.
Exactly. And I agree with you for once, man. Like, the creator of God of War needs to shut up, smell reality, stop disrespecting the fans that you made the games for them, and all of a sudden you go attack them for what? For having their own opinions, their own brain? Give me a fucking break, man. Am I right or what?
No, you're right.
Amen.
Exactly.
Shit. Tired of this
Melina
shit.
Chum, what's up?
Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
Doing good. Doing good.
Hey, Don.
You have anything to say about with the David Jaffe and Vera Dark situation?
Already did.
I just find it weird. Because it kind of like David Jaffe and the Avowed developer. What is he? He's the lead developer, right? The one that made it.
Oh no,
You mean the one he created God of
Hello.
War, right?
he's the art director.
Oh, okay.
No,
Can y'all
Matt
hear
Hansen
me?
from
Yeah.
Obsidian. He's the art director. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, the art director and David Jaffe tie in together. How I just find it fascinating yet weird. It's very weird at the same time that the most racist, misogynistic, like offensive people, like they don't they're like the last people to know or just in huge denial of them being racist and misogynistic to the highest degree, or just like being a hateful person in general. It's like they're so offensive, but then they serve it with a smile. And then they act all oblivious and denial, like, oh no, that's not, because they're trying so hard to be inclusive and open minded, but they're really not. Because I know I've said this before where um the liberal side is like too extreme to the point where they're no different than the people that they go against so hard every single day. Like you guys are the conservatives. Y'all became the very thing that you hate or are against so much. And it's just really weird. Because it gives me cultish behavior. Like it just sounds like they're in a cult. Like they just do it with a smile on their face, and they have this like nice, sincere tone in their voice. But yet their delivery, like when you pay attention to what they're saying, they are ever so offensive, and they think that they're doing the right thing or they're doing this great big thing. Like you shouldn't have to tear down yourself and people that look like you in order to uplift someone else. Like being inclusive is everyone gets along, everyone can share the same space. But no, I have to go sit in the corner so that you can be center focused on the stage in that within that same room. And it's really it's not it's annoying, it's disrespectful, and it's very offensive, it's racist, misogynistic, whatever that it is. The things that they call us for is what they are. And then when we call it out, oh, we're all these names in the book. Like every single day, there's this new Urban Dictionary name that means the same thing from like the first original generation of a word and or name, and it's like I don't know when it's gonna end. Like, but I know with talking about it, it is ruffling their feathers. It does have them clutching their pearls because you got David Jaffe who is, you know, basically in the same boat with Neil Druckmann and Ed Boon, where these once great developers that created
Yep.
amazing games that in today by today's standards totally is the polar opposite and fought, you know, pretty much rival against the whole, you know, woke agenda. And then now they became and are a part of the shit show, and it's just really 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 disappointing. Like it's like if they got infiltrated, it's like anyone can get infiltrated. Like it's terrifying because these are the big name brand. Like when you think of the most raunchy, the like the more raunchy, goriest, vulgar games, you think of Mortal Kombat, God of War, Suda 51 games. Like you think of
Yeah.
all these games, and
Gears of
then those
War.
are yes, Gears of War, GTA, and now the tables have turned to where they become soft and woke, and it's so disappointing. It's not like these are new titles, you know. No, these been around for generations, what we grew up with, and then now that we're in our older years, like in our adult years, it's just like it's so back asswards, and it's so and it's for the worse. It's
It
not
is.
making it greater. It's not making it great at all. And then now,
Nope.
at one point, these developers used to listen to us. They used to listen to our constructive, I put emphasis on constructive criticism. And now our constructive criticism is now, oh, you're a hater. You're being hateful. All this is hate speech. You know, it's just like, oh, you're not being inclusive. Oh, you're the bigot. You're the racist. You're the chuds and all these stupid ass names. Like you're the you're misogynist. You're a woman hater and this and that. And it's ridiculous. Like, but we know
They're
what's
just saying
best for these
whatever they
games.
can
We
say
grew up with them.
Yeah.
they're
It's
saying
what
whatever they
made the
can
sequels better.
that they can get to stick.
What was that? I'm sorry. I think I had ran into what you said, Revenant.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying that. No, I was agreeing with you because like they'll call you whatever you. Was it delay?
Yeah, I
No, I
agree
was
with
gonna
her
say that
opinion. She
they'll
has a
say whatever they
point.
can that'll stick, and
But that's the thing. It doesn't stick. Like
well, Jim,
I don't take what they say
yeah, it
seriously
doesn't.
because
They wanted to.
it's just a bunch of childish babble talk. Like it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt my feelings. It doesn't. That's why they have to go to great lengths to shut us up by doxing us, find out where we live, try to ruin our reputations, you know, bring the mob, you know, with their pitchforks
Yeah.
and their torches. And it's like that's all they can do, because other than that, what they spew isn't constructive. There's nothing intellectual about it that you can gain from it. No, it's just a bunch of if you just close your eyes, or if they didn't have like a mature woman's voice or a mature man's voice, you would think it's their children. They're adult man babies or woman babies spewing the real ones that are spewing the hatred, and they're just spreading it. And then, you know, and that's supposed to be the way of life now. That's how this is it's the new norm, like pushing this as a good thing when it's really bad. That's what I'm saying. Like they're serving all this hateful rhetorics and agendas and narratives with a smile on their face, and then at the same time still insulting people wrongfully insulting people, but they're doing all this stuff with a smile on their face, and it's like it gives. I don't know about y'all, but it's like cultish to me. And then like the ones that are, well, you addressed them earlier.
It
The
is. That's what
ones
it
that
is.
are like,
Yup.
just shut up and take it. What's the point of talking about it? There is a point to talking about it, because now a lot of people are coming together. There are more people speaking out about this, coming together, making discussions. More people that are seeing it for themselves, opening their eyes to where it's pushing them in the corner now instead of us. And now, with us keeping our money in our wallets and speaking out against the BS, it's ruffling their feathers. It's bothering them. It clearly is, because that's why David Jaffe is speaking out. That's why Alyssa McConte is speaking out, because they're bothered, clearly. Because if we never said anything, if we were silent, then it gives them, it emboldens them to keep doing what they're doing. They're not going to say, they're not going to be, they're winning. So if you say something and you give them the pushback that they have gave us, then now they're bothered. Now they got to go, expose themselves, because we don't really have to do anything. We say what we say, and it bothers. You could say something like so little, and with little word, like less words, and that will still bother them. They have all this to say about you, and it's like you're bothered, you're triggered, you mad, you're mad because you don't want us to say anything. You want to feed us this bull crap, and you expect us to take, and you want us to spend our hard-earned money. Times are already hard enough as is, and you want us to accept this crap for the sake of. And the thing is, y'all don't even really believe in what y'all push anyway. That's another thing that bothers me, is that they're such hypocrites, because they don't even believe in what they push. It's all for the sake of money, for clout, to be seen as, oh, this great, wonderful person. Oh, Spider-Man 2 and all the developers behind it, they're so inclusive, and this is and that, they're for everyone. And they're really not. They're not for you. They're for the money. They're for the green. And until a lot of these, the ones that are closed-minded, but they're not, because I've said this also before too, that if you're too far gone, our words are not going to reach you. You're stuck where you at. You're going to think the way you think, and we're going to think the way we think. Let's just respectfully agree to disagree. But you stay your ass over there, and we're going to stay right here. Don't come over here and try to infiltrate and try to push onto us, because you don't see us doing that to you. So let's just keep it respectful, and keep it as is, because there's no point. But y'all not going to sit here and push these agendas onto us, knowing that a lot of us have brains, and we see and we realize this, and we call y'all out for it, and then y'all get in y'all feelings. But y'all want to call us the mad ones. Y'all want to call us triggered and bothered. No, we're not triggered at all. We're going about this intellectually. We're going about this civilized, unlike them, because we don't have to find out where you guys live and your families and dox you and stop your bags. We don't have to do all that. You guys have to do that, because you have nothing to provide when it comes to these discussions. Y'all just, push this stuff out there, and you expect us to take it, and we can't say anything at all. How dare we speak up against it? And we came from a time where games were great, and we want that back. And we shouldn't be hated on. We shouldn't be discriminated against for that, because the stuff that y'all push, not only do you not believe in it, it's garbage anyway. You can't even do it right. You can't write good stories. You can't write you can't write good characters. If anything, you have to take already known titles and characters and warp them into your image, because you can't stand on your own two legs. You can't. So that's why you guys have to do what you have to do. And we're sick of it. So it's just disgusting to me how these once great developers have fell so far from grace. Like, it's just so we're a lot of celebrities, and though I don't idolize celebrities, but at least like a lot of good actors and actresses that, I've been a big fan of their work, their art. And same thing with voice actors and actresses, and people that I guess like on YouTube, and then they just turn out to be grifters. Like they're all just grifters. again, because they don't even believe in what they don't practice what they preach. They don't. So, and y'all are very judgmental. You know, like a lot of y'all are huge hypocrites because y'all used to be about their life, like what Jinpachi said earlier, how David Jaffe has a lot of stuff to hide in his closet. Because, dude, how can you sit here and talk about, oh, you know, you are pretty much like a liberal now, like you're for inclusion and stuff like that, but, or, you know, like a lefty, but then all we have to do is look back at your history, the games that you used to create. What are you talking about? And it's just like, I feel like you have a lot you have a lot of stuff to hide, and that's why y'all be the biggest hypocrites, and y'all have the most filled, like packed to the brim closets of stuff, you know, of secrets. You know, it's now it's funny to me. It's not funny, but it's funny because y'all act like, you know, no one can easily look this stuff up or look back at what you used to create. And now you become this softy, and then you're talking about Vera Dark being, you know, the only reason you got to where you at because of your hair and your looks. And it's like, what? Why does it have to, that's misogynistic. Isn't that what you are supposedly now speaking against? You know, or I'm sorry, being inclusive about, you know, like women. That what you just said right there is misogynistic. What about her crafts? You know, what she speaks about, you know, because, you know, women have to work twice as hard to be seen as to be seen respectable in certain which rooms with men. So it shouldn't have to take for her looks to be seen of a certain stature. She could just have good work ethic, but you're not valuing that. You want to talk about her looks, which completely contradicts what you are now speaking about or on the team of. It's just stupid. I know I said a lot, but like I've seen the Vara Dark versus David Jaffe and the Avowed art director, and it's just like, even with him, like you're a weirdo, because why you have to hate your own people, like, and be so boldly to speak about it in public just to uplift black people. Like, that's racist. That's racist. I don't want to work for you. You're a weirdo. And it's just weird. Like, why can't both black and white people coexist with each other, along with Asians, Hispanics, you know, everyone? Why can't everyone just kind of share the same space? Why you have to tear yourself down and your own people? Or why do I have to tear myself down and my people just to uplift another? That makes no sense. And it's disrespectful too, because I don't want no fucking handout. I want to earn, you know, I work hard for what I want. You know, I want it to be earned. I don't want it to be given to me, because I feel like I didn't work hard for it. It feels like it's shallow. You know, it doesn't feel really earned. It just felt like it feels pity. I don't want a handout out of pity. Oh, here you know, you black. I don't want to. ER, the hard ER. You know, here, so you can work with my company and I pay you. And even though I don't know about you, I don't even care about your background. You know, whether you went to school or not to be on my art team. Here, take this handout. You stupid little, you know, ER, and be grateful, be happy. You know, that's how I take it. That's how I see it. And that's pretty much how they're doing it without actually saying those words. They're not going to say it. I'm going to say it, because that's exactly what it is. So they both can be dismissed. Y'all are trash. Y'all are terrible. Y'all are a disgrace to your people and just humans in general, because you shouldn't have to do that. That's just weird behavior. So yeah. Don't kiss my ass at all. But sorry about that.
Well said.
No, I don't want to cut you off. What you're saying was 100% facts, and now the tides have been turning against these people. The pendulum is swinging back against them. They're learning the hard way, because the majority of the country are sick and tired of shit. Sick and tired of DEI, all this shit. It needs to fucking stop before it gets worse, you know?
Yeah. It has gotten worse, because like I said, like even the big name machos of gaming, they have the most vulgar games have been infiltrated so bad. And the thing is, when they're speaking, when I listen to them, it doesn't sound genuine. It sounds like they're brainwashed. It sounds like they're cult members, and it's just weird. I don't know if you guys see it that way, but I do. Like, it doesn't sound genuine. Like they're behind the cameras, or they're in these interviews with a mic in their hand and they're smiling and they have this like this unsettling, sincere, but it's really not voice or tone. And then they're spewing all of this trash, this garbage. And it's like they're serving shit with a smile on their face. And it's just like they don't sound genuine. It's like, again, like they don't really believe in what they preach or what they fight for, which is supposedly for everyone. Like it doesn't sound like that at all. Like when I listen to us, we come from a place of passion, sincerity, you know, like, and actually you can feel the emotion of us being upset, like, and frustration with how the like gaming is. And even outside of gaming, how they're just pushing everything into TV shows and commercials and stuff like that. And like I can feel and because I'm an empath, so I can feel and pick up on things, and I'm very observant, so I can tell when someone's being fake. Like I have a fake detector, so I can tell when people are actually genuine and fake. And it's like when I listen to them, they sound so fake, and I don't know. I don't know if
They
you
really
guys
do.
pick that up, but I sure do. And it's like y'all don't even believe in what y'all say. So that's why I don't take them seriously. That's why whatever they say, whatever they spew, it'll just go through one ear out the other. Because y'all don't really mean it. Y'all just butthurt, and you cannot like you can ask them a straightforward, simple question, and they will not give you an answer. They're gonna tiptoe around it, and really that it'll either be a yes or a no, but they have to tiptoe around it and then try to deviate or divert the subject because they don't want to answer it because they know they have nothing to give. So it's like and that's why you cannot have a discussion with them. You can't. We have
You know
to be in
why?
our spaces and speak, and they have to be in their spaces and speak. We cannot coexist with each other. They're going to be stuck in their ways, and we have our ways. That's it. So
Yeah, and I agree with you because they listen to, I don't know, AOC's talking point. They sound like a fucking radical Democrat talking point. I'm fucking tired. These Democrats don't realize they lost, and these gamers are so radical. The woke people are so radical, don't understand what they're doing is stupid. Am I right?
Yeah, sure.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
they're all
ridiculous.
you know,
Here's your breadcrumb
whether
colored
it's
person.
game developers, journalists, or even consumers. They're all certain groups of consumers are all like radical. They have the same thought process. That's why they basically say the same thing. They might as well all of them share the same cue cards with each other.
I do find it
yeah.
fascinating.
Royce, I'm gonna switch you out for Jinpachi because he came back. So Royce, I'm gonna switch you
Oh,
and
Okay.
I'll bring you back on when I'll swap you for someone else when so you can give your
All
thoughts
right.
on GTA because that's the next topic we're gonna get into.
Yeah, I'll give you my thoughts soon. Okay. I'm gonna go eat lunch and get ready for work in 3
All
hours.
right.
You know. Talk to you later, guys. Peace.
Bye,
no
Royce.
All right,
outro.
cool.
Bye.
Oh,
Hell, hell.
it's
But yeah,
if someone
the
wants to
separation
maybe
of
go next,
discourse,
or
the separation of discourse isn't it's not something that happened by accident. It's been purposefully created. They don't want both sides of the political aisle to discuss anything with each other. It keeps us at each other's throats, and it keeps us away from going
them.
from them, from the money,
divide and
from the
conquer.
people that would want to consolidate power. It's as simple as.
Well,
It's
remember,
happening everywhere.
people that are capable will bring up people that are not doing as well if they work together. If they're divided, it solidifies
Yeah,
people in the positions that they're in.
I've said this many times, but Occupy Wall Street. You go back and learn about it because that's where it all started.
Well, think about it. If you look at all the divisiveness going on, if people were not being so politically divided, you could have people that are sorry about that. You could have people that are better off teaching teaching other people. But if they hate each other for like race and all kinds of other shit, it's like there'll never be enough unity to bring each
Yeah.
other up.
I mean, a bunch of people came together because the bank, because this was like around about the times, the massive recession happened with the banks. Everyone came together because they were fucking fed up, and they finally they wanted to focus their attention on the money people. Suddenly, suddenly this new phenomenon comes out of nowhere called the progressive stack. Coincidence? I don't think so.
Probably not, man. Probably not. And yeah, man, you're right.
Which
Right.
tore the whole movement apart, I might add.
Yeah, man. And that's why actually you're seeing that now with like the whole Trump thing. The Trump thing was
Yeah.
it was a clear, it's actually a similar thing, a similar situation where people were so tired of everything costing more, their money being sent overseas, you
Yep.
know, violent immigrants, all kinds of shit happening in this country, that even people that aren't on the left voted for Trump and became right wing because of the situation. It pushed them to a point where they couldn't take it anymore.
I mean,
So
look what's happening in Europe. Government one after the other. Major governments are folding.
well, like think about it this way: Trump won the majority vote, and he won the electoral college, right? So he won by a
Yeah.
landslide, and you know, because of that, when you look at that from from a you know an eagle eye, it kind of shows that you know they're the minority. The people screaming on Twitter, the people pushing all this, they're just a minority that have more
No.
influence in the greater scheme of things,
Yeah.
proportionally to them, you know,
People
to what they are.
care more about eating and feeding their family than they do the progressive stack.
Look,
And it is just the progressive stack. It's just a different name now.
yeah, exactly. Because remember, think about it. You know, you can say, "Oh, I'm pro this, I'm pro that," but when milk costs $10, I'm exaggerating.
Yeah.
But like when eggs cost $8 and shit like that, people are gonna be like, "Wait a minute, I gotta eat." And eating your right to be trans is worth less than my need to eat.
Yeah, it really is. It's all about selfishness, but man, it's the good type of selfishness, you know?
Yeah, because I saw a meme about that. It was hilarious. It wasn't even a meme. It was a real conversation between two people. I was kind of like lurking, and I just was looking at the thread, and somebody said, "Wait, so you're telling me that my trans rights are worth less than your cost of gas?" And the person said, "Yes." And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. That's what it is." So
I mean, that's basically all that goes is my trans rights are less than your need for gas. Yeah, who the fuck are you? I don't even know who you are.
exactly, you know, and that's what it is. And people have really come around, and I just think that you know, there's this illusion that a greater amount of people are actually pro all the BS happening right now than there actually are. I think it's like, you know, people always make the, I mean, it's a whole trope, the loud vocal minority, but I think it's really true. I think that it's just it's a small group of people that have disproportionate amount of power within like media, entertainment, gaming, and they're loud. And it makes it seem like there's actually a bigger, you know, a bigger
Audience
counter
for it, I
audience, yeah, like a
guess.
bigger
Yeah.
audience, a bigger counter, you know, a bigger counter to like, you know, what people actually want than there actually is.
Yeah, but like when you get like a Reagan-esque majority, like there's no way to read that any other way, is there really?
Yeah, it is what it is, because again, people think a conspiracy, like people when people think conspiracies, they think, oh, everything is rigged, everything is like whatever. Honestly, man, you don't have to look that deep into it. Everything is like right in your face. It's
Yeah.
literally right in your face. And again, it's like they can gaslight, but in the end of the day, the fact that Trump still won, I'm using it as an example, kind of shows you that they don't have as much power as they want you to believe they do.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to go back to him, but you know, Andreas, I can understand in some ways why he is as black pilled as he is. Living in Europe is not a good. It's not a good time to live in Europe.
Oh yeah, I know, bro. I keep up. I keep up with these things. It's
Yeah,
crazy over there.
It's pathetic what's going on in Germany. They put their political female into a prison for exposing the bad extreme stuff that's going on with innocent women on streets by
Oh
illegal
yeah.
they're
Oh yeah.
doing to them, and she's in
Mhm.
prison
Yeah,
because of that,
it's pretty fucked
exposing.
up in Germany.
Yeah, that's
In
one.
Germany and in Holland, in Holland, Norway, Sweden, they're all having, you know, problems
yeah,
because of this. Because again, you know, like I'm not gonna. I know we're talking about gaming, but the other thing too is, man, you look at like you have to defend your borders and you have to defend your culture, right? Like
yeah.
that actually
Gaming's a part of that.
ties into what we were talking about earlier, where you know all the racial divide and shit like that. It's because they want people to throw away logic and say, wait a minute, maybe I am, you know, overprivileged, maybe whatever. It's like they have no pride in themselves and their culture and who they are as like a Norwegian, as a German. because they've been conditioned to believe if they think a certain way that they're inherently racist or whatever. Like I'll put an example, right? There was a fighter named Cain Velasquez. I really like the fighter. I think he's pretty cool, right? But
Yeah.
it's not the point. He had a tattoo on his chest that said Brown Pride, right?
Yeah.
Now let me ask you a question. If he was a fighter with a tattoo on his chest that said White Pride, what do you think would happen to him?
He'd probably get put in prison, especially in this fucking country.
He'll be
put in
hunted.
prison. He'll be
He'll
prison, be in prison, and be hunted. But think about it. Like again, nothing against.
Mhm.
It's not a thing where you're against other cultures, right? But why is it bad for? Why is it okay for one group to say, "Hey, I have brown pride," but the other one to why is it bad for them to say, "I have white pride"? You get what I'm saying? Even if that person is not racist, they could be proud to be German, proud to be Irish, or whatever the fuck it is. But why is it that if they just say the word white pride, it makes people lose their shit? That's because as collective, like even us when we hear it, we're like, oh, that sounds kind of crazy, but it's because we've been conditioned to look at something like that as something negative. That if you think that way, that means you hate other people, when that person could just be proud to be German or Irish or whatever. I think having a tattoo on your body like that is stupid, period.
Yeah.
But I'm just using that as an example of like how even us as these people on this panel are somewhat conditioned to look at that as something really ugly. You get what I'm saying? Even though when you see a brown pride tattoo on someone's chest, you don't think twice about it. That shows that
Well,
even we are affected by it.
Yeah,
it's funny when they talk about like the neo-Nazis, the skinheads in this country.
Yeah.
It's like motherfucker, those guys haven't been seen since the early 90s.
Yeah.
Hell,
and how many people does that really represent? Like how many people are actually racist to the point where they're fucking neo-Nazi? Like come on. It's so disingenuous.
The whole movement
Really
just fucking collapsed. It was snuffed out because nobody wanted it around.
Yeah.
For good reason.
Yeah, that's honestly the neo-Nazi shit is just as dumb as the DEI stuff, because they're actually the same vein of thought process. Like they're both fucking stupid. Like in reality, people have their preferences and they have the things they like and they don't like. They have the things they're attracted to and not attracted to. And then there's good people and bad people. You know, I live in New York City. There's a ton of fucking everyone, like Slavic people, like Hispanic people, Asian people, and I'll tell you what,
it's very diverse.
Very diverse, and an asshole doesn't come with a race or a color.
Oh yeah,
I'm serious. Some people, like, it doesn't matter. I've met assholes of all races, and I've met nice people of all races, and it just comes down to the people themselves. But the reason why I brought up the race stuff is because it just kind of illustrates like where we're at now and how like people think, and like the brainwashing that has happened, where even people that are against the woke shit are conditioned to think a certain. That was my whole point with that. They're conditioned to think a certain way and don't even realize it, right? It's like I said, we all hear white pride, you immediately go to the most negative thing you can think of, right? You hear brown pride, and your brain doesn't jump to those conclusions. Why is that? It's because that's what they wanted you to think. That's how they want you to believe.
You've been programmed. You've been programmed over 30, maybe 40 years worth of programming.
Exactly. And I'm not condoning I'm not saying like, oh, be a fucking neo-Nazi. For the record, I'm not saying that shit is good at all. It's fucking terrible. I'm just saying that like it's funny that like white pride, you think neo-Nazi, brown pride, you think, oh, poor minority who's rising through struggles. It's like that's a crazy thing to the conclusion to immediately jump to based on a word that you hear for half a second.
I don't have a problem with family heritage pride. Like you say, like I have Russian Belarus heritage. I'm proud of that pride like that. You know what I mean? Like, but if you're straight up saying about skin color, like, yeah, you sound like a skinhead. Like,
yeah, of course.
Like, yeah, I get that. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, but think about it. If you hear brown pride, you don't think of a skinhead, even though it's the same dumbass mentality.
Yeah,
it's the same dumbass shit. You're proud because your skin is brown.
Pretty much,
It's equally racist.
Oh man, yeah.
And and I just kind of wish that people would understand that, like, it's okay for people to have pride in their heritage, right? Like, think about the heritages of Russia, Germany, Latinos, Puerto Ricans. Like, it's okay to be proud of your people and your culture. And like the fact that it's become dogmatic to be proud of being like German, Dutch, and all this shit. But you can say Viva la Raza on TV and everything's all good is crazy to me. One is good, the other isn't. I find that very egregious. And again, it trickles down to entertainment, because then in entertainment, all that stuff, entertainment just reinforces all that stuff that we were talking about, that programs. and what we're seeing now is just a trickle down of that.
Well, look at all the music. They're just mumble rap and saying the
Yeah.
N word. Does it mumble rap N word? And it's
odd.
like, oh, by the way, you
That's
can't
it.
say
All it
this
is
stuff on
dumbing down
YouTube because you'll
society.
be in trouble. Okay, so why can these twats say it? Oh, well, they created it and they're
Right.
part of a music
Look at
a
Eminem.
music label.
Look at Eminem. He says the N word. I would say. I don't know, but I think he says it multiple times, and
He
has
definitely says it privately with his friends. I'm sure he
Yeah.
does.
Oh,
Yeah.
he does.
He does.
Him and his twat friends probably say it. He's a twat. He's got twat friends.
Yeah. That's another guy who changed his changed himself due to him getting
Even
older
worse.
and of course wanting to play ball with people, with the correct people, so that way he doesn't become ostracized.
You know
And
what
then
else though, bro?
He got caught out anyway, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. That's what I was gonna mention.
yeah, he
he
did.
He said a lot of crazy shit in the past, and now he's just trying to like make up, save face for it.
He got caught out
Yeah.
recently for something he did, like in his new album or something. There's something he said that people didn't like, so he can't escape it. Doesn't matter how much he placates.
You can't. It's cannibalism, right? If you say one thing,
Yeah.
if you say one thing that they don't like, look at what's her name, J.K. Rowling. She said one thing they
JK?
didn't like,
Yeah.
and that undid all the woke propaganda that she did. She poisoned her own creation for woke propaganda, and that she said one thing they didn't like, and they ostracized her anyway. And now Harry Potter's reputation is still damaged, but she's also not down with the club anymore. So
And
what
she's
did she
become
gain
a martyr for all the turfs. And she's
Yeah.
got mold growing on her walls.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's insane. So when you look at things like that, and you look at entertainment and gaming, and like you understand that, like, you know, people don't give a rat's ass about making entertainment anymore, because that's really what it is. It's not about that. It's just about promoting their ideological beliefs. Like the sooner people just accept that, the sooner they can make better financial choices, like not supporting these things, you know, going alternative routes, and then that's when things will change. And I think that we're on our way to that. I really do. Because I think about First Descendant, Stellar Blade, and I think that we're on our way.
I think gaming's going to be last to change.
Sun Wukong,
because it was the last to change, you know, because gaming follows all other media. So I feel like other media will probably change before gaming gets its act together.
Comic books are dead now. Like comic books are done. And
Well, yeah.
and the
Nothing
reason
you can do.
The reason why comic books are done is because it was already an outdated medium, but they ostracized the people that would actually still support it.
The problem with comics. Okay, here's the problem with comics. First of all, especially American comics, they don't appreciate the fact how important.
Before you continue. Hi, Melina.
Hi, Jinpachi.
Hi, Miss Melina. All right. Anyway, continue. You could continue on now.
Right. And it's all right. One of the problem is that the American comic industry does not appreciate the fact that black and white, or pretty much grayscale printing that the mangas comic books do, and also the quality of their paper as well, is one of the main things that keeps manga alive. That's
cheap.
Yeah. And they the Japanese companies, they say, listen, we're gonna put your book out, but we're going to do minimum risk and try and get maximum gain. And then of course the animes are out there because the music in the animes pretty much pay for the animes.
Well, they promote each other too, right? Like they promote, like the music, like the anime promotes the manga, the anime promotes the music, the manga promotes the anime, and therefore promotes the music by proxy. Like they feed each other in a way that it becomes like a circular machine, and I think that contributes to it.
It's kind of like that, but it's more like hierarchy. So we can have thousands of mangas released every year, hundreds of animes released, and of course the songs, they have a symbiotic relationship with the the animes themselves. So of course that's how they keep afloat. But with American comics, one of the problems with American comics is that they don't support too much legitimate diversity. Marvel and DC has become too big. And with manga, you can have a manga about a businessman. There's this one that has not been released in America. I forgot the name, but I really want that to come out for America, but it's not available. But they
Well,
have stuff like that. They have,
yeah.
there's stuff like, there was this one anime that was really popular with the body, the white and blood cells, white
I
and
seen that.
red
I
blood
seen
cells.
that one. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I like that anime.
Yeah, and but that's the thing though. They have all these different subject matters that they can dish out, but for America, it's somebody in tights. They're fighting supervillains. It's the same
But
tropes over and over again,
I
and
think I think I
yeah,
think that
that's
I
one of
like
the other
so
problems.
so I agree kind of with what you're saying, but it's actually to me like it's more nuanced than that because like I'll explain what I mean because if you have like all right back in the day right like I'll give you an example. Remember the X-Men series, the
Go
X-Men
on,
animated series, right? You've seen it.
go on.
It's been it with the comics were reflective of that X-Men series because the X-Men series borrowed from the storylines at the time. The characters looked like similar to what they did in the comics, similar to how manga and anime had that connection. Where like if you read a manga or an anime, they feed each other, but that synergy is gone now. The only synergy they have is MCU, for example, but MCU is doing terribly, so it doesn't help sell the comics or it doesn't help sell anything else really. So
Right,
manga
right, right.
has it's like you said, which is basically what I was saying that the manga and anime they feed each other, and the music is a part of the anime, which is good. It's like it becomes a well-oiled machine, and comics don't have that anymore. But the other problem is that a lot of people that are comic fans, they don't. There's actually a lot of diversity within comic books that go beyond like just like tight stuff and superhero stuff. It's just that people are not cultured when it comes to comic books, right? They're not cultured when it comes to indie comics or alternative organizations like Dark Horse, Image Comics and stuff like that. So,
Yeah,
like,
that's why I said
so,
Marvel
so,
and DC is too big.
yeah.
They need to move aside. They need to have more independent comics to come out. And one of the other problems is that um there is
They haven't been incentivized to read. People are not incentivized to read alternative comics like that don't follow that like formula. Like they're not incentivized like with because they're not promoted. It's like it's part of it is Marvel and DC becoming big, but I think it's just the culture of comics has been like declining over years, and it's been replaced by manga. So people they only see the big names now. But back in like the 90s and early 2000s, indie comics and stuff like that, more original works were much more popular, right? Like
yeah,
Sin City kind of breaks the mold, back in the day and stuff like that. So I agree. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong because I agree with it. I just think it's a lot more nuanced, and the narrative that anime that manga there's no diversity, like not as much diversity in comics isn't true because I personally know a bunch of indie comic creators making all kinds of stuff, and their comics are actually like successful, but they're not mainstream because again comic books destroyed themselves. Like comics, because of Marvel and DC and the reputation they gained, they actually destroyed the comic industry. So in a way, it's like, yeah, they became too big, but it really speaks more to the decline of comic books because of their actions rather than because those two are so big in general.
right. But the
But
other
yeah,
problem, but the other thing is about manga is the fact that the um the American side, they have some new people, and the new people talk with the influencers or whatever, and they have also were successful in pushing manga for normies. Like for example, Attack on Titans. That's what jocks like, right? That's the funny thing because it's like the stereotype. Oh, football players like, oh, you're reading comics. That stuff is for kids. Now it's, bro, you got the new issue.
yeah. Well, there's
So
the culture. That's what I'm saying. The culture is different now. It's changed.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
like Armor Titan. Like Armor Titan is basically Brock Lesnar. That's a whole other thing. But like when you like, I'll give you an example, right? Like with manga, but manga has a similar issue going on too, though. Like when you think about the popularity of manga, we're talking about like Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, um, shonen stuff. Shonen stuff is like the superhero stuff of comics, right? It's like the manga form of that. It's the shonen stuff. And if you think about like manga as a whole is more popular than ever before. But if you look at the books people are reading, it's generally more aligned with shonen stuff. So it's kind of like the same boat of like, you know, what comics are people reading? They're mostly reading superhero stuff. As if you look at like the collective, if you look at the collective of manga, like most manga readers are just the casuals are mostly like, which make up a large part of that audience, are mostly reading like shonen stuff, like the really popular stuff. So it's kind of like a similar boat, you know what I mean? But I do agree. I'm not saying you're wrong because I do agree with it. I just think that there's much more nuance there.
Yeah, the
When it
other
comes to
problem
manga
is
and comics.
yeah, and the other problem is way too many bureaucracy when it comes to making comics because
That's true.
one of the reasons why I put my material on webtoons for free is the fact that it is like this. Okay, so right now I'm currently producing the next set of issues, which is going to be years of material. I'm doing the drafts and all that kind of stuff. Now the thing is that if I were to do like quote unquote Kickstarter or some kind of other form or trying to get my thing, like let's say I can kind of see my stuff being in Dark Horse, right? I don't want to work with Marvel or DC because they kind of a little bit too much on the formulaic
They'll
stuff.
make it
And
gay,
I
bro.
don't want to see my characters with Harley Quinn.
They'll
Right?
make them gay and woke, bro. They'll
Right,
enforce it.
right. Right. So here's the thing, though. When I'm referring to bureaucracy, I'm talking about, like, for example, the printing companies, like Diamond and all these other things. That's one set of issues because some people actually don't want to print certain things. Like, for example, there's this guy called Raging Golden Eagle, right? So the thing is, he tried to get his comic printed with Diamond or one of those companies, and then all of a sudden they're like, no, we're not going to work with this. And that's one of the problems. The other problem is the fact that, for example, if you want something like there's a specific barcode for each like pretty much comic book series or anything like that. So it costs about, I believe, roughly around $600, right? This is not for each book, of course. But the thing is that you have stuff like that because you can't just put your book out and think you're going to be safe. There's going to be people that are going to try and
But they try
take
to
it.
milk you. They try to milk you through bureaucracy, similar to how the state will milk you for as much money as they can, like just getting licenses and shit like that. I mean, that goes
Yeah,
without
there's
saying.
the people that the bureaucrats that try to milk you, but of course the people that will try and find a way how to take your stuff and claim it has their own, because there's still people out there with those kind of terror swinging between the legs think they can pull that stuff off. And
Well, you know, people
yeah,
don't know how they don't know how to leverage. Like the thing is, like I agree with you about the bureaucracy, but I think that nowadays we have like the potential to make money and make your own creative works is higher than ever before because you have YouTube, you have webtoons. You know, you don't even need to print your book anymore. You can create like a structure where you make your comic for free. I know a girl. I'm not gonna say her name on here, but I know a girl. She made a comic that was very popular on webtoons, and what she did was it was so popular that she made a Kickstarter for actual books, like actually so people can have the actual printed book, and it went really well because she built such a strong following um, via
right.
via her webtoon, right? And like like I think that you just need to know how to leverage the new system because I think the market is very different now, and it's entirely different now. Like you can make things like my first episode of Augur costed me $0 to make, right? And people are asking me to make episode 2, which I am doing. My animation is like I can do all that stuff on my own for free. Yeah, it's a little harder, but when that builds traction, it starts to make money, and then using that money I could funnel it back into the project. So I don't think you necessarily need these you don't need the machine anymore.
Well,
You don't need them anymore. Basically,
well,
like look at what's that show called? A Hell of a Boss or whatever. Not Hell of a Boss. What the hell is that show? Uh, is it that
well,
has
was
been hotel? Is it? I don't
yeah,
remember.
yeah, that thing. What about it?
Whatever. That
Has
thing has
hella
been.
Hezabaloser or some shit. There's just
whatever
there's like 3 of them. They all look the
whatever the
same.
fuck they're called. Yeah, they look the same. The point is that person, she made that, she's created it, and I'm sure the investment on it was much smaller than what she gained from making it, right? Because she blew up on YouTube. You know, she has other animators working for her, and I'm sure her profit margins are insane. She can now probably fund her own merchandise and stuff like that. Like, you don't need you don't need to even print your book anymore. There's so many alternative routes that, like, I feel like they really have lost all their power. I mean, comics are failing now, and the thing that's keeping them alive are the movies, but the movies fucking suck, right? So it's kind of
Yeah,
like a thing where, like, the comic industry, like, we don't need to go to them as an authority anymore. I don't need to talk to a producer and say, hey, this is my concept, you know, can we make the book? Can you set me up with an artist, or can you set me up with a writer? You don't have to do that anymore. You can do everything on your own, and if it's good, it'll sell, and if it's not good, it won't sell. But I think that
uh,
it's more in the power is more in the hands of the individual now.
yeah, but here's the other thing. I'm gonna try and make this the last point, and then we can probably move on to the next thing. Because the thing is that also, okay, so like I was saying, I'm making drafts for future issues. Now, the other problem with the comic industry is the fact that, let's say you start off with the story with minimum information, and then you know that people are going to be sucked in and they're going to see that the material is going to get better and better, right? So if you were to do a Kickstarter, and let's say your first issue did not sell, but the good stuff, you know, the good stuff was going to be later on, then if the first one fails, then you're wholly dependent on the money, right? Because it's like, for example, Akira Toriyama, he made a bunch of things before Dragon Ball, and you know, the first one, it's definitely one of those
Doctor
comedy.
Slump, yeah, Doctor Slump,
No, oh no, there was some before that. It was
yeah.
somewhere like around the late 70s, like his real first manga. And you know, I could just imagine he wanted to make more, but the company said it did not do good. We don't like it. It's we got to shell it, right? So that's the other problem with, like, pretty much, like, especially for American comics, because um you know, it's like I said, Dark Horse, there is IDW, even though that's not doing too good. Um but at the same time, it's just like
But that's the old guard.
it's a rough place for
But
American
that's the old garb, right? Like, you can make your comic entirely for free now. You don't have to print out your book to get it to people. You can digitally have your book. You're like, anyone could go on a webtoon and read your book, right?
Yeah, but
Like,
the
so for me, like, I'm gonna tell you what I would do. If it was me, I would make sure, like, if I'm making a comic book, or if I'm doing it digitally first, I would make sure that it's as popular or has an actual fan base that's big enough before I even decide to print the book, right? I would do like what my friend did, where I would say, hey, all right, hey, you get my webtoons popular, I'm gonna print out a book now. I already have 100,000 people reading my webtoon. That's gonna fund itself basically through the fan base, and that's gonna allow me to print the book. But at the very least, because of ad revenue, I made money on my existing comic even before I printed it. Like, the market is different now. So I get what you're trying to say, because it does make sense, but I don't think that you need that legitimacy anymore from these, like, big companies or comic book production companies anymore. You can just do things on your own.
well,
It just comes down to your willpower and your ability to market and how popular it is, and if people actually like it. And if you do that, then it'll be successful. You know,
yeah,
that's
but
just how it is.
at the same time,
Yeah.
it's like the competitive edge for the big people that keeps bringing in talent is the fact that they will bypass all the you know, like, trying to get your stuff marketed out, because, you know, like, you put something out there on some webtoons or whatever, and you go around, you trying to promote it, you trying to figure out how to make things work, and then all of a sudden it doesn't fly too. So, but like I said, when it
Well,
comes to American
aggressive
comics,
marketing. Do aggressive
well, that's the
marketing.
thing though. It's
Go on
just like,
podcasts, talk about it, join groups that have other creators. I mean, that's what I did. That's what I was doing.
I
And,
don't know
like,
what the hell those bastards are.
Instagram, Facebook, X, man. Like again, like I get what you're saying, but like you don't need those people anymore, man. You just don't. Like you can do everything on your own. And if it's not successful, you have no financial investment. And if you're waiting for them to to decide to fund your book or not, then you're at the mercy of whatever they want to do. So like those same creators, and those are the same ones that get mad when they make God of War woke or they do whatever. It's like if you have a creator-owned thing, it's your responsibility to push it to the max. And if you take the shortcut, you take the investment money, then yeah, you're gonna get money faster. You get the marketing, but you're also gonna lose some creative freedom. And it's just something that people don't have to do. It's just about patience, willpower, working hard, trying to make something good, trial and error. And yeah, that's what it takes, man. That's what it's going to take to blow your thing up now. And if you're willing to do that, it's better in the long run because now people are supporting you. You built your fan base slower, but they're supporting you directly, and those are going to be your loyal fans. And those are going to be the people that stick around rather than taking the fast track. They make your shit woke because they invested $2 million in it, and now you lost your brand and your reputation's damaged.
Well,
Like I
that's
get
what
what
the
you're
people
saying.
need to
I
hear.
get
That's what the people need to hear. It's
and I
good
get
to
what
know
you're
that
saying.
people out there like you, man. So
And I get what you're saying, bro, because what you're saying is true about the industry. I'm just saying we don't need them anymore, and then I'm just offering the alternatives to make things work. That's just my philosophy on things.
And if all
I'll
that
work.
fails, you can join the Rippaverse.
There you go. Listen, I'll sit there alone 14 hours. Like no, well, like I'll sit there for like 9 hours, 8 hours, sometimes even like 11 to 12 hours animating alone because I know that I'm in control of everything, right? Like I'm gonna do that. I'll do that. I'll suffer through it because I believe in what I'm doing, and I think more people need to be willing to suffer for what they want to make and and for belief in their creations. And if they do that, I think that'll just if more people did that, the industry will change 100%. Like I think all the fucking hell of a boss or I don't forget whatever the hell those things are called has been. I think all that shit sucks, but I respect that she willpowered her way into that position, right? Like I respect that. So anyway, like we can move on now. I just wanted to say
MK DLC canceled, right?
We didn't talk about GTA, right?
No,
no, we
I don't
haven't
feel
talked
like
about
we need to
GTA.
talk about
No.
GTA.
We didn't talk about
No.
GTA at all. Did you even bring up the
Okay.
subject? I joined kind of late actually, so I joined
I mean,
back
the
late.
chat's certainly talking about it. I think. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
GTA
So let's talk about
6.
let's talk about GTA then, GTA 6, and then we'll talk
yeah,
about. We already
yeah.
talked about MK,
Let's.
right?
No.
All right, so let's get to GTA 6, then we'll get into MK.
Yes.
And then
Okay.
No, one or the other.
So
let's talk about Burv.
Talk about me. Yes.
no more. Enough sidetracking for now.
Let's talk about Apollo Patriot. Хорошо. Привет, как дела?
I feel like this is like
Yeah.
Simpsons, where the teacher's like, "No one likes Millhouse."
No one likes Millhouse.
Listen. I'm glad we had that conversation because somebody probably could watch this, hear
Anyway,
that, and then probably be inspired, which is a good thing. That's the point.
But to quickly go over some of the things that were being changed with Rockstar. The re-release of GTA 5 on PS5 and Xbox Series X had removed some trans NPCs and some dialogue making fun of them and whatnot. And apparently that had to do with Dan Houser leaving, so there was a lot of pushing for those things being removed after he had left. And on top of that, the GTA trilogy definitive quote unquote edition of the trilogy has some censorship. I believe in all of them, all three of them had some censorship in it.
They did. They censored the Confederate flags.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they censored everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so there was censorship there. And then of course we saw in Red Dead Redemption 2 with Sadie, what's her last name?
Sadie
Adler?
Sadie Adler.
Adler, okay. Okay, yeah. So she was basically, a girl boss all of a sudden towards the end. So there was that. I'm sure there was other things I just don't remember, like
Well,
somewhat
she
like
was.
minor shit that went on in there. In the
I
game.
didn't think about it until fairly recently, but I think Adler is also like Hebrew last name, right? Isn't that like a Jewish name or something like that? Adler.
Ah, okay.
So I don't know. I guess I'm
kinda
not
makes
saying that
sense.
there's nothing. I'm not saying there's something wrong with that. I'm just saying that to also make her like a minority as well, because I believe Adler is
Yeah.
a Jewish.
Also, who was the Native American again?
Uh,
Was it Micah?
No, Micah was the fucking snake in the grass asshole.
That's what it was. Yeah, yeah.
Michael? I think it was called Michael,
Damn,
right? Michael?
Michael. That's okay. That's what I'm getting mixed up with. Yeah, he was like sh- all of a sudden like one of the most important characters in the group as well towards the end. Um, and definitely a pretty big focus also on Native Americans.
Yeah.
As
Toward the
well.
end
That
too.
was going on towards the end. Yeah,
After you invested all that
yeah,
time, and they're like, all right, we're gonna go
yeah.
full woke now.
Right. Yeah,
Hold my Drado. We're going full woke.
yeah, yeah. So, new information came out. On top of that, I forgot to mention there was a picture circulating online of a bunch of women. I thought it was men and women, but I guess there are a bunch of dykes as well.
A lot of women.
With short hair that was going around online of I think it was in 2019 or something like that, way
The
back
beaver
then.
munch,
So
the beaver munching community.
yeah. So this I'm gonna read a little bit tidbit from that Park Place that had this article.
Oh yeah.
A troubling pattern emerges when examining the certifications held by Rockstar employees, particularly among senior members. At least 60 employees have completed a course called Unconscious Bias, with many of these certifications being awarded between 2020 and 2021, the same period during which Dan Hauser left the company. Let me see where else. So, what is this course? The unconscious bias certification that's described on platforms like LinkedIn Learning aims to teach participants to recognize and address unconscious. Where am I at here? Fucking ad on here. Shit. Prejudices they may hold. Of course, I gotta have ad for YouTube on here. Where am I at? While its stated goal is to foster inclusivity and fairness in workplaces, the course has been widely criticized for its potentially divisive nature. The training focuses heavily on racial and gender dynamics, framing biases as something that predominantly privileged groups, such as white employees, need to address. This can create an environment where some individuals feel unfairly singled out based solely on their identity. Uh, okay. Because there was another course they had as well. Because basically it's explaining like what the course will result in. We already know it's gonna make people more racist and divide people and so on and so forth.
Well,
Where's the other one at?
I'm sure the course only leads one way. You know what I mean? They only lean in one direction.
Oh yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go. Another certification among Rockstar employees raises even more questions about the company's direction and the possibility of a shift towards political correctness. This certification, called Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging (DIB), appears to be more broadly distributed than the unconscious bias certification. Unlike the latter, which seemed disproportionately aimed at white employees, the DIB certification spans multiple demographics within the company. According to LinkedIn Learning, the DIB course aims to promote inclusivity by fostering awareness and respect for diversity. On the surface, this might seem where am I at? This might seem intentioned, but critics argue that such programs often prioritize compliance over genuine understanding. Instead of creating meaningful change, they risk becoming performative measures designed to enhance corporate image. Anything else? Okay. Additionally, such programs have been criticized for shifting creative and open dialogue by emphasizing politically correct behavior and language. They may discourage employees from taking creative risk or where I'm at, expressing unconventional ideas. For a company like Rockstar, whose identity has long been tied to build satire, I'm sorry, where am I at? Identity has been fuck shit has long been What am I at? Fuck.
Oh my
Ads.
god.
Okay, has long been
You can do
tied to
this. I believe
bold
in you.
You got
satire.
this, bro. You got
That's
this.
You
yeah.
got this.
Yeah, I got it. We good. Tied to bold satire and fearless storytelling, this shift in workplace culture could have significant consequences. The presence of both, we already know about that. Okay, so that's basically it.
I think we got the gist of it.
So anyone, yeah, that's why I stopped torturing myself and the people watching or listening rather. So we already know what this means. I mean, they didn't even have to even explain it. You can kind of already tell where they were going in. So there's a lot of red flags, and I think that people have every right to be skeptical and also just completely turned off by GTA 6. Looks pretty good.
Right.
There was a lot of red flags with I'm pretty sure you're gonna see the guy Jason, who apparently is the second protagonist. I think he's just gonna be more of like a minor character. He's probably gonna be a cuck. He's gonna, I'm pretty sure Lucia's gonna be like a girl boss. He's just gonna be pushed to the side. It's gonna be a lot of like one-sided political commentary and also a lot of subliminal messages that's gonna lean towards one side. And I think it's gonna be it's gonna be noticeable to a lot of people, but of course you're gonna have a lot of corporate slaves that are gonna defend it because they're gonna say, "Oh, how is it woke? Oh, they're not politically correct. There's a bunch of violence and nudity, and you go into the clubs, you're gonna hear like, oh, what the fuck, bruh is mad, bruh, mad, yo, bruh, stupid, he goofy. You can still go to the strip club and grab the girl titties, and you can still do all this. So you can still you got all the blood and dismemberment and shit, but then they want to ignore everything else that's pretty much going to be blatantly in their face, like everything else ends up happening. It's going to be the same thing, just a different game.
You'll also be able to play a 60-hour game where Jason's talked down to in every other cutscene, so that you can also do that too.
Yeah,
like I don't know why people think one thing is true, like because one thing is true that negates the other thing. Like you can have the game could have all that stuff and still have a bunch of fucking woke propaganda and message in it. Like they're not exclusive. Like GTA 5 had a bunch of that in it too, but they still insisted on lecturing you about illegal immigrants with that Trevor side mission. So, it's not free
that's
of
true.
it. Like
that too. That was another sign.
Yeah, it's like you have it's like just because it has fucking titties in it doesn't mean it's not woke. Like at all those like weirdo RPGs that have been popular where you have titties in it, but you also have licking goblin toes and shit like that, and all other kinds of weird stuff. So they're not mutually exclusive.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So I don't get that mentality of like I don't get the mentality of one thing is true, so that one thing exists. So that means that everything else isn't true. Like they all can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
Another argument they'll bring up will be like, but what about go woke, go broke, right? But there's exceptions to that rule. GTA 6 ain't going broke. GTA as a whole ain't gonna go broke anytime soon.
They have to fail they have to make like three incredibly woke failure games in a row.
GTA 5 gets billions of dollars by shark cards in each DLC they make. Like if you think about Rockstar's $1 billion company like Activision, like it's crazy. Like they'll still get a lot of money for GTA 5. Like I mean, I'm just saying because
they'll make money no matter what.
Delusional, yeah. So.
They have that brand recognition, bro. Like they have such heavy brand recognition.
Yeah,
they'll be fine, but that's the outlier. That makes up like a real small percentage of gaming as a whole. And even then, if Disney has shown with Star Wars that if you fail enough times, you can still destroy a well-established brand.
Yeah.
Marvel did it. Star Wars did it. So yes, GTA likely will still make a bunch of money, but if they continue to do it, that can decline over time. And even then, like, why is that the factor of like whether you consider the game good or not? It can make a shit ton of money and still be a woke piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of it's brand recognition, but at some point, eventually, that'll go away. Just look at Ubisoft, all their games.
Or like I said, Marvel and Star Wars.
You would think Assassin's Creed would be free of that shit, but look what's happening with Shadows.
Exactly.
Yeah,
or
and
even
they got all the broccoli
whatever else they've
heads.
been making.
Yeah, they got all the broccoli heads. They're cults, right? So they think the gangster and stuff like that. But they never seen anybody pull out an actual knife. I've seen people pull knives on each other, so that's not even the worst stuff I've seen.
Yo,
But
don't make fun of my broccoli head, bro.
right. But the thing is about it is like,
Put some
yeah.
respect on
So
this.
yeah, so it's like this. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to mention about, which I was kind of excited about being on this
Why
particular
too?
show with the GTA 6. Now there was a compare and contrast between GTA 6 and this anime waifu version of it, and all of a
Oh, I
sudden,
know what you're talking about. Ananta, something like that. It was
Ananta,
right,
called Project Mugen.
Project
right,
Mugen, yeah. That's so the
yeah,
official name is not Ananta
Yeah.
now.
I feel like that's just the
Yeah.
other end of the
Actually looks
extreme,
really
to be
good.
frank.
Well, the thing is that all of a sudden, everybody's like, "Oh, GTA 6 is like, they're gonna try and be edgy and stuff and be itself, right?" With all the jiggle physics and all this kind of stuff, and it's just like all great and all. But here's the thing: is that when they compare and contrast, some people were saying something like, "Oh, Miami is not gonna have so many black people on the beach at one time." Miami will be full of people with any kind of colors. It doesn't
That's
matter
facts.
what it is. And it's just like that was just that. I'm sorry, that was just stupid. That was just
That is
stupid.
dumb. That is fucking
That is
dumb.
very dumb. Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
There's not gonna be a lot of black people
There are
in Miami.
no-
Are you crazy? I was talking to a cab driver like a fucking week ago, and he was talking about how he was gonna go to Miami, and he's
Right,
fucking
right.
black. What the hell?
There are
Right,
no
right,
melanated
There's,
individuals
quite
in
a bit of,
Miami. It's
Cubans.
fake news.
There's a lot of Cuban communities in Miami, Florida, like
Fucking all sorts.
Cuban food
Yeah.
places, Cuban.
Yeah.
Cubans,
Yeah,
Puerto
the
Ricans,
Hispanic population there
Dominicans.
is pretty high.
Haitians,
It's
Jamaicans.
everyone. Jamaicans,
Yeah.
Cubans, Puerto
Yeah.
Ricans, Dominicans, Colombians. If you're like all kinds of people go there. And there's even a bunch of Asians there as well because Miami's a party spot. So of course, like to say there's not going to be any black. Like if someone says GTA 6 is woke because there's a bunch of black people on the beach, that's fucking dumb. That to me is an example of that's an example of like, all right, we're going too far toward like anti-woke where it's becoming retarded. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
it's insane.
and the other thing is, and then of course, it's like you have the anime waifu game, which kind of has, I'm going to tell you why I don't like it, right? But my little joke was you have one beach that looked like authentic beach, and the other beach has a we don't want to see colored folks on the beach, right? So because the thing is like with that anime game, my problem
China.
with it, I made that joke because I have a problem with this thing. And my
China.
problem with this game is the fact that one, it's from China, right?
Bingo.
So there's this new game called Delta Force, right? And it's
Yeah.
a Chinese made company.
Yeah.
And it's all cool and stuff. And I was thinking about downloading it until some people were pointing out, multiple people were pointing
Skill-based
out
matchmaking.
that they might have spyware
Yep.
on the actual game itself.
Mm.
Is it like
Right.
first level kernel or something, isn't it? Like
Right. And you're not gonna see it in the task manager. You're gonna have to do some deep diving into the files and whatnot. And but yeah, that's the thing though. It's like you download these games, they put these things in. Of course, bad enough the American games and European games are crypto mined because I don't understand
Yep.
how we can have a game like Call of Duty with over 100 gigs of data. I'm sorry, you can miss me with that. You're all supposed to be smart enough. Yeah, you're supposed to be smart enough to say, let's try and compress this file. Let's deal with this file. Like, like when the demo for my game, I had to figure out how to compress it to 1 gig for just a demo. That's how big it was. But I was able to compress it. You just have to find the right files and figure out how to compress it and decide what stays and what goes. and they can't do that. That's some crypto mining stuff. But when
Yeah.
it comes to these,
You can do it, but a multi-million-dollar company can't make it make sense.
It's all them 4K textures. They just don't care.
no, 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 no. The thing is about video games is that majority of them use PNGs, image files. That's the best in terms of working with the different engines and all the different things like that. So, but the thing is that they're crypto mining. They're using, of course, they're putting spyware so they can see who's cheating as well. But with the Chinese games, I'm sorry, I don't want anything like that on my computer because the CCP is just still too enthusiastic about knowing what we want. And of course, bad enough we got TikTok, you know, with their issues. So when it comes down to that, GTA 6 now, down to the GTA 6. Now, they have this big thing of we need to talk about this issue with how you perceive people. Okay, now, does it also include how to make a better game? Because the thing is, they can give us a good show with these visuals, right? In terms of how good the game looks. But it's kind of like those mobile games. Like, for example, PUBG Mobile, they have all these silly, flashy looking 3D intro, videos to promote their game. But let's be honest, if you're gonna play that game, it's just gonna look like it's not gonna look good. Well, of course, what's going to happen is I don't think GTA 6 is going to be good at start. It's going to be full of bugs. It's going to have a bunch of patches before everything works out. Give it about I'll give it about 5 months on the scale of GTA, how big it is. Usually they usually do about 3 months before they get their act together with these games, these AAA games. But that kind of attitude of thinking about trying to do the technical work of coding and looking at JavaScript and C++, that stuff is a nightmare to look at. And then you're going to tell me this professional is supposed to look at those codes and think, I wonder if that numerical sequence is racist.
Yeah.
Come on
Well,
now. Who's gonna get in the ring with me on this? Okay, come on, man. I'm sorry. That's pretty much what I have to say because it's just not. I don't think it's gonna work out the first day. Don't
Well,
pre-order it. Just don't.
well, think about it, right? You're there to develop a game. You're not there to be trained on how to think and how to and be. You're not there to be interviewed by the thought police. You know what I mean? Like, if like honestly at a workplace like that, you should be keeping your personal beliefs to yourself anyway, right? If you're there to do a job, you're gonna find people you get along with more, you're gonna be friends with more within the offices, within your like company or whatever. That's inevitable. Like you're just gonna be around the people that you be around. But if you're doing your job and everyone's doing their job and everyone's civil, that's what's important. Like all this like modern day like politically correct microaggression bullshit, because that's what they're talking about, like bullshit microaggressions. Oh, you said this thing, it's like you might not have consciously made this racial statement. It's like, come on, bro. Like, you're there to do a fucking job, do your job, go home, hang out with the people that you hang out with. Because if you like, you're not gonna like anybody, everybody for a multitude of reasons, rather, like let alone like something as irrelevant as their race, right? So all those like sensitivity training things are bullshit. And again, the fact that they removed all the trans stuff from GTA 5, the censorship, it's like and even the departure of what's his name, Dan Hauser, it's
Dan
like
Hauser.
and Laszlo, it's kind of like a sign that it's kind of like a clear sign that they're like that they're losing, like that they're not going to be the same anymore. And I think that GTA 5 kind of had some progressive stuff, but I forgave it in a way because it made fun of both sides pretty like consistently. And then you had Red Dead Redemption 2 with Sadie Adler and Michael, and at the end it got kind of crazy with like, the things they were pushing. It's like they've slowly been creeping to that, the censorship in the 5 re-release and stuff like so. I mean, it's not surprising. Do I think the game is going to be a bad game? I don't think it'll be bad. But I do think that it being good should not be enough for you to throw away your principles and buy it anyway. If you're against woke stuff and the game is woke, it being good should be irrelevant to whether you buy it or not.
Yes,
That's just my opinion. That's honestly that's my stake on it. I don't care how good the fucking game is.
exactly.
If you
Yeah,
don't like the propaganda,
unless
then
proven
then don't
otherwise, unless
support it.
somehow like if if they somehow are able to make it where it feels like the older GTA's where doesn't have any modern audience catering bullshit in it, which I doubt. But of course, would love to be wrong about it because that means you'll get a good game that doesn't have any woke shit in it. So that would be a best case scenario, but uh, more than likely that won't be the case.
Look at
I
the
mean,
initial
look again,
trailer.
look at Red Dead Redemption 2. What happened? Great game, but yeah, it has some woke shit in it. That's undeniable. And then they
Yeah.
went out of their way to remove politically incorrect things in GTA 5, a game that's been out since like what 2013.
Yeah.
So it makes no sense. Like again,
And something that's
these
and by the way,
developers they want to
something
make
that's
these
consistent with
changes. They want to
reality.
make these exactly, yeah. They want to make these changes retroactively, and then when people are reporting about it or making pointing it out, then people are buying a product that is pretty much censored itself, and people are tired of it. And if people when people find out about these things, then they want to speak with their wallets and say, no, I'm not going to support this. I don't like it. Speak out against it. They should be able to do that. They should be able to know like what's in there, what's not in there, and they shouldn't have to worry about a patch or an update that all of a sudden removes something or alters something that was you know not even like tampered with beforehand. So
Yeah.
because for all we know, they can release GTA 6. It doesn't have any woke shit in it, and for all we know, Rockstar a few months or weeks or whatever, maybe even years later, they end up editing something out. They remove something in a patch or something. We
Yeah.
don't know. I mean,
Exactly.
these
Lucia,
companies
look,
have shown that they're willing to do that because they know they already got the money anyway. So
yeah. Look, Lucia being thick is a red herring. People are looking at Lucia and saying, "Oh, she looks like that." They showed these women twerking. That means it's not going to be woke and shit. Like, but remember that. Look at what that first trailer showed us. It was showing her in prison. It was showing her talking to some kind of social worker there. It showed her. She seems like the more aggressive criminal. Like she's like it's like the opposite of a Bonnie and Clyde, where she brings him into the criminal world rather than being the other way around where the guy influences her. Like they're gonna make her a girl boss, and again, to me, it's like inevitable, and you're gonna see a lot of mental gymnastics when that game comes out. I would love to be wrong because I'm a huge GTA fan, and I hope that they do. Don't do that. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I eat my words. But for me, if I had to make a bet, if I had to bet money, I would bet that she's gonna be like Revenant said, a girl boss character that's gonna um, basically be the wearing the pants in the relationship between her and Jason. I just could see that happening. I wouldn't be surprised if they even have choices where they can cheat
mhm.
on each other, and you can choose to cheat on Jason or vice versa. Like I'm sure they're gonna have bullshit like that in the game. I can sense it. It just seems like something that it'll be. It seems like an easy way to create tension between two characters in a story like that. Like I don't know. That's the vibe I'm getting based on the patterns, and they just I feel
it
like
kind
people need
of
to.
it kind of
Yeah.
reminds me of. I'm sorry. What were you gonna
No, go
say?
ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
Oh no. All right. No, I was just gonna say that it kind of reminds me of Dishonored 2, where it had like the dual protagonist, Corvo from the first game, which is a man, and Emily from the first game, who at the time was a little girl, and then she, in the second game, she's obviously older, she's an adult, and it was very focused on her, clearly in the marketing, and also if you pick Corvo, you automatically get a bad ending. And that game in particular, Arcane, just the studio Arcane, they had brought on Anita Sarkeesian to kind of like consult for the game, uh, and it shows, and that's kind of what when you were just mentioning that before with what they're probably gonna have with like Lucia and them, and do all these mental gymnastics to make certain things make sense, at least for them. It kind of
Yeah.
reminded me of that, where I think they'll end up going in the direction where they'll tell you, yeah, you can pick between these characters. You can you can play as Jason and decide whatever, but they'll probably in a way kind of like penalize you for doing so.
Yeah, I just think he's gonna be like he's gonna play the cuck, man. I really think they're just gonna do a GTA
Mhm.
5 where you switch between the two characters, and they're just gonna have him do some shit that's like very cucked out, and she's gonna be the girl boss in that relationship. And I just feel like that's the direction they're gonna go, and they know they're gonna make money. The fact that Dan Houser's gone, the fact that I forgot the other guy's name. He said that there's just some things you can't joke about and make fun of. That I'm glad I didn't release the game. We're not releasing the game while Trump's and all. Like all these things are clear red flags. The fact that they removed the trans people, right? And by the way, the real reason why they removed the trans people from the game is because given the current climate and the nature of shit posters in GTA 5, you'd be able to kill them and like ragdoll them and shit. So they just removed it to prevent that kind of video from showing up. I'm sure that was the reason why they removed it from the game. Just
No
because
fun for
they're
you.
because they're NPCs
Over
that you
10
can,
years later.
yeah. Because it seems like because I don't see what other reason would you have to remove them. If you want to make the argument that it's negative, it's like, hey, that's representation of trans people, because trans women don't look like fucking normal women. They look like dudes in dresses. That seems perfectly in line with those NPCs, right? And then on top of that, by taking them out of the game, you're actually
Mhm.
not including them in it. So the only logical conclusion I could come to is they don't want you killing them with like a jerry can. Like they don't want you to be able to physically harm them.
Right.
Like,
But you know what's the dumb thing about that? You can just decide, hey, you know what? Everybody's trans. I'm going to see a group of people and I'm going to call them trans and I'm going to have an accident with my truck. So it's like,
yeah.
why? What's the point? It's just like,
What
it's
happened to
like,
player agency?
it's
Player
stupid.
agency.
It's just
player
like
agency.
they don't that's the other problem. They lack logic, and the irony of the quote unquote the T people is the fact that they want to use they actually, and the ironic thing is they hate J.K. Rowling, but their whole idea is the essence of magic, altering the perception of the reality of either the recipient or the person that is paying attention to it. And that's what they're obsessed with. They're obsessed with trying to convince you that there's somebody else. So, hey, you know what? I'll make your wish come true. You see that group of people? That's you. I'm going to have an accident. I'm going to whoopsie daisy.
Well, look,
in
GTA, you have player agency is important. You could play the game solely in GTA 5, just playing the stock market and then getting prostitutes and then killing them. You can make that your what's his name? You can make that your Patrick Bateman fucking simulator if you wanted to. That doesn't mean that's what the game is about. So the fact that they removed it kind of reflects more of what they were thinking with those trans characters than anything that a player would actually do. It kind of shows you their mindset, right? Because in theory, like you said, you can San Andreas, you can get in planes and crash into buildings and pretend you're a fucking terrorist or something. It really comes down to the player agency, and when developers remove shit like that, it tells me more how they think than what the actual players are doing.
Can I give my talk on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
go ahead, say your piece, bro.
in the mid-90s, there was a small development team called DMA Studios, and they met up with two producers from London who were quite big at the time. They had their fingers in a lot of different pies, and they formed Rockstar together. Rockstar North, shall we say? Rockstar itself was still a thing, but Rockstar North. GTA has started, at least life, as being quintessentially a British outlook on American life in general. It was our way of looking at you guys.
Satire. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because Rockstar North, as you know, means it's from Scotland. It's the Scottish development team. That was the whole point of it. They used to have a rivalry going with Reflections. I don't know if you know who Reflections are, the guys that made Driver.
Okay, yeah, I remember
were-
that. Yeah, they were
they
like
were down
there were
in
little digs at each other in their games
yes,
too.
and
Yeah,
they were down in Newcastle, and they were always fighting each other, and it was funny. Like I say, it was funny shit because GTA always just made them look like idiots after Driver 1, anyways. And I feel like that quintessential outlook of us looking in disappeared as the games went on, and when we got to GTA 5, I thought it's basically all but gone. This feels just like a fully American product now. And nothing really sort of nothing really sort of got me thinking that way more than Trevor. What was that game's obsession with that fucking character? Trevor was like the main dude. Barely anybody else got a look in. When you really think about it, a lot of it was Trevor.
well, Trevor was supposed to represent like the complete degenerate, unhinged nature. Like they all kind of represented something within like the GTA series. Like Franklin obviously was a parallel to like the CJ archetype. Michael was like a Tommy Vercetti, and then you had Trevor, who's like the unhinged.
He represented GTA 1 and GTA 2.
Exactly, and also I would argue even GTA.
He was
GTA
he's
3.
human bender. He's a human
the-
bender for Futurama.
He's the degenerate. He's basically the degenerate loyalist, like psychopath character that you would play in the older GTAs, and he represents that. But I kind of agree with you, like that it did kind of lose its way, and I think they started to lean away from being unbiased with like their jokes and who they make fun of. Because if you listen to the radios in the old GTA, they're kind of like balanced with making fun of liberals, like they'll portray all the liberals as like hyper pussy, like progressive, like to absurd levels. They'll portray the Republicans as like gun toting, like hate filled racist and shit like that. But it was all like done as like pure like extreme satire.
I'd like to reply to a person in the chat
and
they just called me out a little bit.
Go ahead.
When you look at GTA San Andreas and you see it's not just Grove Street, right? It's not just the people from Grove Street and all and all that area. You've got the Hicks. You've got all the rednecks, right? And then you've got Las Vegas, where all the mafia are, and all the the crooked criminals and the
San Francisco gay community.
San Francisco gay community, and the Yakuza, right? It's of course it's an outlook.
Triads,
yeah. It's an outlook at the American the American criminal world. It's how we looked and saw you. It was
pure satire. It was satire. It was
pure satire, my dude.
Hyperbolic, yeah. And even then, the funny thing is, San Andreas they make fun of trans people as well. There's like a shit ton of stuff on the radio mocking trans, just for the record.
Yeah, like I'm sorry to it may sound it may sound weird to hip or like I do appreciate what he said, to be honest. Thank you, bro. But the fact is that it was a bunch of people from Scotland and London that got together and started in doing what British do best: satire. We used to do. Have you ever seen half of this? So like some of the best satire that we do. Like,
taking the piss, bro.
We were the best at it. Chris Morris, he's a genius, right? You probably never heard of him, but like the number one in being a person, parody essentially. And we were just so good at it that you guys liked it too. The whole world loved it. And I just think that now, I think we're completely out of the picture. Especially with this GTA 6 thing, because now there's no punching down. Well, I mean, to be fair, actually, that does sound very British. That sounds very modern British, if you ask me. And it sounds very modern Scottish, now that I think about it.
And modern Australian as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe that's a sign that it is consistent with the current sensibilities over there.
It is. It is very consistent. You can make that argument because Rockstar, because I'm guessing it's still Rockstar North that develops it, right?
Yeah, I think they like put together all their teams now. Like they band them together because of the sheer amount of resources they need.
Oh, is that right?
Isn't that what they've been doing since 5 or something like that?
I mean, 13 years, right? That's a long ass time. Anything could have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably do pull all their resources together.
Well,
But
the point is they made fun of everyone, and now they
Yeah.
don't, and now they don't want to punch down, and now they want to play that holier and thou game. But their game is about being a degenerate that shoots up, has no loyalty, and shoots up every gang known to man, so that they can have personal riches. Like their games are not exactly like a beacon of modern sensibility. So why even bother going that route? And again, the only reason you can argue is because the people at charge, at the head of the development, they've had a change of pace, a change of heart, and now they want to do damage control and want to change the narrative. That's the
Yeah.
only logical conclusion that somebody can come to. And
Yeah,
that's-
Rockstar's headquarters was in America, sure, but Rockstar North wasn't. How many times? Sorry.
and I mean, in the end of the game, at the end of the day, the head creative guys are British, right? They're
Yeah,
So in the end of the day, like
the
you know,
houses were from London.
yeah, from London. So yeah, you can from London. So you can make a game have American developers, but if your head creative team is and writers are from the UK, then it's gonna have UK sensibilities in it. That's just like common sense.
Yeah, I mean, remember what were they called? That British band, Love Fist.
Yeah, Love Fist. Yeah.
Remember that? Remember Love Fist?
I love it because I mean I don't remember it. I mean I don't love it. I remember it because I hate them because that mission was ass.
Yeah, it was ass. Yeah, and it was so hard to get them to their destination.
You know what I'm talking about, right? When the timer,
Limo.
yeah, that shit is
Yeah.
ass. I hate that mission.
And you've got that guy with the terrible Scottish accent in the back going, "Oh, please don't let us die." Alpus,
You know what it is?
Alpus.
When they're screaming, they're like, "Whoa, there's a bomb!"
Yeah.
Oh, that shit is so dumb.
Yeah, I mean, it's no different than when we talk about Silent Hill, isn't it? Right? It was a Japanese. It was the Japanese outlook on American horror movies and horror.
Same with
Stephen
Resident Evil.
King.
Resident
Yeah.
Evil was inspired by Romero films. These Japanese guys who were upset, who were like basically what they called Westaboos. That's who made them.
Yeah.
Like, so it's like, yeah, people
That-
are inspired,
that's,
but they're both very Japanese products when you actually look at them in effect.
Yeah.
They're
That
very
blueprint,
Japanese.
that blueprint, as you say, you know, that blueprint, that DNA is there in every facet of it, and it's just, you know, to me, you can't separate GTA without you can't separate GTA from the British part of it.
True. So
Although,
we-
don't ever, if a Scottish person ever heard says it, don't ever fucking call me English again.
for real. He's like, "You fucking scouser." Anyway, but let's other people talk because we were going off. Melina, what are your thoughts on things?
My bad.
Do a birth.
I have a couple of things. First, I don't trust it from what I've heard. I'm not surprised either because I've already said this earlier, like the big names, even they have been poisoned and brainwashed, and hijacked. So I'm not surprised if GTA 6 takes that route. Even though I do find it interesting because besides Clyde and Catalina, we haven't had like a full game of where you likely take the control of two characters. That's a couple, and have a whole like complete Bonnie and Clyde situation. But with how it's going, like this little news so far, it's not boding well. And I'm not surprised if they take the route, which would be very unfortunate. And I'm going to consider this a trope now, where like there's a couple and their main reason for like conflict in their relationship is that the woman sees her man, her partner in crime, as inferior, and likely hearing from outside people to help fuel that fire and see him as a dead end or a weakling, and she needs to cut him off. Like I've seen that a lot. It's either she handles everything like Mary Jaw Jane and Peter Cucked Parker. Like you have that kind of trope where, you know, the woman's the man in the relationship and she's taking everything. And then if with GTA 6, the other side of that coin to that trope is where she just like sees him as a weakling. She just like cuts him loose because, you know, again, she's taking care of everything and she's the inferior one and the one that handles the business. And he's just, you know, like soft and is like unsure about it. But he's like a ride or die for her, but not to the full extent to where, I don't know, like maybe there'll possibly be an ending where she'll kill him or something like that, like how you can do in GTA 5. So with one of the endings, whether you go with Michael or Trevor. And I'm afraid of that happening. And I hope that's not the
Yeah,
case because
that's
I
very
find that's
possible.
a really, yes, I'll find that that's a very weak excuse to have conflict, like at some point of the story in their relationship, where they're like side eyeing each other. I find that would be very weak and they need to come up with something different. But then I have low expectations and I can't expect great from the so-called developer these days. And I feel like this is my prediction that that's likely where they're going to go with like the route that they're going to go with their story. And as far as like them removing trans from the game, if they want to be pussies and take them out, then I shouldn't see any women NPCs either because you can kill the prostitute. I remember when I was younger, I slept with, gave the prostitutes my money, and then when they got out the car, the first thing I did was ran them over and got my money back. And isn't that we all
Yeah, I
did
think that's
that.
what
So
we all did.
That's the
yeah,
universal GTA experience, I think.
yeah, exactly. Everyone did that. So,
Yeah,
and you could look at that as oh, that's not only is that you're sexualizing women, but then you're also killing them. Okay, if you feel so strongly about that, remove women out the game then. Like every natural woman NPC, remove them out the game if that's the case.
Well,
Because
because then they can
you're
all
supposed
be
to be
considered
inclusive,
violence.
right?
It could all be
Huh?
considered violence toward a protected group if you have women in there. It could be the same thing.
Exactly. So if you keep the same energy, if you want to remove trans, because even though that's completely contradictory to you being inclusive, because if a woman can get killed, a man can get killed, or I'm sorry, excuse me, get taken out, or a man gets taken out, then I don't see how trans can be exempt from that. Oh, because you guys want to make them feel safe and secure, and then you want to have this bad impression or message of, oh, crime or hatred against trans. It's like, what? If that's the case, then men get killed all the time, and you can kill them in the game. I'm sorry, I keep saying that word. Take them out, and same thing with women too. And isn't that not the same thing, but oh, okay, that's right, y'all want to be coddled and enabled, and y'all want to make sure that you make sure your people are protected and babied, and it's like, get the F out of here. But
Maybe
I
Dan
just find it
Hauser
weak.
is maybe Dan Hauser is trans now, and he's just trying to like protect his people, like you said.
Yeah, he
Not
don't
Dan
want to see
Hauser.
his
I'm sorry,
people
the
get
other guy,
hurt.
the other dude,
Yeah,
the other dude. He's like, hey, if I have some skeletons in my closet, I gotta protect my buddies. So he wants to now he wants to censor all that stuff.
I
Cause like
don't I don't
Because
I don't
think about it this
understand.
way too, like with the trans stuff in the game, like remember that you know even Red Dead Redemption 2 had that character you can do like that side mission for that was like a cross dresser or something. I don't know if you guys remember that they
You said
wanted
Red
I
like
Dead
don't
Redemption
actually.
2?
Red Dead Redemption 2, you had to get like feathers
Mm-mm.
or something. It was like for like some like cross dressing character. Like so even then they had some of that stuff in the game as well. So just want to
But see,
mention
a
that.
lot of that stuff is
Mhm.
not even memorable. Like, I'm pretty sure no one remembers like the little side quests in Spider-Man 2 when you're as Miles, and he basically there's a whole side mission dedicated to getting two gay characters to like get together and ask each other out. I think for a dance or something like that, or just to ask each other
Yeah,
out.
some high
And it's like
school
no
dance
one
or
cares
something.
about that. Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
like
you know what would be a mature way to handle it? Remember, in GTA 5, there'll be random people in the street that you can help. Like
hmm
if they, and you could like they'll still be like robbed by a thief
Yeah,
or something, and you could get it, or like they'll get their bike stolen or whatever. If they really wanted to like to make these characters more human, they could have made it that maybe a trans character needs help, and you could decide to help them if you want, giving the player agency to make those choices on their own. I think if you're gonna do shit like that, I don't want any of the woke shit in the games at all. But if you're gonna do something like that, at least make it player choice driven, so that there's like some at least some depth to it besides it being shallow, right?
right.
Like But
That's a
again,
very good idea, honestly. You know,
because like,
and it's very discreet, but they're so out loud with it, and they don't really have much creativity and
think about
brains
it.
that they wouldn't think about that.
Maybe if a person, maybe like for example, you could see people getting, maybe a trans person's getting the shit beat out of them, and you could choose to help or not if you want to. That to me is like how you actually like kind of create those like conversations and narratives instead of just like forcing the player to do a certain thing, which is like a problem. Again, one of the major reasons why The Last of Us 2 is a piece of shit among many. You have all these these things that happen that should be player choice, but they're not player choice. So I think that like if you're gonna do something like that, that's the route. Ideally, you wouldn't put any of that stuff in the game at all, but at least you're giving the person the room to say, hey, this person's getting the shit beat out of them. Like maybe it's not so good, and then you can help them. That's how you actually change narratives. But like you said, that actually takes brain power to even come up with. So
Really, they honestly, that really doesn't, because that's a very good idea that you came up with, that they could, I don't know, take about at least 2 minutes to think of and implement that into the game. But no, they want to be softies and protect certain groups just to make them feel better because they're so sensitive. And
like GTA 4, like GTA 4, Nico's friend, what's his name, Bernie. Bernie's basically Bernie's a fucking homo, like, but at the same time, he's Nico's friend, and Nico protects his friend, and that's a great way to include a gay character. And like, you actually like, again, like, I don't necessarily like all that stuff, but I felt like Bernie was helpful to Nico. He was a good friend. He was like loyal. Like that kind of paints gay people in a good light, right? And like that's the stuff you should be doing instead of just saying
funny
like,
though.
and he was funny. Yeah,
he was funny. Yeah.
He was funny, but he was likable because he was deep in the end of it. He was a nice guy, right? He was like Nico's friend. He even backed.
He's like getting chased, and he's like run like a girl.
Yeah, exactly, and despite being a coward, he was still there to help Nico. You know what I mean? He still decided to go with him to like get the other guy. I think it was Darko, like, or something like that. Like he was a loyal friend and a good guy, despite being a flaming homo. Which is why like you can make characters like that and have them be well liked and endearing instead of making them girl bosses, instead of preaching, instead of like, making people do a burv and shit. That's how you actually do inclusion, but they'll never do that because it's not about that. It's all about bullshit optics that no one cares about.
I think a lot of his character was like PTSD, like damage from the fact that he was a teenage soldier in Serbia or something.
Yeah, that could be it. That could be it too.
Serbian
But
balls need more.
Yeah, but the point is that he was a gay character that was kind of likable. He was funny, kind of likable. You had to protect him from like a gay basher. Like again, I don't necessarily like that lifestyle, but I did like Bernie as a character to the point where like, I'm all right, I don't want this guy to fucking die, right? And that's how you create that's how you foster those bridges between different groups of people. You respect the differences, understand that people don't have to like it, but still show the human side of people. And I think that's like what you should be doing if you're trying to push that, which ideally wouldn't be in a game at all.
GTA 4 came out. Oh my bad.
Oh, sorry. I was saying it also fits into GTA 4's themes of everyone generally being selfish. Like even though Bernie's a quote unquote a good friend, he still wants something from you.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, everybody wants something, and it just and it was also about the trauma that all the characters. It shows the effects of trauma and how it can change the course of your life. I feel like that was the deeper theme of GTA 4, like that you either you let trauma define you or you don't let it define you. But that's a conversation for like another time. Like that's a whole video essay made by a 20-year-old who played GTA 4 in 2020. There you go. Yeah.
With Wikipedia on open up.
Yeah, it's like I'm an 18-year-old YouTuber. I played GTA 4 for the first time last year. Let me make a video essay of how it's an underrated gem, even though that was a multi-million-dollar success.
I love it when the video says, "Oh, this is such an underrated gem that's been slept on." It's like, no, it's one of the most popular games ever made. Come on.
Yeah, and it came out around the time where before the woke stuff was being implemented. So the inclusion back then is totally different from today. Like back then, they weren't trying too hard, and it was natural. It blended in. It made sense.
Yeah, it was genuine.
Now these days, it was genuine. It came from a good place, and now today it's so forced and shoved down our throats that it gives the opposite reaction or results to where it's insufferable. It's it's claustrophobic. It's too much, and it's done terribly because a lot of these people that have no business being in these companies have no creativity. They have no creative backbone whatsoever. And honestly, I feel like even someone that may not be, because I feel like everyone is creative to a degree. It's just all about it's the matter of where it applies to. But I feel like a lot of the stuff that, because I would hear you guys come up with like great ideas, and then I'm thinking that honestly didn't take too much to think about. So I don't see how, because I've said this before, and I will still continue to say this to this day. If I or anyone else, like a regular person that doesn't have a degree or anything like that, so people will say like, oh well, did you go to school to do this and do that? No, but I know a good story, I know good characters, quality when I see it, so if I can come up with a better idea or ideas and a better story and better characters, then you, the professional that made this, that are in a better position than I am, you failed at your job. Because I shouldn't have to come behind you as the consumer, a regular everyday person, and come up with much better ideas than you. And you worked there, you created this work of art, and it's shit. And then if I can, take the time to really redesign and rework and rewrite things for the better, and a lot of regular people may, like other consumers like me, will appreciate and like my ideas, then, and that's why they have a problem, because it's like you're fighting against them, and they know they don't have anything. They don't have any backbones. They have no creativity. They have nothing. So this is the best that they can do, and it's pitiful. And to a degree, I pity them because it's pathetic. And
That's
just like
I
how
feel
they
when
try
you
to
talk
pity
about Mortal
us,
Kombat.
minority, huh?
When you talk about Mortal Kombat, I'm like, because like I know like you talk whenever you talk about it, me, I'm like, damn, like imagine that was actually in the game.
Yes. Oh my God. You have no idea how many ideas that I have came up with. And this is ideas back from like the Midway era that I wish they would have put in during that time, that era of MK. And I still think about them and have them like in my head to this day, that I wish, and they will sadly never get to be used. Like there's so much wasted potential, like story potential, character potential. And it's like, even with like the Netherrealm timeline, which is like a continuation reboot, they oh my God, they pretty much redid the Midway timeline, but much worse. Because
Yeah,
I hate to say it, because John is not there. So it's like y'all
midway,
didn't make
but
it better, you
ass.
made it worse. Yes, like you didn't.
It's the midway story, but now it's woken ass. But it's the same. It's
It's
just
yes, because there was a lot of ideas that they brought to the series, like Cyborg. Like they changed it to where instead of Smoke, it was Sub-Zero. They became a cyborg, and then in MKX they undid the shit, and it's like, what was the point of you? Because
they immediately
honestly,
backed
that
out.
was a new idea. They immediately backed out, and that was an idea that I didn't think about, and I was like, okay, I was open to it. I welcomed it, and I was like, because there's a lot of potential and like a route that they can take with that, and they never expand upon it. We would never know. Well, I can come up with it now, but they never expand upon it because they undid it in the next damn game. Even though in MK9, when Quan Chi showed Raiden of all the souls, Sub-Zero was still in his cyborg, even though he's not supposed to have a soul, but hey, I digress. And then in the next game, now he's back human again, but still a revenant. It's like,
Well,
it's
you know
just a
what?
joke.
The writing was always like campy
Oh,
and
wait,
kind
wait,
of
hold
like
on.
over the top, but at least it was fun and interesting. Now it's campy and over the top, but just woke and gay.
Yeah, and there's no
So it's
stakes.
there's no stakes. Like before, like it was kind of cheesy, but then yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Hold
let's
on.
get back on subject.
Before
'Cause
we
we're getting off subject.
yeah, Apollo Patriot didn't give his thoughts on
Yeah. Apollo
Yeah,
Patriot.
I'm
Go
just
ahead.
listening, sitting and listening and all that. I'll make it quick and fast. The GTA thing. I mean, I feel like majority people buy GTA 6 just for online, just to play GTA Online, experience the game. Like, the people that the workers, some of the extreme activists they have hired, have gone extreme. If you watch the Trent video, the Trent guy
Oh,
on
Trend
YouTube,
Report.
yeah, Trent Report. He did that one other video talking about one of the employees were advocating, like they're okay with people doing weird things with children, and then there's a other employee in that workplace is
Oh
okay
wow.
with like it was during 2017 near the Trump election. That one person commented under Bernie Sanders' comment saying, very like they wish to do violent or wish to like they wish violent things to Trump's family during 2017, and it's pretty jacked up. And so Rockstar, the people they've have hired, it's pretty sketchy people. I hope they get laid off, but maybe there's some normal
Mhm.
ground troop soldiers that in there. Like what I'm saying is like just normal average Joes trying to earn a money living in Rockstar. So
Mhm.
the higher
Hopefully.
ups, keep the eyes on. But I just think GTA Online is kind of gonna might be popular than the campaign. Like if I buy I don't know. Like I'm gonna see how GTA 6 how it's going to be really like, and then if it's the campaign is trash and the multiplayer online is good, maybe, but I'm just keep my eyes open. I do enjoy GTA 5 online, and that is one of my most favorite things I like playing. So, I gotta see what's going on. And yeah, like that's what I can say and what I think. Like, yeah, it's
Right. That's fair. It's fair to say. See how things turn out. Hopefully, it ends up
Yeah,
being good.
yeah.
So,
Wait and see.
especially,
Like that's.
uh,
Mhm.
yeah, I'm sure there's people there who really just want to make a good game, but hopefully they don't get snuffed out by all the woke weirdos
yeah,
there.
yeah,
I
That
kind of
usually
like
tends to happen.
I have a wait and see mentality because even though I have these assumptions, I'm willing to be proven wrong. I just have to wait and
yeah.
see. It's just that given the pattern, it seems unlikely. That's just me being honest.
It's kind of like it's just like
Yeah.
that one person that makes everybody looks extremely bad. So like the normal workers, like the normal average Joe that's trying to make money for his family or paying bills for his apartment. All the companies in California, so it must be an extreme crap hole right now for
Yeah.
like the normal average Joes working in Rockstar. So
Oh yeah.
I'll feel bad for the average Joes that losing their jobs, but I don't feel bad for the radical activists losing their jobs. That's something.
Yeah,
But yeah, that's what I can think and say. But yeah,
I agree with that, and I think that's a good position to have on it.
yeah,
There's a lot of people that are roped into bullshit. They just get lumped up with
Hmm.
those people because, unfortunately, if a company goes woke, the employees still got to feed their families, right? And
yeah,
if you're working on a game for 13 years, it's kind of hard to walk away and say, "All right, I don't care anymore." You know.
right, yeah.
So yeah, it's a valid take. Did
Yeah.
anyone else not get a
That's
chance
true.
to speak yet? Or did everybody speak? Did Octo speak about it? He did, right? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
So
Yeah.
so I think
I did. I did.
Christian
so we
Frady's
all
waiting in the backstage.
okay. So let Christian come on if he
So
wants. He can talk about it.
right. So OC, I'm gonna swap you out a little bit
All right. All right. All right.
for a little bit.
Oh, hang on. Hang
I
on.
should
It's good. It's good. All right.
say.
Bring Chris in.
And then I'll bring you back on to give your thoughts on
The Mishima family feud.
reason on me. Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah, then Christian Frays could go, and then we'll move on to the next subject. Yeah, which is I think the final topic, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then I kind of want to add something at the end, and we can kind of all just chime in. So it's
Okay. No problem.
yeah, it's not really like a full on topic, but I'd like to get your thoughts on it because it was something that kind of annoyed me on that I saw. So, but yeah, let's get Christian
Okay.
on here and
Uh,
do that.
What's up, Christian?
Doing great. My dad and I returned from a Providence Bruins game. He's a huge hockey fan.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Let's go.
nice.
Yeah, and I'm not interested in GTA 6 whatsoever.
Okay. So
That's
can
fair.
you go
That's
into
fair.
can you go into detail like what specific like?
Well, the thing is that I'm absolutely allergic to DEI and ESG, and it's not realistic to have a female playable character for GTA.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we all have
Especially
to
since
raise
they're
it.
going in a more realistic route since GTA 5.
You know, and we have to address the elephant in the room. In GTA, you can randomly fist fight people in the streets. How's that going to look when you're playing as Lucia? That's
Yeah.
something
Well,
I'm very curious
Yeah,
about.
exactly.
Well, it doesn't work that way because males, including me, are stronger and faster.
Based, and I agree.
Mm-hmm.
But that's
Yeah.
the point. That's the point. That's going to be weird in the game when you're fist fighting people on the street. I
Yeah.
thought of a
Several men
solution.
or even armed men for that matter.
See, Revenant knows I thought of a solution, but I know they're not going to do it, so it doesn't matter. But I don't know if you remember Revenant.
About her being like training jujitsu.
Yeah, have her do jujitsu. So a lot of her fighting style involves her fighting dirty and choking you and shit like that, or like using really dirty tactics mixed in with like those kind of things. It'll actually make it like it's not realistic because a man will still have a huge advantage, but it's better than her like slugging it out with grown men. You know,
Florida is
Yeah.
one of my
And
favorite
also
states.
MMA is pretty popular in Florida.
exactly.
Florida is
So
one of my favorite states to visit.
yeah, it's a nice state.
Yeah, I've been there
It is.
before
It's
too. It's
beautiful.
nice.
I'm
It's
Team
beautiful.
Universal.
Okay. Okay. I have family near Orlando, so.
Yeah,
But
me too.
but like yeah, like it makes sense, and again like you know MMA is popular. Like this again, this is just my like thoughts. MMA is popular in I was gonna say Japan, which it is, but I meant to Florida, and in Florida, you know. They could have her like again like gouge their eyes, hit them in the groin, and then apply a chokehold on them. Like I find all that stuff to be, even though it's unrealistic, it for her to beat men that way, it would still be more realistic than her like brawling with them. I feel like that's gonna be super awkward when they're like, you know,
It's gonna
if
be
they're
Ellie
like
and The Last of
just
Us 2 all over again.
yeah. I just think that's gonna be really weird. Maybe they'll give her like a weapon that she always has no matter what, like some kind of like knife or like push ring. I don't know if you guys know what a push ring is, but something like that. Like I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. We'll see. But
Something. But
yeah,
more than likely, she's gonna be being men up for no logical reason. They'll probably
yeah.
be like, "Oh, well, she was in jail." And they're gonna make her seem like she was probably some badass in jail and shit like that. You know,
They're gonna
to
give her they're gonna give her
you know
feminist rage,
give
and
her
it's gonna
more like
work.
a plot armor.
It's gonna work like Trevor's ability. She's gonna have feminist rage.
It's gonna be yeah, but it's gonna be like the Def Jam games where you do a special move and they show the eyes up all close and they scream.
Yeah. Basically.
Given that set in Florida, I would take Vice City over 6.
Yeah. I mean, Vice City is a
Yeah,
great game.
Yeah, it
You're
is.
out of touch. You're out of touch.
My
Why
favorite
so out of touch?
my favorite part of like Vice City, like honestly, like we have to have like a wait and see approach. Like I'm hoping that I'm wrong. I really am, but I just can't see it not being the case. It's like I can't turn off my reasoning ability enough to say like, oh, this won't be some woke bullshit. But we'll see, man. We'll see.
I mean, there's like 20 years worth of like almost like 25 years worth of games. I'm just kind of done. Like I've played enough.
Yeah.
The things don't have to keep going. Just they can stop anytime they want. And I think people need to understand and learn that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's why it's important to have other hobbies and things that you enjoy. Like I love creating art, and I love training MMA, and I love working out, and I love that stuff. So if gaming somehow disappeared tomorrow, I have other things I can fall back on. And I think
You'll have to teach me how to draw, because
I can do drawing myself.
that's good.
I also like.
I'm an aspiring artist, but
going to the gym, swimming, and I have an encyclopedic knowledge of media, including film, shows, video games, comic books, and I even sometimes mow the lawn.
Do you like Sonic the Hedgehog?
I'm on the autism spectrum, and yes.
Yeah, me too. I'm not sure if I'm on the spectrum or not.
You're on the spectrum too.
See? Oh,
I mean,
that hedgehog.
it's really it could. I've never got tested for it, but I like Sonic a little too much. Well, I used to like Sonic. Like Sonic's bollocks now, but you know.
Man, that fan base terrified me from ever wanting to like it more than I do as a casual.
I think they're like as a fan base, the fact that they like Sonic Frontiers, just I was done.
Dude, I stopped giving a shit about Sonic like heavily around like the Sonic Heroes games. That's how far back I kind of like stopped caring. So
I mean, I think I
Well,
stopped.
there's only one game called Sonic Heroes.
yeah, that's the one I'm referring to. Like back then during that era of
2000 and
games.
follow.
Yeah, like that era of games like Shadow the Hedgehog, Sonic Heroes. That was the last time I've cared about Sonic, and that was like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Even the newer Sonic games that I played were all like the retro ones, like the ones that are meant to be like, you know, throwbacks to the original, like the classic 2D games. Those are like the only one, like Mania and stuff like that. Those are the only ones that I'll like consider like I'll even play now. All the 3D ones have like lost their soul for me.
Totally. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. That the last good 3D one was Generations, and the newest one that they brought out, which is also just Generations but with Shadow.
I didn't bother with the newest iteration of Generations because of censorship.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
What the hell are we doing? We're editing Sonic. We're censoring Sonic games. That's how you know things have gotten crazy.
They're censoring like Amy Rose, which is just like, dude, she barely had a character before, but now you're just like you're trying to like get rid of anything that made her anything. Like, it's just very sad.
She was Sonic's little fangirl, like Tsundere or whatever you want.
Yeah, she just like she was the one that like she had enough tenacity to keep up with the guy. Right, that was the fun part. He enjoyed the chase, and she enjoyed chasing him. That was it. It was cute.
Yeah, and it was very innocent, you know.
It was wholesome, innocent. And
it was like a little. You know what it reminded me of? Like a little kid with a crush. Like, you know when little girls crush on on a little boy and they're just like all over them. That's basically what it was.
That's exactly what
Sonic
it was.
and Shadow to have a relationship.
Yeah. Now she's just. I hope everybody is happy, and I am happy too. Yay!
As she downs a couple of Prozac.
Yeah. But the doctor told me I had to keep taking this.
That's so creepy. The more I think about it, the more disturbing I find it. Like the whole like concept of that.
Yeah. You're right. No, that they've literally caught her, or they've done a struggle session with her, and now she's she's on Prozac.
Yeah, basically, right? Like it's so freaky, and the way they look, like, you know, like Sonic characters look, you can just imagine like those gigantic eyes being like zombied out. Like that's disturbing.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Christian, you spoke your piece on GTA 6, right? So I think we should get to the last subject.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Okay. So the planned what was it called? Combat Pack 2 or whatever the fuck?
Combat Pack
Mortal
3.
Kombat 1. Oh, they already did 2. Okay, Combat Pack 3 for Mortal Kombat 1 was scrapped due to the game just not doing very well.
Not to mention Combat Pack 2, aka Chaos Reigns, not doing well.
Yes.
There you go. That too. Yep. So
so
overall, not doing well for that game whatsoever. Even when it launched, I heard it had like some technical issues, had a lot of microtransactions.
We don't talk about the Switch version.
They released it on that too.
Live service.
The Switch version was fucking terrible.
So many things were wrong with that game, and just from whether if it's microtransactions, technical issues, you had the abysmal story mode, you have the terrible character designs, just really everything about it was pretty like shitty when you think about it, even like at first glance. And like me and Jinpachi had talked about it in a video a while ago, before it even came out, and people were getting at us. And hope you
Bro,
enjoy playing your
we're
dead
just
games
mad.
because
We're
yeah, we're
just
just
mad,
mad.
bro.
Yeah,
No, we're just
yeah,
mad, bro. We're just
And
mad, bro.
you
bruh,
know
yeah.
the game has issues that the only thing that they've done right is the guest characters.
True. Yeah, and it's kind of a
Yeah,
shame
that's all they got.
because back in the day, I would have gone crazy for Conan the Barbarian, the T-1000. Like that would have made me go crazy back in the day. And now it's like I couldn't care less, unfortunately, which is a real shame.
And I'm a diehard media fan
Yep.
anyway.
Okay.
So I
Yeah.
just know these characters firsthand.
Did you meet them?
But I do know that Ghostface is the same voice actor as Mojo Jojo.
Okay. That's kind of cool. I forgot Ghostface was
nice.
in there. What a waste.
Dude,
Yeah,
that's the
he
kind
was
of
the
things that
last
I say.
character, right?
I think I might be on the spectrum.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
thought-
shit that I say. Oh, that's the same voice actor as so.
This is
Everyone-
under careful consideration. Maybe I am autistic.
Maybe I am autistic. I'm
Oh yeah,
self-diagnosed.
Skinner.
Listen,
Man,
what's your
that-
favorite scary movie? Is it King Kong? Because I'm an ape.
I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Like that's especially rampant with 20-year-olds. Like Revenant knows this girl I used to talk to, and she did all the tropes. She said she was like self-diagnosed on the spectrum, bull nose ring, the blue. She
Oh,
did all
God,
of it.
yeah.
You know who I'm talking about, Revenant.
Yeah.
Like that shit was crazy. She literally like did every
She a
stereotype.
head now, right?
Huh? Yeah, now she's a pothead. Like, oh my
She's a-
god. Like,
Yeah.
if there was
So-
ever a more walking stereotype than that, then I would love to know who it is.
So did Homelander and all the other heroes not help them then? No, 'cause
Well,
Guess
the
not.
guest characters they aren't integral to the story whatsoever. They're just made as cash-ins and to get in people who don't play Mortal Kombat.
Yes. But that's not going to
Yeah.
keep people playing the game because the game not only is the gameplay mediocre, but
Yeah.
also you have the woke story, She-Rax and Spectrum Thor, aka Sector. Like,
Yeah.
like,
They-
Yeah.
They do make for really good YouTube clips. So I really do love watching the Homelander, the who is it? The guy
Omni-Man,
Omni-Man.
Omni-
Yeah.
Omni-Man and the other one.
Peacemaker.
John
but it-
Cena, yeah.
But is that gonna buy you? That's the thing. Like, as cool as that is, that's not gonna keep you playing or buying the game. That's the
No.
problem Tekken has. Tekken released Heihachi, but that didn't save the game either.
But I
Like,
mean,
they-
look
Well,
at the
to be
caliber
fair with
of
Homelander,
Heihachi's already dead.
Yes.
look at the caliber of like
To be-
of extra characters they had in the last game. I mean, what they had the Terminator, Rambo, like
And
slightly
before that-
better.
Spawn.
And- Well, they peaked out. They put all the really cool characters. They had Predator, Alien, and Jason Voorhees, and Leatherface,
Spawn.
and X. Like, they lost. I mean,
Didn't
they
they have
could have.
Donatello in it too?
That was an
No,
Injustice.
the Ninja Turtles were in Injustice
They
too.
were in it. They were in Injustice.
Same
I
with
heard a
But,
Oh,
rumor
okay.
that they were going to
Got
have
that
Ash
one.
Williams in it, and that I was so sad when
Yeah, I heard that.
I was just like, oh my god, seriously, they could have had Bruce Campbell in there. That would have
That was the MKX days, right? I believe.
No,
think so.
Ash was intended for MK11.
Okay.
11,
Okay.
my bad.
Because if you
Okay.
listen closely for a trailer, after Shang Tsung was revealed, stay tuned for 2 more guest characters. You hear the Terminator theme and a familiar chainsaw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that would be
If
Ash.
they really wanted to create hype, they should have had him say groovy. That would've been
Yeah,
cool.
exactly. That's exactly how you do it. Groovy.
But anyway, like the whole thing is like they have great, like the guest characters aren't the problem. They have a lot of great guest characters. Because I would argue even the John Cena one is pretty cool, just for
They're
the
like
meme.
Best part of it, if you ask me. The
But
new ones, anyways.
But unfortunately, the game is so ass that it's
Unfortunately,
irrelevant. It's
yeah.
irrelevant.
Couldn't see him.
Yeah. When a game is that bad, a guest character is not going to save it, and they could put fucking Batman in that game. I still wouldn't buy it.
Yeah.
You know? Like they could put Batman, they could put Goku, they could put anybody they want in that game. Like it's not gonna it's not gonna redeem it to the point where I'm willing to pay for it.
No, knowing then they'd put Dragon Ball Evolution Goku in there.
Yeah, knowing them, right?
Right.
Oh my god.
Shit. Like It's a shame. It's a shame because, like I
So
said, Conan the Barbarian and T1000 are great ideas, but in a bad game.
yeah. So is anyone really surprised
Don't forget
by
the
you know
animalities.
the next pack? Oh
No,
yeah,
I'm not.
yeah.
I'm
That's
not
true.
surprised. I entirely believe that if that the DLC pack got canceled because I mean, like, come on, man, Shirax, or you know what's a better name? Sector. I like that better.
Sextor.
Sector.
When did the game come out? It came out September of last year, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so this thing isn't even it's not even like 2 years old.
And
Rough.
here's
I
an
mean, actually, no, it
here's an
actually is.
obscure
No, it's
fact
actually a year
about
old. A
Mortal
year old.
Kombat. Here's an obscure fact about Mortal Kombat 12. Megan Fox wasn't the only actress to also be in Jaffer's body. J.K. Simmons, who voiced Omni-Man, was also in Jaffer's body.
Oh, was he? I seen that movie. Who did he play in Jaffer's
The
body?
teacher.
Oh, that was him.
With the hook hand.
Yeah, that was him. That's crazy.
Wow.
I didn't put two and two together there. That actually is a pretty interesting fact. Go figure.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm really into details.
Just get me pictures of Spider-Man.
Yes, Christian.
Or even give me pictures of Jeff or Check already. She's
we
been killing too many men.
Yes, we know, and you know we appreciate you for it. Get us more pictures of obscure facts, Frades. Anyway.
But preferably pictures of Spider-Man.
Spider-Man or Spider-Man or tits. Get the fuck out. Like one of the two.
Serious?
It's like, forget the tits part. Just give me Spider-Man.
You know what's crazy?
Yeah, he would say that.
Speaking of all this stuff, it kind of comes full circle because Elizabeth Banks was in that movie and she was smoking high, and like she's way too hot to be as far left as she is. It's a damn shame.
I just when you said that, I thought the mother from Fresh Prince.
No, Elizabeth Banks was
I
his
was thinking that
assistant.
too. Yeah.
That was his assistant. I forgot her name.
Betty Brandt.
Betty Brandt. There you go. Betty Brandt is her. She was like the girl that would sit with the full. She had like a little bob cut.
Mm-hmm.
Ring a bell?
She was also
Oh yeah,
in
you
James
told me
Gunn's
she's a
Slither.
leftist now.
Yeah, she's an insane leftist. She also was Rita in that Power Rangers movie that sucked ass.
Oh yeah.
And like I said, Slither.
And Slither as well.
I remember that movie.
Believe it or not, she wrote a tribute to my cousin Pete Frades for an autobiography of his, given that she's from Massachusetts like me.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what?
Oh wow.
Let's pretend when that happened, she was still sane. Let's pretend like during those days she hadn't lost her mind yet.
Yes, let's. So
it's like
my
finding
prediction
out
is
a
that
woman is
they're gonna
smoking
just
hot, but then she has genital warts. That's kind of how I feel about Elizabeth Banks. It's like,
yeah.
you know, it's like it totally ruins everything.
But my prediction is that they're just gonna move on to Injustice 3 and ruin that.
Oh,
and
God, yeah.
probably any DLC packs for that will end up being canceled as well. So, I mean, look at
NetherRealm
the
meets
state of
DC.
DC. Like, it's getting worse every year.
Well,
Yeah,
Injustice 3
so-
is screwed. Injustice 3 is screwed, bro.
Yeah, it is.
That goes without saying, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, I mean, think about it. Like, Injustice 2 had some stuff in it where, like, I'm like, if you look at the females, like Starfire, you look at, like, the story, the way it was told, I doubt that the modern sensibility NetherRealm would make a game like that again. Because even though Injustice 2 wasn't perfect, it was, like, not really, like, that bad with, like, woke shit, aside from, like, Wonder Woman looking weird as hell. Like,
Yeah.
Oh,
generally
God,
it wasn't
she was awful.
generally it wasn't that bad, and like it kind of portrayed the characters kind of like had more.
You know
of,
what
like,
I
their
remember
own-
about that game with the story mode is that they had really good facial animations.
They did. They had great facial animations, and like some characters
Yeah.
didn't look that bad really, and like the designs were like closer to like the comic book style where they're like more like more revealing and stuff. But I can't see them doing that with Injustice 3. And I just think that the
No.
story is going to be some girl boss BS. Hell, actually, actually, Injustice 2 did have some bullshit with Supergirl in it as well. Like the Supergirl sections were kind of sus as well.
Mm-hmm.
And given that I'm a lesser-known media fan, particularly Lobo, I was cheesed off upon Harley Quinn saying to Darkseid, "I ain't popped no one's head off since Lobo." So I made an inside joke video.
You know
where
what?
See Lobo angry about it.
Dude, that Harley Quinn impression was way too good, and I have to say that was kind of scary, bro.
Yeah, so for my
Yeah, right.
video, after you hear that, you see Lobo get angry.
Okay, I guess we'll just move on from how uncanny that was. All right.
Don't you want to ride your Harley?
Oh my god.
Bro, what the fuck?
Next we know we're gonna see Christian Frates in the credits voicing Harley Quinn for Injustice 3.
Christian, would you voice Harley Quinn in Injustice if they like hired you?
Yeah. But the thing is that they would probably fire me because you're not an ESG shill.
That's true. That's true. That's true. They probably would.
Yeah.
But I like
they get rid of you for wrong think.
But I like that you'll be willing to do it. I find that funny. That's awesome.
I'd probably get thrown out of the studio because I'd just be like, look, I
Hey,
just want to swear at Tara Strong for a few hours, please. Just let me.
How about say the word cuss like in Fantastic Mr. Fox? Are you cussing with me? No, you cuss with me. Don't cuss and point me. You're gonna cuss with somebody. Let's do my best George Clooney and Bill Murray.
Tara Strong has lost her fucking mind. That was pretty good. Tara Strong
She really has.
is insane.
She's like Princess Clara at this point.
I don't.
You notice?
I don't like her Harley Quinn. I don't.
She
like
sounds
her
drunk.
Harley Quinn.
She sounds
I don't
like drunk.
She does. She really does.
She sounds like drunk Timmy Turner.
Yeah.
Yeah, she really does.
Or if Kilgore, even though Kilgore's a wind-up toy, imagine if the Cluster drugged him and he'd be like, "Surrender, Jenny! Surrender!"
Yeah, she's her Timmy, like her Harley Quinn in Arkham City is not that bad. It's just gotten worse over years. It just it just progressively has gotten far worse each time.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it sounds
Suicide
more like
Squad,
Kilgore, the wind-up toy.
Yeah. She sounds like Timmy Turner after a few drinks to me. That's really what it would like.
Yeah,
if I could nail it.
Lesser-known media geek, Kilgore.
Okay. You'll have your Kilgore. I'll have my Timmy Turner. Fair enough.
It's just that I love lesser-known media compared to most people.
Okay.
Like My Life as a Teenage Robot. Hundreds of people around my area wouldn't have heard of it if it wasn't for me.
Hundreds of people. Wow.
That's
a lot. That's a lot of people.
And they will have known that Eartha Kitt voiced Queen Vexus as well. I will get you yet, XJ9. You will bow to the Cluster.
I used to like that cartoon back in the day. Actually.
Well, it's a shame that someone made a rock slide out of it.
Me and my cousin. I'm just gonna tell you the truth. Me and my cousin. My cousin was an asshole, and he bought me fucking Kill the Justice League. We lasted 24 minutes.
My condolences.
They said, let's play it co-op, because why the fuck not, right?
Did you get past, what about the communism part? Did you get past that part? The capitalism digs?
I'm going to say it now. We got to the pride flag and I broke down.
Oh, man. What was it? All heroes are welcome? What was it? What was it like?
All heroes are welcome.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah,
so
I was Boomerang because I legitimately think Boomerang's the best character in the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, they shitted on Boomerang heavy in that game.
Yeah, they did.
Heavy in that game. He was the only like classically white villain in that game. So you know what they did. You know how they were gonna do that, boy. But anyway,
what was it he says? That I mask my bad behavior with drink. Something like that, was it?
See,
I can't help but do the accent all the way every time he said something. I was just like, come on, Harley! It's like, oh god, what am I doing?
If this was 10 years ago where that game was released and they had him portrayed like that, I would argue it was just meant to be funny. But since it's 2020, past 2020, we know what the intention was there.
Yeah.
He was the
But, like,
punching bag.
It was like it's such a fucking a really common Australian accent that he speaks. Like it was like Bogner or something like that. You know, like really sort of down under. Like,
Yeah.
oh, I thought Deadshot was white. You know, like
Oi, get off me, kangaroo!
Yeah.
Jackie Legs.
But like, all right, but did everyone get a chance to speak about MK?
Let's get a Paul Patriot real quick.
Yeah.
Well,
Say about it.
I've made like a joke theory for Combat Pack 3. It'll be all guest characters.
Well, that goes without saying. That goes without saying. So, but yeah, Apollo, you want to give your thoughts?
Well, I might keep it sweet and easy. I would say, Mortal Kombat 1 is a piece of trash, and I mean, seeing Conan the Barbarian, I love the movies 1 and 2 with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
The second one was more cheesy.
Hold on, Apollo. Yeah, continue.
I like Conan. I love the 1 and 2 movies, the OG ones. I mean, at the end of the day, Mortal Kombat Armageddon is 10 times better than Mortal Kombat 1. And because with Mortal Kombat Armageddon, there is a lot of skins for your characters, like Shao Kahn. Like, you can rock out the old school skin, what he wore on the other older Mortal Kombat games. Like, the kind of recent one is after Mortal Kombat, like, there's Mortal Kombat Armageddon, and then, like, so, like, behind that game, like, I don't know, but yeah, like, there's, like, thousands and thousands of skins you can grind for. You use, like, these little token coins to, like, unlock, and say, like, Sub-Zero, his old skull, like, skin, you could see his, like, his old skull look, and you could use old skull skins for all the characters in Mortal Kombat Armageddon and Baraka and all that stuff. Like, I would say Mortal Kombat Armageddon beats Mortal Kombat 1 hands down, because
I agree.
The game is so rewarding.
I
You
agree
beat the leader ladder boards. You get, and double with Mortal Kombat Armageddon, you can make your own default character, however, like
Yeah,
a
for the
male and
first time.
female. Yeah, like,
The only
I
time,
mean,
I think.
And there's a lot of depth to it. You can make all kinds of characters.
Yes,
It's very good.
You could turn
And it's kart
characters
racing too.
plastic. Yeah, kart racing.
It's actually called
co-op.
Motor Combat.
Yeah. And
There
it
you
had
go.
its own unique storytelling, third-person storytelling.
Yes, which was really cool.
And the
Yeah.
Wii port came with an extra character.
Yeah,
It
and
was Chameleon, right?
Yes.
yeah, and yeah, that's what I can say with that. Like, Mortal Kombat Armageddon is 10 times better than this trash. Like, I wish Mortal Kombat
For real.
was great again. Like, with Mortal Kombat,
Yeah.
one little thing I do want to say with Mortal Kombat Armageddon had 10 times, like, it had a lot of characters you could pick in that game to play against. Like, thousands, a lot. So,
And that's not to
you had
say
every character from the series.
And that's not to say
Up
it
until
didn't
that
have
point.
flaws, because there were some things I didn't like. Like, I didn't like this. I didn't like the streamlined fatalities. I didn't like that people had repeated fighting styles. There's little things I didn't like, but it was still a really good game. And Midway's like one of their most. I guess I would say one of the lower end MKs in Armageddon is still better than MK1, which is sad.
Right.
You know that a game like Armageddon, which has like a lot of flaws in it, even though I do like the game, even that's better than MK1.
I mean, if they, I don't know, if Mortal Kombat 1 like completely extremely fails and all this crazy stuff, like, yeah, it's failing. If they if they cut off with the woke DEI stuff and they remake Mortal Kombat Armageddon with no woke stuff, I'm like, hell, they'll sell like billions of copies of.
I agree.
Like, Armageddon if they don't censor it. If they don't censor it, it'd be great. So that's all I can say. But
Well, imagine a remake of MK Armageddon, but with individual fatalities, better graphics.
yes,
Just like just more content, so it just to correct the flaws of the original Armageddon. That would be great.
yeah,
I would love that
yeah.
for them to do that. Like,
And no guest characters as well.
yeah, I mean, I don't mind guest characters. They've been picking good characters. I just want the base game to be good.
Yeah, I agree. I was just, that they
Yeah.
should lay off that to prevent, those who aren't Mortal Kombat fans would be like, wait a second, I didn't ask for this character. I didn't ask for him. I didn't ask for her.
Yeah, I'm okay with it if you have the main cast. If you have
That's true.
everybody in the game that we all love and know, then you can have your guest characters. But if you have your guest characters and you're missing like key people, then that's when I'm like, all right, fuck that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but when you think about
I
it, the
agree, yeah.
ones who wanted the guest characters are the same people who are diversity hires for NetherRealm.
I mean, I don't fully agree with that because I like some of the guest characters in MK9. Like I like Freddy Krueger and I like Kratos and I love MK, but I don't like the DI shit. I think like it's
Did you
okay.
know that Doom Guy would have been a guest character for the Xbox 360 version of MK9?
Yeah, that would have been sick, man. That would be really cool. He would fit the game very well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was basically everyone got to speak on it, right?
Yeah.
No, I didn't get to give
No,
my 2 cents.
Melina
Melina,
done,
you didn't
yeah.
get you didn't speak on it yet? What the hell? All right.
No,
Okay, go ahead.
I was
Melina.
vouching for her.
Say your words.
For me, it's bittersweet. I'm glad because it's what they deserve, and it's long time karma. But of course, it also makes me unhappy and sad at the same time because it's my favorite franchise, and I just find that it's highly disrespectful how they're just solely dependent on these guest characters to sell the game instead of their own characters, especially since there's plenty of characters that are unused slash need a second chance, and they don't or they aren't or haven't gotten their second chance, and or haven't came into fruition. Like the character Chrome, I've been waiting for years for that character to happen and they still refuse to make it happen. Like I know it was an original OC to a fan, but I mean if they cut a deal, give him a share for his character, and make Chrome a thing, because he would have been a very great addition to the game and the ninjas. Now as far as the story, I'm not sure what his part could be, like what it could play as. But as far as like his gameplay, I think it would be very, very, very sick. And that's great potential right there wasted. And then a lot of already established MK characters that should have a return, but then not really, because a lot of the 3D era characters they brought back mainly from Deception, I've been very disappointed in on how they've been portrayed. And fighting, like gameplay style, I feel like I could, make better animations and give them more of a lengthy move set. But it kind of makes me not like the DLC character at this point, because they're so desperate and clinging on to them like it's a life or death situation, because of course they need them to sell the game. Because how I look at it is that they're treating fighting games now, because I feel like this is like a separate topic for like another day, another time. But I find that within the fighting game genre, I find fighting games are dying because the lack of content, because whatchamacallit, I forgot it already. The invasions is shit. And because they used to have great content back, extra content back in the Midway era, and now we got fucking invasions and we don't even have a crypt. So that, and then the characters, like a lot of them have been brought back since like the 1990s, and then the current day, since like MKX, they brought new characters and they failed their failures within themselves, and new villains have failed as well. So it's just like, and I'm specifically talking about Mortal Kombat. But then when the guest characters came into the loop, they were great. When Freddy and MKX, I find MKX has the best selection of guest characters. I just wish Freddy was in there so we could have Freddy versus Jason, since we have Alien versus Predator. But I'm still grateful nonetheless. And of course, I love Kratos for the PS3 edition
Don't forget PS
or
Vita.
copy.
My thoughts
And
exactly.
yeah, the PS Vita 2. The PS Vita 2. That's right. I forgot about that.
I wanted Freddy versus Jason so badly, and it never happened. What a waste.
Yeah. But it's okay, because I mean, Freddy was a great first. You could tell they were testing the waters with the like guest characters, and it was very successful. Honestly, hold on, I take that back in a way. Okay, I find MK9 takes first place for the best DLC characters, and then MKX, because MK9, which I don't hear a lot of people talk about, they have every type of guest character. Like they brought back a 3D air character, Rain. I'm sorry, 2D, because he should have been in the story, but they made him a DLC character, Rain, 2D air character, 3D era, which is Kenshi, and then Scarlet, who was basically like Ermac, and they made her own character. And then they got Freddy. So that's like a great selection right there. And then, of course, if you have PS, and you also get Kratos.
Yeah, and Kratos, I mean, you can't beat Kratos as a DLC character.
Yeah, you can't beat that, honestly.
And you know what's funny? Scarlet was a rumored character. She was never like an actual character in the series until MK9. Like MK9, they made her, like, they turned her from a rumored character into a real character.
Yeah,
I was about to say that for Freddy in MK9, even though you hear Robert Englund's vocal efforts, they still use the likeness of Jackie Earle Haley from the 2010 reboot that Michael Bay produced.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I thought that was like, I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, I'm pretty sure like most people know that one, because I mean that movie came out a year later, like that same year or something like that.
No, it came out in 2010.
And Mortal Kombat 9 came out in 2011, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so they were, but well, still, it was recent enough in people's minds where, like, I mean, most horror fans were like, all right, that's Jackie Earle Haley, but with Robert Englund's voice actor. And he had some cool fatalities in that game. He was really a great guest character, man. It's a waste. It's a shame he wasn't an X.
Yeah, and I'll take X as like take second place. But I find that now I look at guest characters differently, to where they're treating it like it's Fortnite, basically. Like,
much.
but it's not going to work, because it's a fighting game. It's not a free to play, which they're trying to do. They're trying to do so hard. Well, they already have, but that formula doesn't work with a fighting game, because it doesn't give it the longevity that they think it is, and it's I don't know. I find it a little like a cop out, basically. Like you're writing so hard.
It's cheap.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a cheap way to bring people in. Yeah.
Yeah, for like 5 seconds, and then they leave, because no one's going to care anymore. Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of new people that were drawn to MK was just solely because of the guest characters. Like, they're not really giving a fuck about, the actual MK characters. They're looking at just like how they look at Fortnite. Like, a lot of characters that have been on there, like, I know it's like a little bit of a meme, like kids will say, like since Spider-Man's in the game, like, oh, that's that character, that's Spider-Man from Fortnite, instead of Spider-Man having his own comics, like his literally his own thing, but they only recognize him and attach him to Fortnite. And it's the same way with MK, so and then they put so much heart and soul, and that's how I really don't like the guest characters now, because they put so much heart and soul into them. Like, I love how they're all into Ghostface, with down to the wiping of like the cleaning off the knife, and even the double, ghost faces from the movies, to where they alternate between, and it's like but you can't even do that for your own characters.
Yeah, it's like you give them all this special treatment, and you can't give them
Billy Loomis. Billy Loomis is the main ghost face in that game.
See, like, y'all went so hard for these guest characters, and it's nothing against the guest characters because it's like, of course, they didn't ask to be in the game. But it's just as a when I take the guest characters away, it's solely the heart and soul of Mortal Kombat is the characters in the story.
Of course.
Those guest characters, they're not implemented into the story at all. They're literally just guests. Like they knocked on the door because they fit the series and they're sitting at the dinner table. But it's still at the end of the day, they're not more. They don't make up Mortal Kombat, and they're making them make up Mortal Kombat, and all this love and passion that you're putting into them because it's what's going to sell, and people can point out the things that are attached to the guest characters, like specifically from the game, like the movies that they've been in. But again, like you can't even do that for your own characters. Like you make them dry, like Scorpion, for instance, as an example, and then I'm pretty much done. I just love how. Again, like Ghostface has a great, or Omni-Man and Homelander have a great move list, but Scorpion isn't really Scorpion. The best Scorpion is technically like 9 and X, to where they're using like all of his abilities. Like 11, they pretty much like he wasn't like, okay, I know they made him human in 11 and pretty much 1, but it's like you still gave him fire powers though, and I feel like you're not really using those fire powers to the best of his ability like he did in MKX, where he was summoning demons. Like he was very, because it was also very fast paced back then, so now the more realistic things get, the more accurate and sluggish the characters are that they have to be in order to match the pace of the realism. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating to where Scorpion is not really a full potential Scorpion. He's like barely half baked. But then you got the whole full potential nods and references to Omni-Man and Homelander, which is good. They should. I'm not saying they shouldn't, and there's nothing wrong with them. Again, it's not really much against the characters. It's just the developers that, put them in the game and they made them what they are. But I'm looking at, you're shafting your like the meat and potatoes of the game, which is the freaking MK characters. So that's my 2 cents on it. It's pretty much like a fighting game, Fortnite, and even though that formula does not work, because they're looking at Fortnite has lasted all these years, and that game came out in like 2013, 14. But don't sit here and try to leech off of.
That's why I don't hate the guest characters. I blame it more on mid. Like if the games were good, I was gonna say Midway, I meant NRS. If the games were actually better and well constructed, I think the DLC characters would be better received. It's like a symptom of like of the bigger problem, which is that they don't like. It's like you said, they're trying to cash in rather than like for cheap hype, instead of making sure that everything is great, right? So it's not that the guest characters are inherently bad. It's because of the lack of care going into the base roster in comparison that makes it egregious.
I'm done.
I was wondering why there was so much silence.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's just the guest characters aren't inherently the guest characters aren't inherently bad. Like it's just because the game itself is mediocre. If the game was a better game and respected the source material better, I think the DLC wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I think
like
so.
it's fine to try to bring in new players with them, but like again, you have to care about your base game, as Melina said.
Yes.
And
she actually made very good points too.
Yeah, she did.
They actually need more people on the team like her. I doubt there's many people on the team who actually are passionate about the series like her.
Well, I bet you a lot of them haven't even been there.
That's why they failed.
Older days. It's basically
they all been ran out.
Yeah, pretty much. Because like I'm telling you,
and Sector is supposed to be male.
Because MK9,
they fucked that up. They couldn't get that right.
They couldn't even get that right. Well, they knew that they could get it. They knew what they were supposed to do. They just didn't do it. Because in MK9, you had Freddy, you had Kratos.
They wanted the modern audience, but they didn't get it.
You had Predator,
you
had Jason, all those characters, but the game was actually good. Those game, I mean, like as far as gameplay goes, X was pretty good, and 9 was.
You know what they should have had as DLC? Basket Case.
They should have. That'd be a crazy character. How would you hit him? He's literally like a ball.
You got to kick him or something. I don't know. Do a low kick.
Bro, that shit would be
Get
broken.
what's his face? Kano with the knife in his boot. Or
Bro,
you know, Sub Zero. He can like freeze the floor, so it'll just like freeze him. There you go.
if they had basket case, just his hitbox alone would be broken. It would be like top tier.
You mean his hit basket?
Yeah, his hit basket. So all right, that was pretty much like everything, right? Like more or less. I had like it was something I wanted to talk about Melanie Mac, but we've been here long enough, so I think we can like just end it.
Well, I think Mac, she's overrated.
I agree. I just think she definitely
I
is.
think she has a big ego. Ego. That's what I think. Like, you know how some ladies, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
they have certain egos or.
Well,
anything.
she
I'm not
thinks because
throwing her underneath the bus, but I'm like, I think she has like too much a big ego.
yeah, it's narcissism.
Like, I mean,
I
like,
agree.
yeah, she is a big, huge YouTuber. I'm like, she needs to calm the hell down a little
Well,
bit.
what she
like,
said
you
was
know what I
fucking
mean?
stupid.
Yeah,
What she said, what she says dumbass shit. Like she was talking about how First Descendant and Stellar Blade are like softcore porn. I'm like, neither one of those games, the sexuality is the main part of the story. They're entirely optional
It's not.
cosmetics. Like
Yeah,
especially
optional.
with First Descendant, the story is actually pretty serious, and
Yeah, the story's
the
good.
default
And the women are pretty
costumes are.
covered up.
Yeah, they're hot, but they're covered up. And then with Stellar Blade, you know, you can dress modestly. Her default costume is just a bodysuit, no different than Bayonetta or anything like that. So she's saying stupid ass shit because she went full Puritan mode. And like again, like I just
Well,
find
that would make her look hypocritical. Like you see,
Yeah, it is.
like you know, like some like normal Instagram pictures of her and it's like, so you complain about the first sin thing, but you sometimes, you know, on Instagram, you know,
dress crazy. Yeah.
like I'm like,
Yeah.
hell, like I feel like I would end up with a divorce with that woman. I'm just saying, but that's all I can say with that. So
Yeah.
yeah.
And she covered
She
her
keeps-
tattoos too. She's supposed to be a Christian, but she can't even. What
She
the
the
hell is
point
going on
is,
with that?
yeah,
She
her
keeps
ego
this up.
religion.
She's going to be swallowed by a Puritan spiral. That's what's going to happen if she keeps this up.
that
I
is what's
understand-
happening. That's already what's happening. We're there.
Yeah.
Well, if she keeps going, she's going to go further down the spiral.
Oh yeah, down the drain.
Um,
Because yeah, man, like
you can't
she's-
be a Puritan and then talk about like, oh, I liked it when Lara Croft had big triangle tits.
put her in the booty shorts and I'll be happy. But also
Right, that's what
everything,
she was saying. Like,
everything,
she's like,
everything is softcore porn. To her.
Yeah. Put her in the booty shot. Put her
yeah,
in the
she
booty
detests
shots. But you're going to
Crystal
burn in hell, you
Dynamics to
sinner.
Lara Croft, but then yeah, like she detests what Crystal Dynamics has done with Lara Croft, and including what's been going on with the Netflix show, and
Oh well.
you know she's advocating for the classic Laura, which is completely fine, but
Yeah.
at the same time, like what was classic Laura? She was sexualized, at least as far as her appearance goes.
Well,
And you
hybrid,
think
yeah,
about what
pretty
she's doing.
much.
She's flipping around. You see what she does when she climbs up the ladders and everything. When she climbs up a hill, she does like the fucking like a split her legs and everything. Like
Yeah,
she's pretty
she's the gymnastics.
sexualized. Where where in the Crystal when the 2013 reboot and onward, they none of that was really there. She was very tamed. So
yeah,
like the way
I
she's
honestly
talking, you would
didn't
figure
like
she
the
would like the current
2013
Lara Croft.
trilogy.
Yeah.
Yeah, me.
Well,
I
honestly
think
think-
the
I
only,
honestly think a
good
lot of
decent one
these-
was the first one.
Was the first one. I agree with that.
I honestly think a lot of these Twitters, these YouTube people, they need editors, they need managers to wrangle them back in.
Well, a lot of them are grifters.
Yeah,
To me,
they really
Melanie
do.
Mac is she's showing me that she's a grifter. Honestly,
like
that's really what it tells me.
Yeah, because
on
people had asked her like, "Oh, have you?" When she was talking about Silent Hill 2 remakes, like, "Oh, have you ever played any of the games?" And she's like, "No, I never played any of them before." And someone even said today where it's like, "Oh, we got these like you got these it's like no different than the left wing woke weirdos where like they don't play games. You got a bunch of people on the right who also don't play games, and they're basically talking about these games when they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're also grifters themselves because they don't play games like that. With her, it's like I'm sure she doesn't play as many games as we do, and they'll use the excuse, well, like, oh, well, I make videos, I do this and whatever. Like, people have jobs, go to school, do whatever, have families, all sort of shit, way more than just making YouTube videos almost every day. That doesn't
Pretty
take up
much.
much of your time, especially when you see a lot of these people. All they do is use OBS
And talk in front of a
and
camera.
fucking talk on a camera.
Yeah.
You know, in front of a camera.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, she lost the
So,
plot when she
like,
lost the
they
plot
you
when
know,
she tried to
no
say
offense to
celebrate
people that
softcore
do that.
porn.
That doesn't take a lot of time and work to do. Yeah,
But
exactly.
she said it was softcore
They got
porn,
time
and you
to
could
play these games. She can actually play. She can play Stellar Blade or First Ascendant herself and see what it's actually like, instead of
yeah,
saying
because
dumb shit.
neither one of those stories sexualize the characters inherently. All the sexualization comes from optional cosmetics. Like literally, Eve is just a hot girl with a sword. There's nothing like she does. Really, no parts of the story are they going out of their way to make a reference about her appearance. Like it's stupid shit. That's how you can tell she doesn't play the games. She's going by what people upload on X. And if you're talking about this with such passion, I'm not saying you have to play the game, but you have to at least actually really know about it. You know.
She should be going after the Chinese gachas because I'm not saying it's softcore porn, but but a lot of that stuff is hypersexualized, and I don't care what anybody says. It
Well,
is.
it's pretty crazy. It's crazy, but again, like I think if they're not actively bringing attention to it, and it's optional cosmetics, I think that like you can't really bash the game because it's up to the player to say, hey, I'm not gonna fucking buy this half naked costume. You know, it comes up to the person who's playing it.
Well, that's what I mean. Her choice of target is just kind of strange to me because it's just like, look at all these gachas. Look at all these gachas. Look at Nike. Holy shit! Like that couldn't be any more hypersexualized if you tried.
Yeah.
And it's designed that way. It's designed that way, 100%.
It's
She
like
would
you
have
said.
a face.
It's a Puritan spiral, as you said, and like she's like doing this holier than thou thing. And I just wanted to bring it up because it annoys me that somebody who has so much influence says something so like fucking stupid, and like because she has all those simps that like kiss her ass. No one's telling her like, hey, because all those dudes in the comments pertain to be Puritans would fuck her in 2 seconds if she called them over.
Oh yeah.
All that Christianity stuff goes out the window. She said, "Hey, I want to get laid. Come to my apartment or house or whatever." Like it's just like she's surrounded by fucking simps that don't check her on dumb shit.
If she wants to bleed them dry, let her. That's God forbid you get in the way of someone making money off stupid people, right?
Agreed. So I mean that's pretty much like why I brought it up. But I guess we can end it here. If anyone else has any thoughts about it, you guys can talk about it. But I've said my piece.
Yeah, I said all I had to say about that.
And as for David Jaffe, I don't like him.
I don't blame you.
Well,
Yeah,
Vara, she did nothing wrong.
Yeah, she did nothing wrong. She just her and many other people that spread awareness about what's going on within the industry, or just other forms of media like movies, TV shows, and whatnot. And a lot of these people, I think, what the hell did Melina say before? Where it's like they're just like so pissed off that they don't have control anymore, that people aren't listening to them anymore.
They're
Something
desperate.
along those lines.
They're desperate to cling on to power.
That's what it was. Yeah.
All right. So if you want, I guess we can end things here. We've been going for a while, right? So.
Yes. I'll bring an OC when it's time for him to give his outro. Whenever someone gives their outro.
Yeah, I'll do it now.
So whoever, yeah.
Burv. Yeah, he volunteered.
I'm Burv. I like games.
Burv.
I play first-person shooters, a boomer first-person shooters. I like horror. I like RTS. I like a bunch of different things. So when I do talk
Chinese
about
gacha
games, and I love my Chinese gacha games. Oh holy shit! I love getting the new waifu that like doesn't do anything. Yeah, I never. I'm an old person. I don't understand gacha to save my life. It's a younger person thing. Just
a young man's game.
A young man's game. Absolutely.
The waifu simulators.
I just don't understand them. But like if you're a collector of something, I suppose there's just that element, isn't there? Right? the idea of wanting all the things collected or completed, like a like a completionist, right? I'm sure the same principle applies to gacha or whatever.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Addictive.
Thank you for having me on the whole show. Oh, holy crap, that was kind of amazing.
Yeah, we appreciate you, man, and thanks for tuning in. I mean, hey, if you want to sit here for
great
5
having you on
hours,
again.
more power to you.
Hey, we're trying to trim it down to less than 5 hours, but we'll get there.
But you just
We did
keep
it before.
talking.
I know. You won't just shut up.
I won't. It's
I don't
anyway.
mean a Vince
So
McMahon button. Shut up.
yeah, thank you. Shut up. But yeah, thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah.
Been a blast.
Thanks.
No problem,
Always,
bro.
Don't
always,
forget
man.
to
You're
rev
always
your
welcome.
Harley.
All right, Christian, why don't you give your outro?
Well, farewell and goodbye.
Well, okay.
Oh,
Nice.
nice having you on, Christian.
Thanks. He has since he didn't say, he has a YouTube channel, Christian Freeze. Everyone should check it out. Check it out. He has some funny stuff on there.
Yeah. He's also on X on the Christian Freeze, yeah. So
He also
he's
likes
cool.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
I can bring in yes.
So
OC,
back.
you want to give your outro? Yeah, you're back.
Actually, let me just mention about the Mortal Kombat thing real quick. We need a samurai.
Oh yeah.
Okay, give us a samurai, or give us like a real, like a military person with the military actual, martial arts,
CQC?
like the SCAR program or something like that. Give us something like that. Okay, come on,
CQC.
NetherRealm. Give us something.
You can
Anyway.
have Master Splinter. There you go.
No. I'm good. I'm good. I want an actual samurai.
Have,
I'm tired of these
Daniel's
ninjas and
son.
kung fu
Daniel's
people.
son from Karate Kid.
We
Yes.
need
Go for the
Nobunaga.
legs.
We need Nobunaga from Onimusha.
Daniel's son.
That's what we need. Onimusha.
There you go.
Onimusha's
yeah.
Nobunaga. That'll be good.
Yes. Yes.
But I don't
Samanosuke.
see that happening anytime soon.
Ojube.
Okay, outro. CEO
Yeah,
of
definitely
the Octomind.
Bajin Sakai.
Jin Sakai. Who's that again? Who's that? Is that the guy from Yakuza?
Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh.
No, Ghost of Tsushima.
Right. Yeah, it could work too. Yeah.
No, they're
But
gonna
it's
put the
kinda a little bit
female
too
lady.
ninja-ish, though. It's kind of a little bit too ninja-ish. I want like the authentic samurai. I want
No.
Nobunaga.
He fights like a samurai. He fights like a samurai. He has some stuff later on, but you customize. He's definitely 100% fights like a samurai.
Yeah, well, I just want like a straight up
But
like I'm proud of being a samurai. But all right, outro OC Arctic Commander. I am the CEO and the founder of the Octomind. I have a webtoons comic, Octavio Camacho, and also it's on Steam as well. The link is in description for the graphic novel, at the online graphic novel, and aside from that, ever grateful to be on this podcast again to talk to all these wonderful people and hear their insights, and Revenant, Japachi, Apollo, Alina Chan, and Christian, and all the other wonderful guests. Thank you all, and you all have a good night, good day, and be good. All right. Thank you.
Great having you on again, OC. Take it easy.
All right.
Cool.
Okay, Apollo Patriot, want to give you outro?
Sure thing. Follow Patriot on YouTube. I'm pretty hardcore on the internet. I speak my mind very, very freely. I would say I trigger a lot of people when I make my Russian and Israeli stuff. I make a lot of other outfits, but recently I've been making a lot of Space Marine 240K The first Sin, I've been playing a lot of first Sin. A lot of that game is really awesome. Season 2 is out. You better go check out Season 2 for the first Sin. It is spectacular. It's the greatest Christmas event ever. And it's great. It's really awesome. And I'm just trying to debate making more uh, Russian outfits. I think I'm gonna make my 30th outfit. I'm debating. I'm gonna try make more other outfits. So yeah, that's my plans. I've been very slow
Sounds
on the
good.
community post. But hey, you know what I mean? I get super busy with, and then other thing I want to throw in there is Marvel Rivals is very good of a game. Like, it feels good. Like it is 10 times better than E-Girl Overwatch 2. So, yeah, I mean, that's my channel. That's everything I got to say and all that stuff. But yeah, man.
Sweet, sweet man.
Nice.
And
Thanks
as
for coming on again, Apollo, and everyone check out his channel.
Same.
Come
Now,
here.
Melina.
Oh, I'm sorry, Melina. Fine.
oh no, you're fine. You're fine. As for me, you can follow me here on YouTube. I also have all my other links, my Twitch, Instagram, and X. I'm an artist. I play video games, and I try to. I'm still trying to get used to it. Talking about stuff while I play. I just uploaded my medieval live stream, and then I'm gonna upload another one of my No Mercy Mercenaries tonight. So
Oh, nice.
yeah, and then hopefully soon, do my art. So like do it live, or I don't know, have like maybe like a 30-minute video and like make a playlist to show the process of it, of whatever project that I'm working on. So yeah, that's it. Thank you as always, Revenant and Genpachi, for inviting me on. It's always been a pleasure, and I appreciate everyone else on the podcast and that are up here and in the chat. So yeah, thank you.
We appreciate you,
No
and
problem.
definitely
Yeah.
everyone should check you out. You're based. You do some
Yeah.
good mercenary content.
Mm-hmm. She puts out
I
good
see.
content overall. She's almost at 50. If she gets to 50, she can stream live. So
Exactly.
definitely
Which
check
Oh
her out.
yes, I forgot about that. Yeah.
help her get to 50 so you can see more Melina. You get more Melina.
Yes.
Double the
As a
Melina.
matter of fact, make it 100.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm
And
very
check
grateful for everyone.
and check out the mercenaries. I mean, the mercenary stuff is really good. Like you've like, I've played with you, and like it's pretty fun. You know, you got in a lot better. So
Yeah. She's a real
definitely.
Yeah.
gamer for sure.
I mean, well, like not. Hey,
Thank you.
hey,
So,
you kill all 300 enemies. That's badass stuff. Not a lot of people can do that actually. So
I actually achieved something. I finally did it because I was struggling so bad with Helena. I thought instead of Piers, she is gonna be my my least not favorite, but my least, what's the word,
preferred,
character
like
that I'm good with. But
least
I
preferred.
finally, yeah, not least preferred, because I still like playing as her. It's just that I've been struggling with her. Like I lost
Okay.
track of how many times I had to start over due to so many fuck ups, or if not, I died. But I finally
Just not.
reached. Hello. Hold on.
uh-oh.
Oh, that was me. Okay, I thought my Bluetooth shut off. My bad. Can you still hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
I
okay.
think
Okay, I thought my Bluetooth
Jinpachi
cut
fell
off.
off for a second.
Oh,
So,
okay.
I mean, he'll be back. He has to be back. He gotta do his outro.
Yeah. I'll just say this. I finally reached over. I don't know if I want to spoil it. Never mind. I'm not gonna say nothing because I'm gonna post it, but I don't want to spoil it. I just managed to reach
Okay.
something. Like I outdid myself today with 2 characters. So I'm really excited to
Oh,
post it.
nice.
Yes, I put my
Single
blood,
six?
sweat, and tears into it.
Her blood, sweat, tears,
Nice.
and her ruthless aggression. Okay,
Yes.
sweet. And me and her are still gonna play live one day together soon. So we gotta
Hmm.
have that. We gotta have
Nice.
that. Yeah. So I think yeah, I'm just, you know, I've been it's been nice co-hosting with you, Revenant, and
Mhm.
as always, thanks for everyone for coming on. Thanks, Melina, Octo Commander, Christian, everybody. It's always good to hear different opinions and hear people, different people's insights. Thanks for everyone who stuck around for like almost what's gonna be 5 hours soon. And yeah, I have my own channel, Jinpachi. I do,
Yeah.
I have a bunch of gameplay on there. I do animation. I do, I have my own stuff in the works. I have a popular Suicide Squad video. You should check it out. I'd appreciate it. If not, that's fine too. And yeah, I'm trying to build my own I'm trying to create my own media, build my own brand. So any support is welcome. And you know, every view, every like counts, and I appreciate it. And again, always good co-hosting with you. It's always a lot of fun, and looking forward to the next one, Revenue.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah. Thanks everyone for watching, commenting in the chat. Everyone that came on and joined the panel. Melina Chan, OC, Apollo Patriot, Christian Frades, Rolls Royce. Who am I missing? Burv. Anyone else? I feel like I'm missing someone else. Was that it?
You said Christian, Apollo, Burr. I think that might have been it, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
If it's anyone else, then apologies, but thanks for coming on anyway. So yeah, and Jinpachi, thanks for co-hosting once again.
Always, man.
Holding it down, and yeah, keeping things in check. And we'll try to go for less than 5 hours next time, for sure. That time.
Blame me for this one. Everyone blame me
Oh,
for this.
okay.
I'll
All
take
right, I
the
blame you. I blame you.
Yeah,
It's
blame
all
me.
your fault.
Everything's my fault. Blame me.
I blame Vince McMahon.
But
You ruined it. Yeah, but I'll try to. As far as me, I'll try to get a new video out this week. I know I said last week or whenever the hell I said. I think the last podcast said, "Oh, I'll do it in the other week or whatever," and it didn't happen. So apologies for that. So I'm really trying to get it out this coming week. So, but
Okay.
anyway, thank you for the support and everyone watching, subscribing and whatnot. And hope you had a good weekend and the week coming up treats you well. So. Until next
Hold on.
time, we're gonna head out. So
Hold on. One last thing.
you're gonna interrupt my.
One last
Okay.
thing before we go. Don't listen to Octo Commander. Put Jin Sakai in the game. If the devs could hear me, put Jin Sakai. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to this man.
Jinpachi. Put Basket Case in the game.
There you go.
Yeah. All right then.
All jokes aside, though, yeah.
Yeah. Peace, guys.